What if the Cullens attended Hogwarts? Part 5. EPOV. The passage leading from the shrieking shack was damp and dark. Roots hung down from the rocky ceiling, brushing the heads of the Death Eaters as they made their way along the subterranean corridor. Rodolphus Lestrange and his brother, Rabaston, led the way, followed closely by Rookwood and Crabbe, the last of whom held thoughts for only his dead son and bloody revenge. Vincent burned because of them, now they shall too. Faces flashed through his mind, every single one of them screaming as they were engulfed by dragon and snake-shaped flames. Bella whimpered, frozen in place by sheer horror. She realized then, as I did, what this could mean for my brothers and sisters. They would be sleeping, unable to escape, burned alive by fiendfire. What do we do? What do we do? Alice and Jasper, Emmett and Rose. The Death Eaters reached the end of the tunnel, and exited out into the cold, open air. The arms of the Whomping Willow didn't move to attack them. A shadowy figure to the left had seen to that, having used a charm upon a broken twig, which was now pressed to a small knot halfway up the great trunk. The mystery person turned slightly to look at the others. The light of the moon reflected off a pair of thick spectacles, and set the sequin-covered robes twinkling, as if they belonged to some oversized nocturnal insect. What? Thought Bella. What is she? Professor Trelawney wore a very vacant expression, her eyes seeming unfocused as they traveled over the file of dark wizards. She must have been Imperious, Bella concluded, but by who? Someone at the ball. There's no time for that now. I tried to shout to her. It was useless, though my words couldn't escape the nightmare any more than I could. The Death Eaters didn't react much to the teacher, whose thoughts were far more peaceful than I'd ever heard them, her mind completely free of responsibility and worry. The sight of the invaders striding away from her filled her with a euphoric satisfaction. She remained at her station as they marched up towards the castle, too content to mind the frosty air biting at her human skin. We have to warn the others. Bella told me mentally. We have to get there before they do. The Death Eaters were almost at the front door, though. There was no way Bella would be able to get to the common room and evacuate all the students before they reached it. The moment she realized this, she snatched her wand from the bedside table, filling her thoughts with one shining joyous memory: the two of us in our meadow, declaring ourselves. And so the lion fell in love with the lamb. 8 bursts of blinding white light blasted suddenly from the tip of her wooden weapon, all forming individual lion patronuses, which charged immediately from the room. The second they were out of sight, Bella cried, "I need light." The logs in the fireplace instantly erupted into flames, the towering orange flares exploding over the wood, all reaching for the chimney flue. Accio Newton Ball. The wardrobe doors slammed open as the small metallic sphere came soaring through the air towards us. Bella held out her palm for it, stashing it immediately into her pajama pocket. "I have to go, Edward." "No," I practically screamed at her. "You have no shield." "I have to." The 2 extra prods I sent crashing into her mental block weren't enough to change her mind. She felt my distress multiply tenfold at her words, though, and that was precisely what determined her next move. With a flick of her wand, she conjured a long wooden stretcher, which appeared directly next to me on the bed. Kneeling at my side, she shoved at me with all the strength her muscles could muster, cursing mentally as her small body struggled with my vampiric weight. The strain was only to be expected, of course. My substance was composed entirely from some hard and heavy unidentifiable compound. Even Alice, regardless of her size, would have been heavier than the largest human here. Once she finally managed to shift me onto the stretcher, Bella charmed it into the air, tying me in place with magical ropes, which she placed around my neck, midriff, knees, and ankles. Then, using magic to send me into a vertical position, my toes now pointing to the floor, she ran behind her makeshift shield towards the door, her pulse pounding in her ears, sending the blood and adrenaline crashing through her veins. I searched for Harry's voice as we turned out into the corridor. He was dreaming about Quidditch rocketing through the sky on his firebolt, his hand reaching out for the darting snitch. It flew straight up into the air, climbing higher and higher towards the clouds. Harry followed it up, squinting against the sun, which grew brighter and brighter as it beat down against his face. Brighter, brighter, blinding now. He jerked forward suddenly, his eyes snapping open to an ethereal silvery white light. The silence was total, save for the sound of his heaving chest and frantic heart, eerie and frightening against the quiet, stationary lion. In the next bed, Ron was sitting tensely too, reaching for his wand in his sleepy confusion. "They re-coming," said the Patronus, Bella's voice ringing clearly through the air. "The Death Eaters are coming. They want Harry. They want revenge. Gryffindor must evacuate, before it burns. Get the Cullens out. Do it now." There was one brief moment of silence as the glowing, white lion faded away, before the dormitory erupted with horrified shouts and cries of panic. On the other side of the tower, another lion was dissolving. The girls were screaming frantically, just like the boys, jumping out of their beds in terror. "Help me lift them out," Ginny ordered, sliding a hand under Alice's body. "Oh no, oh no, 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 no," were Hermione's internal cries. Not again, not again. Her thoughts filled with Fred's face as she and Lavender helped their friend to lift my sister off the bed. "What now?" screamed Parvati in question, buckling under the pressure. Ginny cast her eyes about the room, her mind sharpened with adrenaline. After precisely 2 seconds, she shouted, "Smash the window. Quickly." With a flick of Parvati's wand, the glass exploded outwards, the shards tumbling out of view in a dangerous, glistening shower. The girls wasted no time, darting forwards as quickly as they could manage under the weight of the heavy, vampire statue, thrusting her out over the stone sill, and sending her crashing down through the howling wind and torrential rain, towards the solid, unyielding earth. "One tea that hurt her." Parvati panicked. "Are you kidding?" answered Hermione. "She's a vampire. I'd be more worried about the ground." The girls did the same thing with Rosalie, throwing her outside into the night air. I winced as her thoughts invaded my mind. The second her body connected with the ground, her happy dream began morphing into something horrible, one where old nightmares were brought back to life, the evil figures kicking and clawing furiously at her limbs, ravaging her. "Help!" my sister shrieked in terror. "Somebody help me!" I closed my arms around my chest, trying to suppress the nausea, which seemed entirely possible for vampires in the dream world. I quickly got it together though, and blocked the vile images from my mind, understanding that there was a greater concern at present. The boys had had the same idea as the girls, smashing one of the windows to get my brothers to safety. Bella breathed a sigh of relief as the empathia, along with my violet aura, showed her that my siblings were out of immediate danger. The heightened fear and anxiety, however, quickly removed that short-lived emotion. She forced me forwards with increasing speed, her muscles pumping faster in her desperation. We had just turned onto the final corridor leading to the grand staircase, when an alarmed voice sounded from behind. "Bella, I got your message," the headmistress cried, sprinting to meet us, her hair and tartan dressing gown billowing out behind her, wand at the ready. "Is it true? Are they here?" "Yes, it's true," the girl spoke quickly, taking in the information I was feeding her. "They've just forced their way into the entrance hall. The doors refused to open for them, and..." "How do you know this?" "There's no time to explain it now," Bella declared urgently, her voice shrill with fear. "I promise I'll tell you later, but for the moment, can you please just trust me on this?" The older witch didn't hesitate in her reply. She nodded immediately, accepting her student's words, before resuming her sprint along the corridor, her expression fierce as she prepared herself for battle. She was so consumed by the present danger that she didn't even think to inquire as to why Bella had me strapped to a wooden plank. Then again, I didn't need to read her thoughts to know she was fully aware of how my skin reacted to spells. She must have guessed that I was the defense. I didn't bother to check, my mind was busy elsewhere. Whilst the two continued their race, I kept watch on Gryffindor Tower, terrified for its inhabitants. Hermione, Ginny and the other girls were running from dorm to dorm, screaming the sleepers into wakefulness, panic and chaos spreading with each disturbance. Whilst the other boys did the same, Harry and Ron took a different approach. Together, they charged at the girls' staircase, making it a few meters up before it magically transformed. The forbidden action triggered the piercing siren, which resonated through the room at an ear-splitting volume, rousing those who were not already awake. After sliding back down into the common room, Ron ran again at the steps, this time jumping into the air, his legs and arms flinging out to wedge against the walls, once again triggering the alarm, and transforming the steps into a steep, stone slide. With the horrible sound echoing through the tower, the students quickly began surging into the main area, every mind now a maelstrom of fright and confusion. The girls slid down one after the other in a constant stream, the process accelerated thanks to the boys' quick thinking. The common room was filled with questioning screams, no one seeming to know who they should be demanding answers from. "We've got to get out," Harry cried over the clamor, provoking an instant silence. "The school's under threat. Death Eaters are coming. We've got to go to the room of requirement," McGonagall interrupted, crying her orders through the now open portrait hole. "Anybody of age may stand and fight. Everyone else upstairs, now." And with that, she rocketed away, Bella at her side. The Death Eaters were on the 4th floor now, flying upwards towards their target. "Going to kill," Crabbe thought excitedly, running ahead of the others. "Wait, what's that?" The noise of dozens of storming feet reverberated down the levels, alerting him and the other Death Eaters to the movement through the castle. They halted at the sound, surprise and confusion filling their minds, looking up in search of an explanation just in time to see the fireball hurtling down towards them. "Dive!" screamed Rodolphus, throwing himself onto the next set of steps. Although most of the other Death Eaters managed to evade the attack, one man wasn't so lucky, and failed to get out of the spell's path in time. His cries of agony sounded up the staircase as the flames ravaged his clothes and body, the mental wails just as loud as the verbal ones. "Pain, burning, pain, fire, heal!" He thrashed hysterically from side to side, waving his arms at his allies, endangering them with his careless, blazing dance. The Death Eaters didn't waste time on their burning comrade, selfishly concerned with their own safety. "Sorry, brother," Rookwood apologized, before aiming a spell at his friend, sending him hurtling back over the railing to fall to his death. The intruders didn't have time to linger, for another burst of fire came flying down towards them. None of them were hurt this time though. Rodolphus shot a killing curse up towards his opponent. Professor Flitwick jumped back from his position, narrowly escaping the deadly flash of green light. "You evil hellions!" McGonagall screeched at them, firing a rain of daggers from her weapon. Rodolphus reacted instantly with a swish of his wand, turning the projectiles into bubbles as he led the others swiftly upwards and launched into the 5th floor corridor. "They knew we were coming," Ranulph cried, once they were all through the door. "How did they know we were coming?" "You said, I don't know, werewolf." Rodolphus snarled in reply, "I don't know how they found out, but we here now, so it doesn't matter." His eyes darted from one member of the group to the next as he continued. "We have to separate. It's the only way we'll stand a chance. They have the higher ground, so as long as we remain grouped, they'll pick us off with ease. We'll have to lure them down, and the only way to do that is to attack the lower areas of the castle." "Hufflepuff," offered a masked man on the left. "The Carrows discovered its whereabouts, along with location of the other houses, after they were appointed as teachers. It's in the dungeons, near the kitchens." "Very well," nodded Rookwood, taking over from Rodolphus. "Selwyn, you'll take Travers, Roll, Knott, and Jugson to Hufflepuff and attempt to penetrate it. Avery, you head to Slytherin, with Slytherin, you'd have us kill those of our own house. I'd have you kill those who failed our house." Rookwood spat, his tone murderous as his thoughts filled with the faces of the Malfoys. "Dolohov, McNair, and Ranulph, you go with him. Kill Draco. That should be a lesson to his traitorous parents. They abandoned us in the most crucial hour, and for that they were pardoned. Draco, take him out. That's an order. The rest of you, find a position on the staircase and stick to it." And with that, he led them back out onto the stairs, firing killing curses all the while. Bella ducked behind my body as one flew her way, the jet of green light reflecting off my hard skin, blasting against one of the canvases. The scribe in the frame jumped just in time, knocking over his lordly friend in the next painting along. The pair screamed a string of abuse at the Death Eaters below, shaking their fists in anger. "They trying to lure us down." Bella called over the racket, addressing the teachers and the gathering students. "One group's going to attack Hufflepuff, and the other is going after Draco Malfoy." "What? They can't," cried Lavender. "We have to stop this before they get to bail." Infuriated and terrified now, the Gryffindor girl blasted a spell at the enemies below, missing them by inches. It hit the stone rail, against which one was leaning, shattering the rock to rubble. The unfortunate man lost his balance as his support vanished, and tumbled over the edge before his friends could save him, shrieking as he plummeted. Not glared up at Lavender, his expression furious, before he broke into malicious laughter. "It's too bad you made your den so high, girly. Maybe I'll have better luck next time. For now, I'll settle for Hufflepuff. Got any friends there?" "You'll do no such thing," McGonagall screeched, blasting another fireball at the targets. They were expecting it though, and avoided it easily. "The bait's set," thought Rodolphus. "Go." A third of the Death Eaters broke away, casting shields above their heads as they descended, whilst the rest remained on the grand staircase, taking position in doorways, where they stood the best chance of defending themselves. "We've got to force them back into the corridors," Professor Martin declared, throwing a stunner over the railing. "It's the only way we'll be able to get down." "No problem," called Seamus, his voice loaded with relish as he and Dean pushed their way through the crowd, carrying a Weasley-stamped rocket. Seamus cupped his mouth with one hand, leaning over the railing to issue a command. "Portrait people, up to the 7th floor." Chaos spread through the paintings as the men and women dashed to safety. "Oh, my painting, cried the fat lady as she darted from one frame to another. Her voice filled with wicked pleasure as she called back to the ranks. "Light them up, Mr. Finnegan. Aim for their rumps, those hairy, beastly rumps." The other portrait people displayed similar reactions, some flapping madly, distraught for their soon-to-be-destroyed canvases, others hissing and jeering at the black-robed figures they passed. No matter what their reaction, they all cheered as Seamus aimed the great firework at the 3 nearest Death Eaters. He held it steady as Dean lit the fuse. The second the spark made contact with the container, the thing shot forwards at incredible speed, emitting a tail of golden stars, heading straight for the evil foes. Ron, fully aware of how Wildfire Whiz-Bangs reacted to certain charms, fired a vanishing spell right at it, causing it to multiply by 10, its clones firing off in all different directions, creating even more colorful missiles whenever they collided. "Triple A arg!" The Death Eaters screamed in unison, leaping back into the corridors, slamming their doors behind them. The air exploded with a dozen thunderous booms, hundreds of different colors, ranging all the way from vivid scarlet to royal purple, painting the grand staircase with beautiful, vibrant images, including a red rose, a fairy covered with green, sparkling vines, and a beautiful golden phoenix, which burst into flames mid-air and crumbled to dust. A number of canvases caught fire with the collisions, the shade of the flames corresponding precisely with that of the flares crashing against them. "Now," McGonagall commanded as the last fire flower dissipated. The students and professors of Hogwarts surged immediately with the order, Bella sprinting at the head, pushing us both down the stairs as fast as possible. She tore past the doors concealing the Death Eaters, her priority now the endangered students living in the castle's belly. Harry, Ron, Hermione and Ginny followed after her, as did Lavender, Neville, Parvati, Seamus and Dean, whilst the headmistress and other teachers launched off to the sides. "Reducto!" Martin and Fulplume chorused, blasting a door off its hinges, the 3 Death Eaters hiding behind it resultantly sent crashing along the 5th floor corridor. Professor McGonagall took the 4th floor corridor with Slughorn, whilst Flitwick shot into the 3rd one unassisted, initiating a fight with 2 Death Eaters. "Impedimenta," one of the men called mentally, flicking his wand above his head like a scorpion strike, whilst his friend fired a freezing charm. Flitwick instantly threw his arms in a wide arc, deflecting the 2 spells against either wall, the product of which was a resounding crack. 2 sections of the corridor collapsed in the same moment, the stone giving way to a thunderous shower of rubble. After pointing his wand at the debris, the professor quickly swept it forwards, as if throwing a bowling ball, sending the large chunks of rock flying through the air. One Death Eater was fortunate and cast a shielding charm in time, but the other received a bash to his left shoulder, temporarily crippled with the force of the hit. I'd heard all about the tiny teacher's dueling abilities before, but seeing him so disadvantaged had initially filled me with dread. Now I realized how wrong I'd been to underestimate him. Finally satisfied with his ability, I threw my focus back to Bella. "Edward, I need to see Hufflepuff. None of us know how to get there." Responding to her request, I concentrated on locating the minds of the Death Eaters. One group was running along a dimly lit corridor, which I recognized as the dungeon level. Flying past a giant painting of a bowl of fruit, they headed straight for another canvas nearby, This too a still life, depicting an enormous ale keg stood beside a tiny glass of mead. Selwyn trained his gaze upon a small circular hole in the barrel's wood. To its left lay a large knot. He prodded it forcefully, before taking a step back. "That wasn't very nice," came an unknown male voice, seeming to echo from within the barrel. "No need to be rough about it. A gentle stroke is all it." The voice cut off abruptly, a big hazel eye now staring out through the hole in the keg, wide with fear. "What do you want?" the mysterious person continued. "You're not welcome here. Leave this place." "Let us through," Selwyn ordered, his tone deadly. "Not without the password." The Death Eater stroked the side of his face, pretending to deliberate. Now that would create a bit of a problem for us. You see, we don't have the password." The eye flicked from one man to the next, traveling over each individual, before jumping back to Selwyn. "Either you let us in or we force you to." In the next second, the eye vanished, leaving the hole empty once more. My mind jumped again. Eleanor Branstone was sat in the Great Hall, undergoing her OWL. Theory for Defense Against the Dark Arts, her arms frozen to the desk whilst everyone around her scribbled frantically on their papers. Professor Martin staring down his nose at her, arching an eyebrow condescendingly. Owen Caldwell crept through an ancient crypt, entering suddenly into an enormous chamber stacked with gold, sapphires, emeralds, rubies, pearls. Bale Wishart was reliving his adventures from earlier hours, hiding in the trophy room with Lavender Brown, exchanging innocent kisses. Everything was quiet and peaceful, until... Wake up, huh? Bale shot forwards, the movement even more faster and forceful than Harry's had been earlier, flying instantly into a sitting position. "Wake up," a young monk in a nearby portrait screamed, running through the frames decorating the circular dormitory, all of which displayed various wildlife, including birds nested in bushes, and badgers poking out from little burrows. His arms were raised above his head as he went, his hazel eyes nearly popping out of his skull. "Death Eaters are here, outside the common room, trying to get in. Wands out. Prepare for battle." After passing through the last painting, accidentally stepping on a ferret's tail in the process, which consequently squeaked in pain, the distressed and hysterical man disappeared from view, possibly flitting to another dorm to warn the next group of sleepers. The 5 boys there immediately launched from their yellow quilted beds, grasping their weapons before flying at the wooden door, which was circular like a barrel top, similar to architecture you'd expect to find in a Tolkien story. As they sprinted out into the little underground tunnel, they saw younger boys further ahead exiting from a branching corridor. After navigating the passageways, they soon poured through a circular arch into the common room, a wide space with a low ceiling, the floors and walls constructed completely from polished oak. A roaring fire was set into one wall, bathing the area, which was scattered with a number of comfortable-looking armchairs, in a gentle amber glow. "How are we going to get out?" panicked Hannah Abbott. "What are they going to do to us?" Rose Zeller sobbed mentally. Death Eaters. Death Eaters." Ernie Macmillan was skeptical. "Is this some kind of joke? They can be here. They just can be." A terrible ripping sound issued from the rounded portrait hole as the canvas covering it sliced in two, forcing the students into silence. As they watched in horror, a snake-like mask draped in a black hood suddenly forced its way through the tear, its hungry dark eyes taking in the scene as it prepared to strike. There was one moment of stillness, where no one dare move, or even breathe, and then fire exploded through the air in a deadly golden jet, flying at the doomed, yellow hangings, the first casualties to be ravaged by the fiendfire. The Death Eater cackled madly as the room erupted with a chorus of screams and wails. Now that his first task had successfully been completed, he shouted, "I hope you like it hot." With that, he pulled out, sprinting off with the others in the direction of Slytherin, no pity for those he'd just sentenced to death, those who would soon be burning alive. Bella pumped her legs faster as the violent screams echoed through our thoughts, through the halls, carving themselves permanently into our memories. I crouched into a ball in my black prison, my hands accomplishing nothing as they clamped over my ears. I could still hear those horrific, blood-curdling notes, along with the hissing of tears as they evaporated in the heat of the blaze. The Gryffindors pelted into the corridor just in time to see the tail of black robes disappearing around a corner further ahead. "No!" Lavender released a terrible cry of pain as she saw the flames blazing over the Hufflepuff entrance, amber vipers slithering out through the 2-foot gash in the painting. I tried to keep the images of the fiery sea advancing on the children out of my head. I would have gouged my own eyes out if it would have done any good, but the thoughts of the students were far too loud, assaulting my exhausted mind with each passing second. As they retreated towards the tunnels, the hellish shapes lunged through the room, snapping their jaws at the furniture, pouncing up at the cracking ceiling, and clawing their burning talons at the walls and floor, everything gradually crumbling into soot, or melting into steaming, black tar as a result of the ferocious heat. Thick, inky smoke polluted the air, making it increasingly difficult for the students to breathe. Still, they cried loudly upon hearing the shouts issuing from the other side of the portrait. "Help!" Ellis Beckett screamed wildly, a black-haired first-year trembling in the arms of his older sister, who repeated his plea. "Help us!" A loud popping sound abruptly echoed through the air, yet again coming from somewhere beyond the portrait. The noise gave birth to more indecipherable cries, these undoubtedly released by Harry, who sounded as if he were begging someone. "This is it," Bale thought, accepting his fate. He clutched a tiny, whimpering girl, who could only have been a first year, tightly to his chest, his last ember of hope finally reaching its end. All of a sudden, an enormous golden chimera reared up out of the fiery waves, its jaws snapping open as it pushed off on its hind legs. With wings outstretched, it tore through the air, heading straight for its first human target. Bale. His eyes clenched shut reflexively, crushing the child in his arms closer still. Without warning, a clap of thunder sounded deafeningly in his ears, the room seeming to tremble under the intense noise, whilst a brilliant white flash burned the backs of his eyelids. Confused, Bale threw them open, his jaw dropping at the sight that met him. There before him, their arms stretched out above their heads, as if frozen mid-star jump, stood a row of tiny, determined house elves. The chimera, along with other fiendfire shapes, swiped ferociously at the little beings, becoming more and more enraged as their claws hit some kind of invisible barrier, unable to attack. "Ha ha 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 ha." The leader cackled manically, seeming almost exhilarated by the battle. "Master tells creature to kill nasty fire. Creature will do as master says. Ha 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 ha." And with that, they each fired 2 jets of electric blue light directly from their palms, the laser-like magic crashing against the line of hissing flames, forcing them back in an instant. At first, the blaze lost little more than 3 meters, the amber spires still running strong. With each new attack, however, the spirited warriors seemed to drain more and more energy from the destructive threat, until finally, it flickered into non-existence, extinguished at last. Only a second had passed before the grateful students were closing upon the elves, crying tears of titanic gratitude, all determined to hug or kiss some part of their heroes. Lavender wasted no time, tearing through the remains of the portrait, one name repeated over and over in her mind. Harry poked his head through after her, calling out to Creature, who was now being raised above the heads of the cheering Hufflepuffs like some kind of celebrity, the other firefighters enjoying similar treatment. "Well done, Creature," Harry told him. Waving 2 blistered hands, the elf grinned joyously, presumably due to having pleased his master, though I suspected part of it was owing to the fact that he was currently the subject of so much adoration. When I tried to locate the house elf's mind, all I got were muddled sounds and unclear images, like those you'd get on a TV set with a bad reception. Whatever magic it was surrounding him, it was messing with my gift, so I hastily jumped back to Bella, my anxieties and fears spiking as I realized she was once again heading after the Death Eaters, still guiding my shielding body out ahead of her. Harry's voice carried from behind as he passed instructions to Creature. "The enemies are still in the castle. We need to get the Hufflepuffs to safety. Gather the other house elves and ask them to help you transport everyone here to St. Mungo's. Anyone 17 or older can stay to fight if they want to." "Aye aye, brave master." The noise of the common room faded as Bella rounded the corner, traveling at full speed, still directing my hovering body out before her. I could see from her unshielded thoughts that she was continuing to take advantage of the violet energy surrounding my head, watching, as I did, the events unfolding throughout the castle. Though the empathia was still in effect, it was beginning to weaken, and although the thoughts of the Death Eaters continued coursed through Bella's head, they were growing more and more distant now. The sound of footfalls announced the presence of others. A glance to her right told her that Ron, Hermione, Ginny and Harry had caught up with her. Bale appeared on her left with Lavender. Others too could be heard from behind, but I didn't have time to find out who they were. I was too busy focusing on the Slytherin common room for that. Where is he? Avery demanded angrily, grabbing Blaise by his vest. His expression was furious, his face unmasked now, just like those of his comrades. I don't know, Blaise stammered. The other Slytherins stood crowding the common room, all having been woken from their beds. They formed a wide semicircle as they gazed on at the puzzling scene, some nervously shifting their weight from foot to foot, others wringing the sleeves of their pajamas. None of the students seemed particularly afraid by the presence of the Death Eaters, which I suppose was fairly understandable, all things considered, but they couldn't grasp why these men would come bothering them. But we Slytherin, thought Malum Mograine. Surely they should be breaking into Gryffindor instead. Avery shook Blaise once more, growing angrier by the second. Don't lie to me, boy. I know you his friend. If you hadn't spent so much time trying to guess the password, Selwyn hissed, pacing back and forth, we'd have him by now. His gaze snapped to the massive rounded hole he blasted through the sliding rock wall, the one which, until recently, had concealed Slytherin House. Apparently, Avery hadn't thought to take down the obstacle like his friend, who had arrived later after seeing to the Hufflepuffs. Shut your mouth, Don't, Selwyn warned, pointing his wand at his comrade's head, who almost jumped a mile in surprise, letting go of Blaise in the process. Don't you think you can speak to me like that, Avery? You are not my master. He turned his weapon then on the trembling boy, his voice level, yet deadly. Where is Draco? Blaise didn't seem to be able to find his tongue. His eyes flicked in the direction of the dormitories though, before moving back to the wand pointing directly between his eyes. So, he's hiding away somewhere, Avery concluded. He must be known we'd come for him eventually. What are you going to do? Pansy stuttered as the two Death Eaters marched away towards the boys' corridor, the others staying behind to guard the students. Selwyn chuckled. What do you think? Now terrified for the reformed Slytherin, I searched for his frightened mind. They want me. That's why they here. Because Mum lied to him when he asked if Potter was dead, because her and Dad were more interested in saving me than pleasing the Dark Lord, because we hoped in the end he'd lose. They coming to kill me. They want me dead. Draco stared out fearfully from beneath his bed, waiting for the enemy to enter. After a few seconds, the wooden door creaked slowly open, and two pairs of legs could be seen stepping into the room. The trembling boy held his breath, not wanting to move a muscle, in case he should be detected. Come out, come out, come out, Draco, Selwyn sang, walking slowly over to the center of the room, whilst his partner hastily moved over to the closet. I flitted into the Death Eater's mind as he lowered himself onto his knees. Slowly, he bent down to check beneath each bed, wand at the ready. He found nothing though, huffing in frustration as he pushed himself up from the floor. Not here, he said to his friend, turning to leave. The disillusionment charm worked well then, Draco thought, sighing with relief. Selwyn stopped abruptly, alerted by the careless sound. A lengthy silence filled the dormitory. Avery arched an eyebrow, smirking as he held his wand out in front of him. Hominum revelio. A wispy jet of crimson smoke shot suddenly through the room, speedily snaking beneath the bed where the boy was hiding. The Death Eaters didn't waste a second before they were sliding down onto the floor, their hands flying out to close around the invisible limbs which flailed and kicked back at them. Got you, Avery grinned, dragging the yelling boy by his hair out into the corridor. Let me go, please, let me go, I can pay you, I can. But his pleas were cut short by Selwyn, who slashed his wand through the air, producing a sound like that of a cracking whip. Draco, who was still invisible, cried out in pain, receiving another lash immediately afterwards, purely for the Death Eater's own amusement. Upon reaching the common room, Avery threw the boy into the center of circle, apparently wanting other students to witness the heinous crime. Next, he swished his wand and lifted the disillusionment charm concealing Draco. The boy was wearing jet black bottoms and a plain t-shirt of a similar shade. The fabric had been slashed twice across his chest, revealing 2 lines of ripped, bloody flesh. Laughing once, Avery addressed the other youngsters. Now, boys and girls, what we have here is something not worthy to bear the name of Slytherin. What we have here is something disgusting, something vile, and that something, my young friends, is a traitor. He cracked his wand just as his friend had, eager to take part in the flagellation. Draco cried out in pain once again as his shirt tore across his stomach, his skin tearing with the impact of the spell. The other Death Eaters laughed loudly, all stepping forwards, determined to have their turn. The screams rang louder than ever with each new wound, until there was little left of Draco's shirt, which now hung in tatters from his blood-covered torso. After mutilating his front, they kicked him over so that his back was exposed, and carried on with their work. The students stood horrified, unable to speak as they gazed on at the torture of their friend. "Your father, Goyle," Dolohov said, speaking for the first time, "is in Azkaban thanks of this piece of scum and his parents. Don't you want to have a turn?" Goyle's eyes met Draco's then. He couldn't ignore the desperate prayer he recognized in those watery blue orbs, but nor was he willing to oppose the Death Eaters. Still, he didn't hold Malfoy responsible for his father's imprisonment. Not his fault, thought Goyle, completely disgusted, shaking his head in refusal. "Oh, well, more fun for us then." Flagelo. Another lash, another howl of pain. "Ha ha ha," Selwyn laughed, lowering his wand to the boy, writhing on the stone floor. "I have to admit this was fun. I only wish we can stay to draw it out. Unfortunately, it's time for us to go, I think." "Right, boys." The other hooded men cheered in agreement, anticipating the coming curse. "Any last words, Draco?" Though the boy was in too much of a state to form a coherent response, his thoughts rang true. "I hope you meet Potter along the way. I hope you get what you deserve." "No." "Very well, Avada Ked, Expelliarmus." Selwyn's wand shot suddenly from his hand, flying over the heads of the onlookers, before clattering down onto the stone floor. "Stupefy!" cried Harry, blasting a spell at the unprotected man, who was subsequently sent crashing back into the line of students, knocking them to the ground like bowling pins. The other Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs came charging in after him, Bella included. "Stay behind me," I shouted to her as I watched the scene unfold, fully aware that my efforts were futile, but unable to help myself. She headed straight for Avery, launching into one-to-one combat. Harry and Ginny took on Travers, whilst Hermione and Ron teamed up against Dolohov. Lavender and Bale fought Nott, Dean and Seamus partnered against Roll, Neville and Parvati fought McNair, Hannah Abbott and Justin Finch-Fletchley took Jugson, and Susan Bones and Ernie Macmillan fought against Ranulph, who turned out to be a terrible duelist and was disarmed almost instantly. Whilst the other Slytherins moved out of the way, pressing themselves against the common room walls, Draco was still spilled out across the floor, battered and unmoving. After immobilizing the werewolf with the Incarcerous charm, Susan and Ernie saw to the flayed boy, levitating his body into the air, before moving him carefully off to one side. Bella, meanwhile, continued to flourish her wand as the spells coursed through her head one after another, ducking behind my hovering body whenever Avery tried to catch her with a curse. "Crucio!" he shouted. I roared wildly into my endless prison, utterly livid. The curse created a halo of light as it reflected off my skin. Bella hid behind me once again, before pointing her wand at the green and silver hangings draped down from the ceiling. Immediately, the two closest to Avery lunged for the unsuspecting Death Eater, both twisting towards him like boa constrictors, intent on snatching him up and squeezing the air from his lungs. He thrashed against them, struggling violently as one wound its way around his neck like a noose, constricting his airways. Together, they lifted him a meter off the floor, his face turning purple with the passing seconds. In her thoughts, I saw Bella's next move before she executed it. Disarm and bind, but her luck changed in a horrible twist of fate. As Neville conjured a shield to protect himself from McNair's direming charm, the spell bounded off at an angle, reflected straight at Bella. It hit her on the arm, her wand shooting out of her grasp as a result. Avery's eyes bulged wide as he recognized the opportunity. Aiming his wand at the hangings, he mentally chanted, "Definito," dropping back down to the ground as the fabric tore in half. He flung another spell at Bella then, who could do nothing but duck behind my body in an effort to avoid the hit. "Ha ha ha," the Death Eater boomed, amused now that he finally gained the upper hand. I was running around my black nightmare now like a madman, desperate for some escape, positive that this was the end for Bella. He's going to kill her. He's going to kill her. Don't you dare lose this match, Bella. Don't you dare let him take you from me. You can hide behind your vampire forever, little mudblood. Avery threw another spell, sneering as she dodged it by little more than an inch. I have to admit I am extremely confused as to why he is asleep, but I can say that I am complaining. Another vicious sneer. Makes him a bit of an easy target. Bella's heart stuttered. She ground her fingernails painfully against the skin of her palms, her breathing quickening in an instant. There was no way the others would be able to help her now they had their own battles to see to. Although the empathia was almost completely used up, there was enough left in her system for her to make out the Death Eater's growing anticipation. He savored those last few moments, enjoying the torment. The excitement fizzed faintly on Bella's tongue, the taste similar to orange soda. Maybe that's the solution, Avery smirked, tilting his head to the side. Take this half-breed out of the picture, and then I can have my way with you. Bella's heart was in danger of smashing a hole through her ribcage. It clawed inside her, like a creature wanting to break free. A tiny red smudge formed at the center of her vision. Did you know that vampire venom is extremely flammable? The Death Eater flung back his head and cackled. Bella's tongue seared with madness. Say goodbye to Mr. Cullen, mudblood. I always did want to see a vampire burn. And with that, Avery raised his wand, laughing louder as Bella released a deafening scream, one which rang with a combination of rage, dread, and sheer desperation. In one moment of total deranged fury, she abandoned the protection offered by my body, tearing past me towards the amused enemy, eyes wide and crazed, her scream morphing into the most passionate war cry imaginable, the violent noise demanding the attention of every Slytherin in the room. And then, without warning, that sound ripped into something a million times more ferocious, a deep guttural roar that carried over the shouts and blasts of colliding spells, temporarily stunning the Death Eater towards whom she flew. I saw it all through his eyes. I saw as the wild, enraged beauty leapt through the air, no restraint to hinder her, no recoil from the animal begging to be unleashed. Her slender human frame exploded in an instant, the delicate arms and legs bursting into thick and powerful muscle-covered limbs, each armed with a set of formidable, pointed claws. Bella's furious face morphed with her body, her small milky canines shifting into deadly, 3-inch fangs. The last thing Avery saw, before those lethal weapons sliced through the tender flesh of his neck before they ground excruciatingly against the bones of his back and collar, were a pair of ravenous golden eyes, two large and glorious jewels set above a snarling, snowy muzzle. The Death Eater tumbled back under the weight of the lioness, his wand dropping automatically from his hand as she slammed her claws through his skin, creating more deep puncture marks over the length of his helpless body. He spluttered out a haze of blood as she crashed on top of him, the air forced from his lungs in a whoosh. The ensuing agonized gurgle which spewed through his lips may have been an attempt to scream. I didn't know or care, I was too busy staring through the eyes of the astounded onlookers, propelled into a brilliant world of limitless awe. The lioness threw back her head suddenly, sending a trembling chill down every spine in the room as Slytherin House filled with the sound of her victorious roar. Turning away from the mortally wounded Death Eater, whose blood now stained her ice-white muzzle, she rounded on the other enemies, her teeth fully bared as she stalked towards them, a complete predator. Her movements were strong yet graceful. I shot from one viewpoint to another as she traveled, drinking her in from every angle, determined to see her in all her glory. Not one of the Death Eaters could focus on defending themselves against oncoming spells with such a fearsome creature edging her way towards them. Dolahov's eyes lingered on his panting friend, who couldn't seem to pull enough air through his punctured airway. The collar of his robes was now saturated with blood, dark circles forming under his eyes, whilst the rest of his skin was sapped of its peachy color, leaving it almost as white as mine. There's no way I am sticking around for that. The Death Eater cried mentally, desperate to be out of the lioness' reach. Aiming his wand in Hermione and Ron's direction, he cried, Priscilla. A sudden gale shot forth, so powerful that it swept the pair up, sending them crashing against the stone wall. They hit it with a thud, held against rock as the wind continued to batter their bodies. Travers took a page out of his friend's book and executed the same move, sending Harry and Ginny flying back against the opposite wall. Retreat, shouted Dolohov, sprinting away through the hole in the sliding wall, his mind filled only with the image of the hungry-looking lioness. The other Death Eaters followed after him, firing stunners over their shoulders in their efforts to escape. Selwyn, who had now regained consciousness, ran on behind. Bella turned and snarled at him, ready to attack. The jet of green light he fired in her direction, however, forced her to leap in an alternate direction. With her out of the way, he made his bolt for the exit, aiming a spell at his maimed partner on the way out. Obliviate. Sorry, brother. Avery's eyes instantly lost their focus, his expression transforming from pleading to vacant in an instant. Bella snarled as Selwyn disappeared from view. Even in this form, it was easy to read her expression. She was torn. Though she desperately wanted to go after the invaders to destroy those who had invaded the Hogwarts territory, there was another instinct also, the one demanding that she ensure her pride was safe. Her head flipped in Harry and Ginny's direction, before she bounded to their side. The two Gryffindors were clearly still feeling the effects of the impact, rubbing their shoulders in an attempt to alleviate the pain. Nothing, however, could lessen their shock as the lioness stopped before them, their jaws dropping low as she scanned their bodies for damage. Blinking rapidly, Harry finally managed to find his voice. Bella. Carefully, so as not to scare him, the lioness gently nudged his chest with the crown of her head, her long, snowy tail stroking the air behind her. Harry and Ginny smiled widely, cautiously touching their hands to Bella's coat, running them slowly along the length of her muscular back. So smooth, Ginny thought in wonderment, marveling at the texture beneath her fingertips. I can't believe it's you, she whispered, entranced. That was incredible, Bella. I'll say, Hermione agreed, making her way over with the others, all of whom were wearing similar odd expression. Ron nodded. It's easy to see why they chose you, Bella. Not many people are fierce enough to run with vampires. Agreed. I sang into the dark, giddy with relief. Bella looked over the faces of her friends, satisfied when she found that no one was hurt. Then, she turned for the exit, her eyes intense once again. That was the first time I flitted into the mind of the lioness. Initially, I'd been so consumed with the image of her that I'd been unwilling to switch to a perspective which didn't give me the full view. Now, however, the only thing I was interested in was her mind. Upon diving into her thoughts, I was immediately overwhelmed by the surging instincts, which seemed to overrule everything else. Her mind, whilst focused and determined, was definitely animal. Now it was the human that was buried deep within, the lioness dominating the surface, determined to have her fun. She inhaled deeply through her nose, taking in the scents of those whom she had just faced. One smell in particular made her hairs stand on end, triggering some kind of instinctual siren, which began screaming too loudly to be ignored. Turning away from the exit, she quickly searched for the source, her body tensing as her eyes landed on me. Dangerous. Instinct told her. Deadly. She stood frozen as she looked at me, and then suddenly began to pace. As she did, she tried to dispel the warning from her thoughts. She knew the right thing to do would be to go after the Death Eaters, but, suddenly, she was finding it impossible to leave her friends, terrified lest I should wake up. My heart sank, dead as it may be. Bella. The lioness looked up at Hermione, and then back at me, and then back at Hermione once more. The comprehension dawned on the girl's face, and she steadily laid a hand upon my fiancé's tense shoulders, leading her over to my still, unconscious body. It's Edward, Bella. You're Edward. I know you're probably more than a little muddled right now, but just look at him. Bella was reluctant, but she did as she was told, leaning over me to get a better view. Her gaze traveled over my closed eyes, moving lower over my nose to my lips. She sniffed hesitantly at my skin, leaping back as the strong, sweet perfume assaulted her senses. Curious now, she edged her way forwards, inhaling once more. There was recognition this time as the lilac honey sunshine smell swirled in her head. She inhaled again, the buried human climbing further to the surface with each breath. Smell dangerous, smell familiar, smell nice, smell. She concentrated on my appearance then, trying to silence the animal instincts telling her I was bad. Slowly but surely, the human memories began to take control. Dangerous face, familiar face, beautiful face, Edward's face. Edward, my vampire, my nice-smelling, beautiful-faced, dangerous vampire. Edward, mine. I breathed a sigh of relief as her fear waned, her mind finally finding a balance, that perfect state for an animagus somewhere between understanding and instinctual, between human and animal. Between Bella and lioness. The second her thoughts became human enough for her to comprehend what I was to her, She settled down beside me, focused solely now on protecting my sleeping body. My Edward, she thought again. Mine. All mine. Yes. Bella. Bella gazed up at Ron, her eyes questioning. Now isn't really the time for a snuggle. The Death Eaters they still in the castle. We've got to go help McGonagall and the others. We've got to drive 'em out. The lioness snorted. Not leaving Edward. Protect Edward. Bella, please. Edward will be safe now. Yes, said Hermione, attempting to convince the great, unwilling feline, we'll move him to an empty classroom somewhere out of the way. But Ron's right, we have to protect the school, protect our home. Protect. Yes. Edward is priority. Must protect Edward, but Edward is safe, home is not. Must protect home. Must fight the enemy. Must drive them out. She pounced to her feet then, her muscles instantly bunching and releasing as she charged off towards the exit, her tail swinging automatically for balance. There was no way the others could keep up with her. She reached the end of the long corridor before they even stepped into it. The scent of the Death Eaters was strong in her nose, focusing her thoughts on one thing alone: the hunt. Have to track, have to catch, must destroy. I was in awe once again as the magical cat tore past Hufflepuff House, traveling at no less than 30 miles per hour. As she careered closer to danger, I cast my mind out to the farther reaches of the castle. Way up on the 5th floor, Fulplume and Martin had succeeded in knocking out 2 low-ranking Death Eaters, leaving only a struggling Crabbe to fend off the professors. This fight is over, he told himself, throwing one last curse at his opponents, before leaping swiftly into the air, his head and body shrinking as it transformed, feathers sprouting from his spanning arms, which quickly became a beating set of wings. The vulture flew through an open window, fleeing the school in its cowardice. Professor Fulplume wasted no time stuffing her wand into her robes. She too sprung into the air, her graceful, slender body shedding even more of its mass than Crabbe's had, as she became a tiny, fluttering nightingale, following her enemy out into the night. Philomela, Professor Martin cried, rushing to the window in worry for his colleague. Good, the vulture thought, mistaking the shout for confirmation that the witch had been hurt. Now fly back to base. Keep going, ingrate, the nightingale chuckled. You fly, I spy. Good, I said to myself, grateful for the professor's courage. I pulled out of her mind then, switching perspectives. Professor Flitwick was currently dumping 2 incarcerated Death Eaters into a broom closet, using a roll of spellotape to seal their mouths shut. That might hurt a bit when it's finally ripped off, he said jollily. I'll try to remember to tell the ministry folk to be careful with it. It's been a long night though, didn't get my usual 8 hours? I'll probably forget. He chuckled as he shut the closet door. Colloportus, he said with a flick of his wand, effectively sealing it shut. Then he ran as fast as he could back to the grand staircase, entering onto it just in time to see McGonagall and Slughorn flying into the entrance hall below, the flash of spells illuminating the lower levels every few seconds. Just before he set off to join them, he discerned a streak of white exiting out of the dungeons, flying after the fighters down below. The next shot I saw through McGonagall's eyes. As she fired one last spell, the stunner missing Rodolphus by inches as he dived through the open door, a massive, white lioness charged past her and Slughorn. The potion's master was so startled by the sight that he jumped and squeaked in fright. Bella swerved as she reached the exit, her powerful legs coiling in preparation, before she launched out into the night, her prey locked in sight. With her new enhanced eyesight, she could make out every feature of the men further off in the distance, could detect their ragged breathing and footfalls with her improved hearing, even though some had to be almost a mile away, all running towards the boundaries of Hogwarts where they would be able to apparate. The ones furthest ahead weren't her concern, though she only had eyes for the 3 nearest foes, Rookwood and the Lestranges. In a mad burst of speed, she pushed her muscles faster and harder, her pounding heart seeming to hammer at various points of her body. Faster, she told herself, her great limbs going into overdrive, propelling her to a velocity that could surely have been no less than 40 miles per hour, more than double that of her prey. Rabaston was the slowest of the 3, trailing a few feet behind. Bella locked onto her target like the homing device of a military aircraft, her eyes zeroing in on the exposed flesh of his neck, the perfect place in which to plunge her teeth, the spot where she would easily be able to sever the spinal cord. Suddenly, 3 pairs of enormous bat-like wings materialized from between the Death Eater's shoulder blades, just like those Severus Snape had worn during his flight from the castle. They flapped madly as the 3 attempted to take off, beating the air forcefully against the ground. If it hadn't been for Bella's incredible spring, they all would have escaped unscathed. However, when she threw herself into the air, her white bunching thighs thrusting her almost 4 meters above the ground, Rabaston had not yet gained enough height to escape her. Her mighty jaw snapped ferociously around his foot, earning a scream of agony from the captured man. With their combined weight, the wings weren't powerful enough to continue carrying them upwards. They'd already dropped a meter towards the ground when he successfully managed to stabilize himself. I had no idea how he found the willpower to do it whilst Bella's enormous teeth were buried in his foot, but he did, though he screamed nevertheless. She swung her body in her efforts to pull him to the floor, thrashing from side to side. Black spots appeared across his vision as the agony shot through his limbs, seeming to surge through every searing nerve. "Let go." I laughed aloud. Did he actually expect her to listen? Idiot. Sure enough, Bella thrashed harder, almost tearing his leg off in the process. He screamed louder in response, searching the skies for his allies. They hovered about 80 feet up, looking down on the scene below. "We have to help him," Rodolphus shouted in panic. He pointed his wand at Bella, ready to fire. Rookwood slammed his arm against his side immediately. "Are you insane? You'd have just as much chance of hitting your brother. So what the hell do we do?" Rookwood shrugged callously. "What can we do? Nothing," I thought, smiling wickedly, content to see that the murderous scum was finally getting what he deserved. My smile faded instantly as Rabaston, driven by sheer desperation, aimed his wand at the lioness. I heard the curse before he uttered it, the words coursing through his mind, and screamed out a cry that was blood-curdling even to my own ears. "Bella!" In that final second before the flare of green lightning burst from Lestrange's weapon, a set of different thoughts invaded my mind. From deep within the castle, a piercing shriek of dread, my voice suddenly reached the lioness' strong, new ears. In her mind's eye, she saw the situation play out before it did, realizing the precise spell about to be cast upon her. Instinct overrode everything, each muscle reacting automatically. As Rabaston cried out his last hope for victory, like some kind of living, breathing pendulum, Bella swung her body upwards with all her might. Avada Kedavra! Her snowy frame flew up towards the sky, her teeth still gripping the Death Eater by the foot, pulling the limb up along with her, and so, as she swept out of the killing curse's path, Rabaston's mutilated leg was dragged into it, the fatal flare bursting against him in a flash of green, silencing his thoughts once and for all, and ending his life in a heartbeat. The pair fell back towards the earth as the conjured wings abruptly vanished. 2 bodies, 1 mind. One glorious, fearsome winner. Predictably, like the most graceful tabby cat, the lioness landed on her feet, the only blood staining her fur still that of the 2 defeated enemies, one of whom lay dead on the grass, destroyed by his own dark magic. 2 sets of screams filled the air immediately afterwards, those from behind, a chorus of relieved cheers released by the watching students and teachers, and those coming from above, hate-filled cries of a man whose brother had just been taken from him. The Hogwarts defenders flew forwards as the Death Eater plummeted towards the subject of his fury, their wands upraised, all pointing at Rodolphus. A dozen spells flew in his direction then, forcing him to swerve mid-air. More charms and jinxes followed, filling the fading night with streaks of red lightning, but, like before, they failed to hit their mark. The last Lestrange flew back up into the air, turning only when he was out of range. He turned upon reaching Rookwood, and in a voice so cold and furious that, by all rights, it should have layered the ground beneath in a blanket of frost, he called, "On my life, I swear that you'll regret this night. On my life you shall regret it." He pointed a finger at Bella then, his eyes as hungry and focused as hers. She stared calmly up at him, panting from exertion. "Come back 1 bite promise." With one last sneer, he and Rookwood resumed their flight, heading for the boundaries of Hogwarts, where they would be able to apparate away. Bella sat and watched them go, her massive golden eyes fixed on their shrinking figures, her thin, pink tongue licking at the blood dampening her muzzle. Fast falling footsteps could be heard from somewhere in the castle. She heard the approaching students long before the other witches and wizards, all of whom continued to gaze into the distance. Susan Bones and Ernie Macmillan came sprinting out into the open air, their faces flushed from the run, terror plain in their wide, bulging eyes. "What happened?" Ernie cried, demanding the attention of the others. "Where's Bella? Is she?" They stopped abruptly, their gazes landing on the unhurt lioness, and blinked in shock, exchanging a number of confused glances. "What's the matter, Mr. Macmillan?" asked the headmistress, turning to look at the Hufflepuffs. Despite her question, she wore a very knowing expression, raising an eyebrow expectantly. In addition, there was a certain pride visible in the way she postured herself. Her body stood tall and straight, her chin raised ever so slightly, seeming almost condescending as she waited for a reply. We thought for sure that we were transporting Edward to the potions lab," Susan explained, taking over from Ernie, when he suddenly screamed out Bella's name in his sleep. "What with his ability and everything, we thought that something must have happened to Miss Swan," McGonagall finished. The two students stared on blankly, whilst the professor waved a hand at the formidable feline sat beside her. "Well, as you can see, Miss Swan is perfectly fine, though I am afraid the same can be said for Mr. Lestrange." With a flick of her head, she indicated the man sprawled out behind her. Susan and Ernie's eyes very nearly popped out of their sockets as they stared at the fallen enemy, filling with an intense respect as they turned them on Bella, who was once again staring out into the distance. "I think, perhaps, the Death Eaters will seriously think twice the next time they decide to come knocking on Hogwarts doors. Wouldn't you agree?" The Hufflepuffs nodded, still utterly speechless. Professor McGonagall turned to address Bella then, eager to hear the answers the witch had earlier promised her. "Now, Miss Swan, would you mind telling me how she didn't have time to finish?" Though without warning, the lioness stood from her sitting position and loped steadily away, heading in the direction of the Hogwarts gates, her mind focused entirely on defending the territory. Harry made to go after her, but McGonagall held a hand out to stop him. "No, let her go. The first few times are the same for everyone. You have to let the instincts play out. When she's convinced herself that they're not coming back, she'll return to her natural form." She sighed then, and said, "I suppose I'd better go inform Kingsley. I have a few strong words for him this morning. Are the Hufflepuffs and Slytherins safe?" "Yes, I've had the house elves transport the Hufflepuffs to St. Mungo's. The Death Eaters lit their common room with fiendfire." The headmistress' expression filled with alarm. Harry rushed to explain. "No one was seriously hurt, but the smoke was fairly thick. I figured it was best to get them all checked out." "Yes, that was a very sensible idea. There was one more casualty though, Avery. Selwyn erased his memory before he left, but he's in a pretty bad state. He sort of provoked Bella." McGonagall chuckled once. "How very stupid of him. It seems that anyone who upsets that girl gets it in the end, whether by another's hands or her own." "Very well, Mr. Potter. Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, please alert Madame Pomfrey and have her see to him. The professors and I will take care of the rest." The crowd dispersed a little then, the staff heading off to take care of the school, whilst Harry, Ron, and Hermione set about fulfilling the headmistress' instructions, leaving the rest of the students behind, each of whom continued to stare after the lioness. The sky was beginning to lighten now, the horizon turning a soft lilac. It was difficult to believe that there were still oblivious people scattered throughout the castle. So many peaceful sleepers, all completely unaware. That was when I remembered Rosalie. Although the fall hadn't caused her physical pain, her body had been jostled as she'd hit the ground, and she hadn't been able to do anything to stop it. For that reason, her mind had associated that with the powerlessness she'd experienced in her past, conjuring images of the men who'd ruined her life. Those faces had vanished now, however, only to be replaced with that of a dark-haired toddler, whose big blue eyes stared back at my weeping sister through a sheet of unbreakable glass. Rosalie banged her fist against the screen, desperate to reach the boy on the other side. Her alabaster cheeks were streaked with tears, and she screamed out a cry so pain-filled and devoid of hope that I suddenly felt as if my heart was suffering the same torture that Draco had had to endure. I quickly switched perspectives, unable to bear another moment. Emmett was taking on an army of bears. He seemed to be enjoying the challenge. Clearly, the effects of his fall had not been quite as serious. I put the thoughts of everyone else out of my head, concentrating only on Bella and my own. She was following the trail down to the gates, running at a maintainable pace. Every 50 meters or so, she would stop to inhale the recent human scents, committing them to memory, ensuring each one ran all the way to the boundary line. Predictably, none of them deviated from the path each escapee had been desperate to get away. They hadn't counted on meeting an opposition, all assuming that the castle's inhabitants would unsuspectingly be tucked away in their beds. The plan had been to sneak in quickly, torch the Gryffindor Tower, and get out before the teachers and other students had time to do anything about it. Fortunately, things had taken a turn for the worst for them, and rather than taking out their targets, they had had their ranks thinned. After reaching the gates, Bella began to prowl the grounds, gradually making her way around the perimeter. Dawn's shining fingers were spanning across the sky when I finally began to drift awake, the brilliant golds in the east merging into the soft blues of the west. I blinked my eyes open to the stone ceiling of the potions lab, taking a few moments to gather my wits. The last few hours had been some of the most horrific I'd ever know. They made me feel completely and utterly impotent, rendered useless as the lives of Bella and my friends were threatened. Thoughts of the girl had me charging from the dungeons. I was so desperate to see her that my speed set the air whistling. I hurtled through the entrance hall and out the door, shooting around the edge of the castle towards the desired inner voice, which flared on the edge of my radar. I coasted to a stop as Emmett came into view. He was knelt on the grass, holding Rosalie's body in his arms. He rocked her gently, and made soothing sushing noises into her ear as she whimpered in her sleep. As I approached, his eyes landed on me, his expression both distressed and demanding. "What the hell happened? Why are we out here?" I crouched down beside him, sighing heavily as I stroked my sister's forehead. "Hogwarts was attacked last night." "Explain." Jasper and Alice joined us then, both equally confused. I filled them in on everything that had happened, explaining how it had been the empathia which had alerted Bella to impending danger. "I don't believe it," Jasper said, shaking his head. "We were roaming the grounds after you left with Bella last night. If we'd stayed out a few more hours, we could have stopped all of this." Emmett and Rosalie had been roaming the grounds too. They'd returned to bed later than Alice and Jasper, hence the reason why Rosalie was the last to wake. As usual, Emmett's massive size meant that he used the potion up faster than anyone else, which was why he'd woke in the same time as Jasper and Alice, even though they'd had a good 30 minutes on him. "What's wrong with Rosalie?" Alice asked, her voice dripping with worry. "The fall affected her dreams," I said sadly. "She had to relive what happened in Rochester." Emmett's hands bunched into tight fists at this, whilst a low growl ripped through his teeth, and face what she lost during the transformation. My sister whimpered once more, before her eyes finally opened. For the first few moments, the only emotion she exhibited was confusion. "Hey, baby," Emmett whispered gently, staring lovingly into her face. "Baby." A gasp of pain ripped suddenly through her teeth. Emmett clutched her tighter, refusing to let go as she rode out the wave of tearless sobs. "SSSSSSH," he whispered again, stroking her golden hair. "I am here, you safe. SSSSSH. Alice, Jasper and I waited off to the side, allowing our grieving sister some space to recover. For a solid 5 minutes, she cried into her husband's shoulder, unable to get the image of the boy out of her head. It was Emmett's face that eventually brought her back. She saw those features, the dimples, the blue eyes, the dark curly hair, and was grateful once again that she had found him. After finally collecting herself, she demanded the details of the previous night, just like the others had. I filled her in quickly, eager to meet Bella, to have her back in my arms. "Where is she?" Jasper asked as we shot across the grounds. "The Forbidden Forest," Alice and I said together, the two of us leading the way. We crossed her scent 100 meters from the trees, following it as it led us into the thick maze. I was surprised to find that Bella's lion smell was exactly the same as her human one. I hadn't expected that. Then, of course, I remembered what she'd said when the headmistress had visited our home in July. Though animagi could alter their physical shape and size, they were still completely human, whereas the Quileutes were descended from wolves, two spirits locked in one body. Her thoughts ran through my mind as we neared. She knew we were coming, having discerned the crunching of leaves under our feet. She tensed at our approach, awaiting our arrival in a narrow clearing. I slowed to a walk when we were about 20 meters away, not wanting to frighten her. Alice was the only one out of my siblings who didn't gasp at the initial sight. Though I'd already known what to expect after seeing her through human eyes, I wasn't any less blown away. Now, thanks to my vampiric sight, I could appreciate her fully, every hair, every fleck of color, every curve of her feline face and body, every incredible, minute detail. She was perched on a blanket of golden leaves, the colors contrasting wonderfully against her white coat. Her large golden eyes flashed from one vampire to the next, first Alice, then Jasper, next Rosalie, then Emmett, lastly, me. They were aware and intelligent, and although the presence of my siblings initially triggered a slight anxiety, that emotion quickly vanished, her mind finding its balance once more. Pride was the word that registered first. She corrected herself a second later. Family, my vampires, my vampire family, Emmett, Jasper, Alice, Rose, and, she stood, pausing briefly, before taking a step forward. Is that really Bella? Jasper gasped, unable to accept the dazzling vision before him. Her scent, however, was even more potent at present, rising off her in waves with the increase in her body heat. My eyes raked over her as she slowly approached us, all the way from the tips of her rounded ears to the sharp points of her claws. I smiled widely as, for the first time, I noticed a strange set of markings on her two front legs. Just above her right paw, there was a thin gray ring circling her leg. On one side, there was a strange shape that looked a little bit like a wolf. On the other, clear and defined, lay a perfectly formed heart, a silver tattoo against the white skin. On the left leg lay a similar circle, which was an obvious representation of Esme's bracelet. None of these, though, were the reason for my smile. There, on the paw where her engagement ring should have laid, printed forever onto her fourth toe, was a perfectly formed silver band. My heart felt as if it would swell to twice its size as I realized this marking would be recorded when she was registered, the best possible symbol of my love for her, now an eternal, identifying feature written into her very skin. I hadn't been prepared for how much I would like that. My brothers and sisters were silent as Bella halted before us, their minds four separate maelstroms of awe. Emmett's eyes zeroed in on the blood covering her muzzle, and he realized once and for all the truth we all should have seen from the very beginning. I think, being what we are, Edward, we don't always recognize the strength in humans. Since becoming a vampire, I've always thought them weak, both in mind and body. Even after the battle in May, I still could never see Bella for what she really is. Wands, to me, sometimes seem like guns, powerful, but separate from the one holding them. You know, I am not the kind of person who can judge someone's strength based on the weapon they carry. I nodded, understanding his point. I can see her properly now though, he continued, speaking more to himself than to me. She really is a warrior, willing to go to any length to protect what she loves. She's more like us than we give her credit. Maybe that's the reason for her white skin and golden eyes. She was born to be a Cullen. Emmett's moment of insight, thanks to his vampiric mind, had taken little more than a few seconds. Even so, in all the time that I had known him, he had never shared with me one as significant as this. Though both of my brothers had gradually developed a very deep respect for Bella, it had never been as great as it was today. Carefully, I edged my way towards the lioness, crouching low so that our eyes were level. The need to touch her to ensure that she was real, rather than an incredible trick of my imagination, was too great to resist. Raising my hand to the snowy fur of her neck, I marveled at the way it felt beneath my fingertips. She's so beautiful, Alice murmured behind me. Strong and lovely, beautiful, beautiful, I repeated, unable to tear my eyes from Bella's. Her tail gracefully stroked the air behind her, completely relaxed now, thanks to Jasper's influence. Edward, and then, suddenly, her carefully balanced mind tipped, instinct dropping away as the human emotions exploded to the surface. I flashed backwards in an instant, allowing her the space she needed to transform. The entire thing happened extremely quickly, her bone structure shifting swiftly into a human arrangement, her face returning to its heart-like shape, the thousands of white hairs morphing into thin pajamas, deep gold melting into rich chocolate. My family stood like silent statues as the human Bella made her reappearance, her heart beating madly, eyes still wide and wild. In those first few moments, she seemed completely disoriented, the lioness lingering close to the surface. As the seconds passed, However, the realization crept onto her face. In the last moment before her mind went into lockdown, she remembered the blood that had stained her beautiful white coat, and how it had got there. She touched a hand to her mouth, and glanced down a second later at her red fingers. The crimson fluid still clung to her lips, chin, and nose, becoming sticky as it coalesced with the air. I'd expected her to react in her usual way and grow pale with nausea. She didn't though, much to my surprise. Instead, her eyes flew wide and landed on me, seeming to fill with some kind of fear and a silent plea. I slowly closed the distance between us once again, leaving only an inch to separate her from me. Even with her defenses up, her thoughts were easy to read, etched clearly along every line of her expression. She was afraid of what I would think of her now after the 2 violent attacks she'd executed during the night. Sliding a finger under her chin, I tilted her face up, thereby preventing her from avoiding my gaze. I wanted her to look at me when I said what needed to be said. I wanted her to see the conviction in my eyes. Never, I said roughly, my voice thick with emotion, never in my life have I been as proud as I am now. Shock flashed across her face, unprepared as she was for my words. She inhaled a shaky breath, blinking back tears, and whispered, "But I killed Rabaston Lestrange. He's dead because of me." "No," I disagreed, "he's dead because he hit himself instead of you. You weren't the one who fired the curse, Bella. He did that himself." She swallowed, nodding slowly. "And Avery, is he dead?" "He lost a lot of blood." "He's alive," I confirmed, checking for his voice. Madame Pomfrey was tending to his unconscious body in the hospital wing, carefully pouring a blood-replenishing potion into his mouth. She'd already seen to his wounds, her expert healing leaving his neck free of its earlier punctures. Physically, he'll be fine. I am not so sure about his mind though. Selwyn wiped it, I remember. She looked past me then to the others, her expression wary. Emmett, as usual, broke the tension. "Can't believe you got to have all the fun," he grumbled. "Of all the rotten luck." We all laughed at that, except Rosalie, of course, who couldn't find it in herself at present. All things considered, I didn't blame her. A wave of excitement suddenly swept over Bella's face. She bounced once on her toes, wearing a grin so wide that it practically stretched from ear to ear. "Edward, I did it. I did it. You did it," I beamed, thrilled by her achievement. "I am an animagus. You were amazing," I almost sang, lifting her into the air. I held her up like a trophy, spinning with her over the forest floor, before gently lowering her back into my arms. More than once I had to remind myself that she was human. If I hadn't, I probably would have crushed her bones from hugging her too tightly. "I have to admit it, Bella," Jasper smirked, shaking his head lightheartedly, "what you did just now was pretty spectacular. I think that's 1 point for the witches and wizards." Emmett's head snapped to our brother. Dude, the empath teased, mimicking the look of disbelief. "Are you serious? You can back the competition. And especially not today." "Why not?" "Because I am already bummed that we missed out on the action, that's why. Belonging to the coolest species on the planet is one of the only consolations right now." "Don't take it away from me." My lips pressed into a hard line as I tried to suppress the laughter. Even Rosalie smiled a little. "Can you do it again?" Alice asked suddenly, looking at Bella beseechingly. Bella blinked, her expression uncertain as she considered my sister's words. The barriers dropped in an instant, revealing a whooshing stream of consciousness, a lion-like splodge recalled from deep within. In the last moment before she forced the creature forwards, Bella smiled an eye-crinkling grin, her euphoric laughter morphing into playful growls. The lioness burst out from the slender beauty, like a coat turned inside out. It kind of amused me to think of it that way, silk in, fur out, as if the girl were actually hiding inside the feline's body. "Sorry, Jasper laughed, eyes wide with wonder, "but it." Yeah, I know. A point to witches and wizards." Though he tried to look sufficiently grumpy, Emmett couldn't keep the awe from seeping onto his face any more than the rest of us. Bella bounded giddily around the narrow clearing, her tail swinging out behind her. She came to a stop by the base of a large beech tree, her eyes cast up to the higher branches, where dozens of birds were sat, watching her carefully. Suddenly, a massive, guttural roar burst through her open mouth, the awesome sound provoking the feathery spectators into frightened flight. I could practically hear the laugh rumbling in Bella's chest as she turned back to us, eyes bright with amusement. "Edward," Jasper said to me, "your girlfriend is seriously cool." "Well, duh." We both laughed loudly at my witty reply. Bella cocked her head to the side, her expression confused. For a moment there, Jasper sounded like an actual teenager. It happens so rarely that I had to poke fun. The lioness rolled her eyes, coming to stand by us then. Alice danced forwards, compelled by sheer intrigue. She carefully ran her hands along Bella's back, exploring the muscle and bone structure. "Fascinating," she murmured, eyes wide. Bella sat calmly as the others drew closer, humoring my siblings just this once. "Damn," said Emmett as she showed him her teeth. "Those things are huge. I wonder if you'll be able to carry this talent into your next life, Bella," Jasper wondered aloud. His words set the rest of us pondering. Emmett's eyes gradually grew larger and larger as he considered what those enormous canines could do if they were as strong as a vampire's. Afterwards, he began considering other things. She's going to be a tank. Lions are faster and stronger than humans. Would a vampire lion be faster and stronger than a humanoid vampire? 4 legs to run with, so faster than Edward. My eyes narrowed competitively. And all that muscle, will she be stronger than No? No way. Nope. 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 No way. He continued the chant for an extra minute. I was struggling to keep it together by the time he finished, ready to burst into a fit of laughter. Emmett in denial made for great comedy value in my opinion. I could have sat there all day and marveled over Bella, but Rosalie finally suggested we head back to the castle, which I couldn't help but think a good idea. There were still things we had to see to, such as the problem of the cursed divination teacher. No one, excluding our small party, knew of Professor Trelawney's current predicament. We'd have to get her help immediately. Bella looked at me just before we were about to set off, her eyes smiling. "Run. We'll keep to your pace," I nodded, smiling back at her. And so, we all began our sprint back to the castle. My brothers and sisters, like me, couldn't take their eyes off Bella, too absorbed in her fluid bounds and uncharacteristic gracefulness. It was the first time since becoming a vampire that I nearly hit a tree. We kept a steady 30 miles an hour the entire way back. I knew that Bella was able to run faster, but since lions could only achieve their top speed in short bursts, I didn't want to push her too hard. She nudged my leg as we reached the castle doors, springing excitedly, much to my family's amusement. The lioness sunk back beneath the surface then as the girl returned. I slung my arm around her shoulders as we entered the castle, pulling her past the grand hall, which was now completely full with Gryffindors, Slytherins, and Ravenclaws, all immersed in frantic discussion about the night's events. It didn't surprise me how often Bella's name cropped up. The news of her transformation and what it had meant for the Death Eaters was too juicy for them to pass up on. Her name was hot on even Slytherin tongues. "Did you see the way she latched onto his throat?" Astoria Greengrass said to her sister, Daphne. "Who didn't?" I was surprised she didn't rip it out. I wish she had. He deserved it after what he did to Draco. On the next table, a few of the Ravenclaws had seated themselves by the Gryffindors, eager to take part in the conversation. I didn't even know there was such a thing as a white lion. "Did they actually exist then?" asked Ernie Macmillan. "Oh, yeah," said Terry Boot. "They real all right. Extremely rare though. A recessive gene triggers the coloring. They found on the plains of South Africa." "And she leapt at him like you wouldn't believe," Seamus exclaimed, using his hands to express the action more effectively. "This massive, white lioness, with teeth longer than my bloody wand." He held it up for the crowd to see, clearly exaggerating the actual truth. I chuckled to myself, shaking my head as we turned onto the second floor of the grand staircase. Most of the paintings had been left unharmed, but a few had been damaged during the explosions. Luckily, all of the portrait people were fine. It was an inconvenience for them more than anything else, meaning that the intact frames would just be a little crowded until the other canvases could be restored. Bella yawned widely as we neared Gryffindor Tower. I was tempted to pick her up and carry her to bed, aware of how exhausted she was. She wouldn't have liked that though, and we still had to visit the head's office, so I settled for pressing her closer against my side, enjoying the feeling of her skin against mine. We were just about to turn onto the next flight of stairs when the door to the 5th floor swung open. A smiling Carlyle and Esme stepped out of the corridor, looking pristine as ever in their morning attire. My father was garbed in the green uniformed robes of St. Mungo S, whilst my mother looked lovely in a violet knee-length dress, which she wore under thin black robes. They froze instantly as the sight before them assaulted their eyes: the crumbling walls, the missing rock in the railing, the scorched paintings, their children wandering about the castle in pajamas, Bella's blood-smeared jaw. Immediately, the cheer dropped from their expressions, replaced instead with a muddle of negative emotion. I witnessed everything from confusion to fright as it played across their faces. After a few moments of complete and utter stillness, Carlyle's eyes zeroed in on me. Did we miss something? No one seemed to know quite what to say, except for Emmett, of course, who had total sympathy for the perplexed leader of our family. Dad, I know exactly how you feel. I don't care what your intentions were, Kingsley, McGonagall shouted. You endangered my students when you invited your leak into the castle. Now I don't know how this happened, but, I assure you, I am going to get to the bottom of it, and when I... Ahem, Carlyle coughed, poking his head through the door. Sorry to interrupt, Minerva, but I believe you wanted to see Bella. Ah, yes, come in, come in. We filed into the office then, Bella, my family and I standing opposite the minister and the headmistress. Kingsley looked exceptionally worn, little bags forming beneath his eyes. His sapphire robes were full of creases, as if he'd thrown his uniform on in a hurry, selecting something he'd had on days before. Alice's eyes narrowed. I smirked. So, McGonagall said, looking directly at Bella, would you care to explain how you discovered the Death Eaters and their plan? Bella took a deep, calming breath, memories of earlier hours filling her mind. When she was sufficiently relaxed, she launched into her explanation, retelling the story from her perspective. McGonagall looked horrified upon discovering that a member of staff had been imperious, but didn't interrupt the tale, listening carefully all the way to its conclusion. She shook her head then, sighing heavily. That's the second time one of Horace's start-of-term potions has aided a battle. I have to thank you also, Edward. Inviting you and your family to Hogwarts proved to be a very smart move. I was happy to help, I told her. I only wish I could have done more. She nodded gravely, her eyes falling out of focus. Perhaps it wasn't such a good idea to make your sleeping compulsory. We'd certainly avoid issues like this in the future if you were awake. She directed a sharp glance at Kingsley then, and said, not that anything like this shall ever be happening again. The only people with access to Hogwarts from now on, at least until the Death Eaters are captured, shall be the students and teachers. I'll make an exception today, she continued, her mouth pulling up slightly at the corners, since we need to get you registered as an animagus, Miss Swan. Bella's brow suddenly creased in surprise. Today? Yes. I requested a registrar earlier this morning. He should be arriving any minute. Sure enough, 137 seconds later, a squat, pink-faced wizard with a bulbous nose and thick, white mutton chops came waddling into the room. Hello, hello, I am Griswold Bizelwax, he greeted us cheerfully. After we'd run through the proper introductions, his gaze landed on Bella. So, you must be the young animagus I am here to register. She blushed and nodded, spiffing. We'd best be getting on with it then, hadn't we? He flicked his wand at the briefcase by his side, which opened to release a ministry-stamped piece of parchment, a quill, and a pad of ink, the kind you'd use for fingerprinting. The quill hovered over the paper as Bizelwax clapped his hands together. Right, Miss Swan, if you wouldn't mind, please assume you second shape. I need to get a good look at you. My siblings and I took a step back, giving her some room. Evidently, no one had informed the registrar of the fact that Bella's animal form was a giant cat measuring 5'9" in head and body length. When she morphed, the unsuspecting man yelped and fell flat on his behind. Bella met my gaze, then. I smirked at her. Don't laugh, she warned. You laugh, I will laugh. My laugh is big. Man will think I want to eat him. I pressed my lips together, trying to stick to her instructions. Carlyle and Esme's thoughts helped me relax. They were both staring on in wonderment at the lioness before them. She's glorious, thought Carlyle, casting his mind back over all the documentaries he'd seen on the great African cats. Large, even for a lioness. A good bone structure. A healthy coat lovely. Whilst my father continued his musings, Beeswax fumbled through his robes for a tape measure. Upon successfully extracting it, it flew from his hand and began to measure the lioness dimensions. The floating quill took them all down quickly, scribbling the details along the parchment. My brothers and I smirked as the man inspected Bella's markings. His discomfort was made obvious by the distance he maintained. He had to lean forwards to see the patterns at first, reluctant as he was to get too close. Perspiration began forming on his forehead as he next carried out a thorough dental inspection. Bella opened her jaw widely for him, revealing her 3-inch canines. The sight made him all the more eager to finish up as quickly as possible. After taking down her weight, which was over 3.5 the times that of her normal mass, he recorded the measurements of her tail. She didn't like that at all, and fidgeted whenever he tried to grasp it. She even whacked him in the face with it at one point, finally reaching the end of her tether. Meanwhile, the exhauster minister and I were engaging in a silent conversation. You didn't see the face of the informant in their minds. I shook my head. The Death Eaters had all been too focused on the task at hand to be worrying about other things. We were still no closer to discovering the cursed witch or wizard. At least we know they were definitely at the ball, Kingsley reasoned. That at least gives us a starting point. But that's all, I thought to myself. No more clues than that. I wasn't foolish enough to hope that Professor Trelawney would be able to give us any information. Whoever had cursed her wouldn't have been stupid enough to leave her memory untouched. Well, that's it, Miss Swan, Beeswax said, the relief clear in his voice. There's only one more thing I need from you before you turn back a signature. He placed the parchment and the quill on the floor at her feet, indicating a dotted line in the bottom, right-hand corner. Bella stared up from the page and into the man's face, her golden eyes never moving a millimeter, even when she heard his cough of discomfort. Mr. Beeswax, I said eventually, holding back a chuckle, Bella has no opposable thumbs. Oh, of course. I am so sorry, stupid of me. He snatched the quill back, replacing it instead with the ink pad. As the lioness pressed her right paw down onto it, something glittered in my periphery. From the corner of my eye, I saw Professor McGonagall, who was standing off to one side, out of the view of the others. The second Bella stamped her print onto the line, a single glistening tear spilled over onto the teacher's cheek. She wiped it away gently a moment after, her face suddenly softer than usual. Congratulations, Miss Swan, Griswold said formally. You are now a legal and fully certified animagus. BPOV. The sky became alive with mystic purples, pulsing reds, and superb golds, geared up to welcome the brand new day with the wondrous display. There wasn't a cloud in sight, as of yet, for which I was extraordinarily thankful. Regardless of all that, the autumn frost hung in the air like a malicious bully, biting and nipping my skin until my palms had been raw. I pulled my iciness cloak tighter around me, stuffing my arms into the internal wallet, even as tucking my chin below my thick woolen scarf. Talto fluttered onto my shoulders, nibbling my ear affectionately. Hiya, you, I said, smiling. Been looking. Any other smooth nibble? Have you seen Edward? He wasn't inside the commonplace room after I wakened. He and his siblings hadn't slept since the night the Demise Eaters had invaded the fort. Understandably, now not one in every of them become inclined to make themselves that susceptible now, Edward mainly, who had proclaimed that defense of me could in no way be beyond him again. Talto shook his head. I see. I ponder wherein he is. Right here, a velvety voice got here from in the back of. I tensed, before casting a look over my shoulder. There he stood, my vampire, casually wearing jeans and a gray scoop neck, looking just as glorious and adorable as ever as he flashed his crooked smile. My heart stuttered. Where were you? I inquired softly, wandering the citadel with the others. He got here to sit with the aid of me on the bleachers, his expression peaceful as he gazed on the sunrise. My owl hopped to his shoulder, greeting him as he had me. Edward smiled broadly, and stroked Talto's breast as he endured. I am satisfied. Professor McGonagall reconsidered the sleeping rule. There's so much to explore, so many new matters to analyze. This place is truly a fresh trade from high college repetition. He checked out me then, his expression suddenly intense. Enough approximately that although. What are you doing out here? It is not even 6 yet, Bella. I sighed, my eyes roaming over the Quidditch pitch. Thinking about the healthy. That amongst other things. Edward inhaled a deep breath, lightly casting an arm round my shoulders. I threw him a shaky smile. It's nothing, virtually. I am the identical every year it's simply. Nerves, he finished. I nodded, simply before he gently caught my chin along with his fingertips, tilting my face till I met his gaze. The only issue anybody expects of you is so that you can do your fine. Whether Gryffindor win or lose. I might not lose, I declared significantly, slicing him off. His lips twitched in enjoyment. Okay. What approximately the alternative things though? What else is bothering you? What isn't always bothering me? I leaned into his chest and gave a heavy sigh. The whole thing. I feel as disturbing as a cat in a dog pound just thinking about all of it. It could not have come at a worse time. Below some other instances, I think perhaps Edward, too, were displaying similar signs of stress. However, with the imminent sport, he regarded greater concern with my frame of thoughts than something else. He didn't want me to ought to deal with all of the extra anxieties once I already had all the hopes of Gryffindor urgent down upon me. Perhaps that turned into why he felt the need to drag me into his lap, and slide his palms up to my shoulders, which he then proceeded to rub down. Slowly, however absolutely, the tension changed into tired from every inch of my return, as he expertly rubbed circles towards every knot. He was so good at it that I had to suppress the urge to drool, although I used to be powerless to save you the occasional moan. How did I no longer realize about this? I all but slurred. Edward chuckled. He began from the top of my neck, step by step working his way downwards till he reached the bottom of my backbone, turning every bone to jelly as he moved over them together with his clever thumbs. As he magically removed the support presented through my backbone, I started slumping forwards, until, sooner or later, my face became pressed in opposition to my knees. My palms dropped limply to my facets, the tingling sensation extending all of the way to my fingertips. Another time, how should I have now not regarded about this? Why had I now not been informed of this scrumptious skills earlier than? Without creating a aware effort to achieve this, my shield slipped away. I did not even hassle trying to do not forget it, because I was already too busy teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. Now, completely and fully comfortable, the pull of sleep became a long way too exceptional to resist, even as the chilly morning air persisted to wash in opposition to my skin. As I drifted deeper into the dream world, the occasions of the final week coasted via my mind, and I saw flashes of the entirety from the conflict itself to its aftermath. Cackling figures loomed before my eyes, their bodies covered with black slithering snakes, which hissed ominously upon catching sight of me. Abruptly, the shapes transformed, the sinister men forming the dark trunks of a thick wooded area, at the same time as the lethal reptiles twisted into leafless branches, like hundreds of contorted fingers. The wooded area became like a cage, the timber positioned so near collectively that there was little to separate them from the bars of a prison mobile, impossible to maneuver through. Despite the fact that, I attempted, however only ended up getting scratched by means of the sharp snake-like branches. A low growl from at the back of halted my efforts, and that I grew to become to see a astonishing white lioness, with eyes as golden because the sunrise, stalking forwards. I felt no worry as she approached, only a profound remedy. She lightly butted my hand with the crown of her head as I held it out to her, and for the briefest moment, my hands seemed to merge together with her skin, as though sewn in area by way of some invisible thread. The lioness directed one remaining study me, seeming to smile almost, before she leapt forwards to the nearest tree, and swiped at the thick trunk along with her deadly steel-like claws. The trunk turned into sliced in half of right away, and toppled backwards onto some other, which fell to with the weight of the collision, a series response now set in movement. One after the other, the black columns fell, clearing a pathway out of the wooded area. I accompanied after the deadly pussycat, hiking over the trees she dissevered. Horror swirled in my belly as I realized they were bleeding, each stump oozing a candy-smelling, crimson sap. It transferred onto my clothing as I brushed in opposition to it, and stained the lioness' beautiful snowy coat. She turned as I hesitated, her eyes expressive enough to carry her mind. "You would they died in there," Someone needed to fall. Might you alternatively it had been you. A shiver ran through me as I regarded down on the floor. The blood changed into seeping onto the grass and moss below my feet, dyeing it crimson, until no hint of the previous emerald tones was left. The lioness turned into proper it convey been my blood staining the landscape. I used to be unexpectedly satisfied that it wasn't he. The lioness changed into nevertheless awaiting a response. No, I advised her. At once, she turned, resuming her walk in the direction of the edge of the wooded area. We exited onto the pinnacle of a huge valley. The alternative slope turned into lush with greenery and plants. Dahlias, foxgloves, hydrangea, campanula, lilies and delphinium protected the decrease 1-2, sweeping upwards into acres of red heather, which appeared cute against the countless stretch of blue sky. It differed significantly from the side I used to be status on, which become barren in contrast, not anything but a few lifeless bushes scattered over a muddy decline. Keeping apart the two halves become a crimson river, which ran at once down the center of the valley. As I seemed down, I discerned a parent sat beside it. The man or woman had their lower back to me, their face hidden from view, although I guessed it changed into a girl, judging through the loosely curled, golden locks cascading down her back. Curious, I made my way down the slope towards her, the lioness transferring at my facet. I cannot get through out, she wept desolately, sensing my presence. I can reach him. Attain who? I cannot reach him, she stated again, extending an arm out to no one in particular. As I reached the woman's facet, I realized who she turned into. Rosalie's golden eyes were overflowing with tears, and appeared to be searching at something a long way off on the opposite aspect of the river. I squinted at the height of the valley, amazed once I caught a small darkish splash in opposition to the heather. A tiny boy became peeping out from it. He became only a toddler, and changed into with the aid of a long way the maximum lovely infant ID ever visible. His head was blanketed in a mass of thick, brown curls. Two violet eyes were encrusted into shimmering pores and skin, which was so light, for the most component, that it rivaled the vampire's beside me. The handiest difference become the faint pink tinting his cheeks. His eyelids have been a tender lilac, just like the sky earlier than the dawn. The boy waved from his hiding spot, smiling abruptly to show a row of perfect, snowy teeth, which glistened as they reflected the mild. Rosalie whimpered yet again, I cannot attain him. It became in that moment that I knew I was dreaming, for the scene caused a reminiscence of a communication I had had with Rose a couple of days following the conflict. After the trauma brought on by way of her dream, she requested to talk with me on my own. We would ended up on the top of the astronomy tower, sat facet through aspect, our backs to the parapet. I realized this might be a useless hope, Bella, however ever since you opened our eyes to magic confirmed us that it does exist. In spite of everything I have constantly questioned whether or not there may be an opportunity that I should. I sighed, closing my eyes as she trailed off. They flashed open as I felt a set of bloodless arms weave via my heat ones. Rosalie smiled at me unfortunately, seeming to recognize already what my answer would be. I am sorry, I informed her, devastated that I needed to be the one to supply this crushing news. However, as some distance as I recognize, there's no cure for vampirism. Her expression have become even greater forlorn, her eyes swimming with invisible tears. I clutched her hand tighter, wishing there was greater I ought to have done to consolation her. I'd guessed as a good deal, she whispered. Time's the only preserving me prisoner, in any case. What magic is there that could triumph over it? I ought to have told her at that factor that there was in reality this type of factor. It would not have mattered although there was no manner a time-turner necklace could be sufficient to clear up her troubles. So there's no desire, then. I'll in no way be a mom. She leaned into me, as though abruptly wanting the support. I placed my arm round her bloodless shoulders. I would not say that, I murmured, feeling her stiffen. I bit my lip, realizing I had to maintain cautiously. If there's something I have learned through the years, it's that not anything is not possible. Edward's reunion together with his mom, and Harry's go back from the dead, had proved that. Perhaps there is magic accessible undiscovered and ready that could come up with what you need. I can promise it, and I don't want to provide you false desire, Rosalie. However, if an answer does exist, you may not discover it within the Muggle International. My words seemed to console her a fraction. She gave a small smile as she sat up, and said, thanks, Bella. That changed into high quality to hear. I are aware of it probable by no means occur, but simply to have the slightest hope is greater than I ever had earlier than. Her eyes held a kindness and deep sincerity as she persevered. Once upon a time, I in no way might they believed I'd say this, but I without a doubt am satisfied that Edward found you. All of our lives have advanced so appreciably due to it. And your emotions about him converting me, I question tentatively, have they changed? Her face fell instantly, causing my stomach to clench. It truly is a touch hard to answer. For the longest time, she didn't talk, so I twiddled my thumbs nervously as I waited for her silence to break. I should have spent at the least a minute tracing my eyes over the cracks inside the stone ground earlier than she commenced issuing her reshaped opinion. I think I sooner or later recognize Edward's point of view. I want you inside the circle of relatives for sure, and understanding what you carry to it. Selfishly, I can deny that I'd pick your time with us to increase past the regular human existence span. But, however, it does not make it proper, she said lamentably, shaking her head. It is an egocentric wish, one which I need for myself and my family, Edward mainly. However, I need so much greater for you, Bella. I want you to have what I can I will remember the fact that, I nodded, relieved that she wasn't totally opposed to my becoming a vampire. I checked out her beseechingly then. I can provide him up, even though, Rosalie, I may want to by no means stay without Edward. I recognize, she sighed. I would not assume you to any extra. Being the manner that I am, I every so often forget about that what might they been right for me isn't always the right component for all people else. I suppose it is simpler to surrender something you have never had than something you love extra than your very own life. After a second of silence, I labored up the braveness to ask her whether we'd nevertheless be pals once I used to be subsequently immortal. She smiled gently, and in that, I knew I had my solution. The reminiscence diminished, and I was faced another time with the worrying valley setting. I cannot get across, the dream, Rosalie wailed, louder this time, her determined eyes locked on the kid at the top of the valley, who persevered to grin down at her, adoration stamped across his beautiful face. It wasn't until the vampire started thrashing wildly that I realized her frame became wrapped in chains. From each one hung a pocket watch, each man or woman in fashion and length, some silver, some gold, and some bronze. The simplest thing any of them had in commonplace become that none of their hands were shifting, all creepily analyzing the same time. 13 minutes past 1. A small chortle distracted me from the alarming photograph of the incarcerated woman, pulling my attention across the river once more. I looked for the source, conscious that it had to be closer than the boy hiding in the heather. Some other bell-like chuckle chimed through the air. It was high and clean, musical even, and altogether lovable. My eyes caught a flash of bronze via the river financial institution. It disappeared into the dahlia trees, but, before I should make out who it belonged to, although I couldn't see the thriller person, I could tell the direction they have been moving in, for their run disturbed the tall, round blooms, all of which had been ruffled in succession, as if committing to some sort of Mexican wave. Hi there, I known as, running parallel to the motion. Every other chortle echoed from throughout the river. The rustling stopped, thereby ending my chase. Taking walks as close to the ledge as I dared, I strained up on my tiptoes for a glimpse of the proprietor of the peeling snort. Hey, I said again, scanning the opposite bank. All at once, a tiny face poked out from among a growth of blue and purple delphinium spires. I felt my jaw drop at the beauty earlier than me. The little female might have been no older than 2, yet her pace have been beyond that of an grown-up human. Her large, chocolate eyes, whilst happy and playful, additionally recommended intelligence and know-how. Like the stunning boy, the little girl's white skin shimmered like pearl, her cheeks infused with a smooth rosé. A fountain of bronze curls spilled down round her best, cherubic face. She turned into via a long way the most adorable element I had ever visible. My awe extended as she pulled her light, red lips into a smile, revealing a tiny set of milk teeth, each whiter than the veneers celebrities paid through the nose to attain. An unexpected longing overwhelmed me in an instant, and that I desired nothing more than to dive into river and swim to the child on the opposite aspect. The revulsion triggered with the aid of the blood became the simplest issue that stopped me. It's the only manner we'll attain her, the lioness stated along with her expressive eyes, coming to take a seat beside me. There's south no bridge no different way to go. I don't like blood, I responded. I do not need to swim in it. Then we going to have to live on this side of the valley. The large pussycat reduced herself onto her stomach, laying out in the mud. But the female is past your attain. You cannot have it. Each approaches. So what? I demanded, a little pissed off. I either soar in and get my palms grimy, or live right here for all time. Yup, stated the lioness, no longer fazed by way of the idea of diving into the contemporary. Strive no longer to take too lengthy convincing yourself, although I am bored and I don't have forever. I used to be just about to retort whilst a miles off echo interrupted me. Bella, time to wake up. The valley scene diminished out, replaced with the aid of blackness, which regularly spread out into a hard and fast of inexperienced, glowing eyes. Bella. I groaned quietly and clamped my eyes shut, wriggling similarly into Edward's include. You want to arise now, love, he said, his mild tone now not specifically effective in this situation if whatever it pushed me returned in the direction of sleep. It became a bit louder when he subsequent spoke, although, and that I remembered then that my defenses have been down. It is breakfast time. You do not need to miss it the day of your first healthy, do you? Grr. I experienced drowsy. That is your fault, mister. I am so exact with my hands I can lull Bella into sleep. I used to be extensive unsleeping earlier. He chuckled at my mind, at which factor, something new occurred to me. My eyes snapped open and my defenses shot up. Had been you listening in on my dream? His smile dropped right now as a chain of various emotions crossed his face: guilt, worry, unhappiness, confusion. He looked over my head to in which his siblings were status, and for the primary time, I registered the reality that we had been within the Gryffindor commonplace room. Edward need to have carried me up here whilst I'd been sound asleep. Would you mind giving us a minute, please? They nodded, and headed in the direction of the portrait hole, submitting out in silence. Sure, my vampire said, answering some unvoiced thought. My forehead furrowed questioningly. He observed and enlightened me. They going to look forward to us inside the grand hall. Oh, it was a lame reaction, however I couldn't consider something else to say. I was extraordinarily anxious approximately how Edward could interpret the weird workings of my mind. I hadn't predicted how colorful and vibrant your desires might be, Bella. He shook his head, a crease acting between his eyes. Or how intuitive. How did you come to that conclusion? It changed into only a senseless jumble, just my mind looking to work through the entirety that took place. I am no longer so positive of that. He pursed his lips as he deliberated how to maintain, before pinching the bridge of his nostril and, in the end, sighing. The clocks attached to the chains you do not forget. I nodded. Yes, all of them read 13 minutes beyond one. I closely doubt that become accident. What are you talking approximately? My voice shrill with anxiety. Edward, it's simply that changed into the exact minute that Rosalie's coronary heart stopped beating. A shiver ripped down my backbone, while goosebumps broke out over my skin. I take it she did not inform you of that little element. I shook my head, attempting to compose my expression. Why might she have? So you see matters too, Edward stated. Does that manifest often? It's now not completely unparalleled for witches and wizards, and I suppose you can say I've had intuitive goals earlier than before the healthy on the Quidditch International Cup. When I fell asleep inside the bathtub, I dreamt that I was battering a wasp's nest with a broomstick. A small smile crept its manner onto his face then. Note to self: Bella's psychic window occurs on fit mornings. I grinned and wrapped my palms round his neck, pulling myself towards him. Wait, I stated playfully, keeping up one hand, even as urgent the other to my left temple. I suppose I am getting something. I see myself being kissed by means of an insanely beautiful and ideal vampire in the upcoming destiny. Undesirably, Edward pulled returned a little, in place of meeting my lips with his, instead casting glances across the room. Tut, leave out Swan, he teased. I am very sorry, but I see no ideal vampire everywhere. You ought to refocus your internal eye if you desire to rival Alice. Lacing one hand via his messy bronze hair, even as the usage of the other to grab a fistful of his t-shirt, I tugged him toward me with one forceful pull. Close up and kiss me, Cullen. Turns out I am a psychic in any case. EPOV. I turned into the grand corridor with Bella, my arms entwined with hers. Dozens of heads became to stare at us, or her, alternatively. Though the students had exhausted the gossip of her animagus reputation days in the past, their fascination had yet to wane. She obtained extra recognize now than ever before from the Gryffindor, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students. The Slytherins, not silly sufficient to antagonize her as they once had, absolutely tried to foe she failed to exist. This morning, of Root, was a bit one of a kind, being the first recreation of the season. They hissed as we handed, a few unable to withstand throwing some jeers her way. "Forget about them," she insisted, sensing my anger. "They re the identical each Gryffindor play. Even the concern of vampires wouldn't be able to shut them up on an afternoon like nowadays." I grunted my displeasure, but stored my mouth shut though. It seemed as though I was doing that lots nowadays. At some stage in the communique concerning Bella's dream, I'd desperately desired to carry up the subject of the bronze-haired little girl. The moment I might seen her, my heart had suffered a painful stab, one that had only grown more excruciating when Bella had chased after her. I suspected more than whatever the strikingly lovely infant turned into a maid from her unconscious dreams. My sister's plight had forced her to recollect her own wishes, and what had simply transpired became all the proof I wished that Bella could want the very identical factor sooner or later. But I would be snatching that opportunity far from her. That information set me aching in the very private locations of my soul. If I hadn't recognized already that Bella might discover some alternative way to gain the transformation, regardless, I might have implored her to reconsider her choice. As a minimum, that's what I instructed myself. The fact become I might popular how absolutely and completely selfish I used to be a totally long term in the past. And so, I would saved my mouth close, determined to cover my unexpected despair from the woman who already had sufficient to strain approximately. There was no need to feature any additional stress on the outlet day of the Hogwarts Quidditch season. "Prepared for the big sport?" Emmett asked as we took our seats, rubbing his arms collectively in anticipation. I was happy that his flow turned into ultimately returned to regular. He brazenly sulked for an entire week after sound asleep through the war, but it regarded as although the approaching sporting occasion had stuffed him with full-sized cheer. "As ready as I'll ever be," Bella said flatly, staring down at her toast, which changed into searching it with as an awful lot distaste as a vampire could. "Bella," Alice warned, "you have to devour. You'll need your electricity nowadays." The girl huffed, however did as my sister suggested. The put-up arrived as she took her remaining chew, dozens of owls swooping down to deposit their deliveries. Hermione stuck a rolled-up prophet dropped by way of a jittery screech. Its eyes stored flying to my circle of relatives and me because it waited for Fee. The second one the nuts had been inside the pouch attached to its leg, it took off into the air, flying away at complete speed. I listened to the witch's thoughts as she studied the information, taking inside the brand new at the recent goings-on. The headline study double responsibility for dedicated minister. Beneath changed into an image of a very nerve-wracking searching Kingsley, stood a long guise. I acknowledged one in every of them from the Ball Alpheus, the auburn-haired man who wore status alongside Kingsley in the course of Brown's outburst. His expression became simply as vacant inside the picture as it were that night time. The second guy had a mop of darkish, wavy hair. He had a lean frame, and a clean complexion, trying to be in his past-due 1920s. He wore a completely excellent smile as he amicably grasped the minister's shoulder. Following assaults on Britain's magical and non-magical groups, consisting of the current invasion of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Minister for Magic, Kingsley Shacklebolt, the day past discovered his goal to preserve in Maine the Auror workplace until the Death Eater terrorists are delivered to justice. Despite the fact that his dedication to the safety of society is both noble and magnificent, it begs the question of whether or not those additional efforts will lead to a forget of his ministerial responsibilities. Whilst puzzled, Shacklebolt stated, "I want to guarantee everybody that I shall continue to perform my position as minister to the exceptional of my capacity in the coming months. The safety of harmless witches and wizards, however, is, as always, the primary priority, and with the experience I have accumulated over time as an Auror, I accept as true with my time might be satisfactory spent leading the protecting departments till the fugitives were captured. It is going without saying that the minister's choice has been encouraged through the growing distrust inside the Auror office. His increased presence will now not handiest permit him to take a greater energetic part in the present-day operation, however shall additionally allow for a closer tracking of his personnel. As of but, no indication has been given on who shall be granted the location of head Auror as soon as the assignment has reached its close, but the candidates stay the equal. Although Alpheus Truman became to start with the main competitor, following his superb contribution for the duration of the reign of he who should not be named, his performance for the duration of recent raids has given an edge to rivaling wizards. Sources have discovered that Truman was accountable for hospitalizing colleague, Douglas Twiddle, who changed into hit with a spell supposedly intended for a loss of life eater. I tensed upon listening to this information. It needed to have taken place after Fulplume had observed the Death Eater's most modern hideout. After She-D arrived back at the school, I had learnt from her mind that She-D successfully tracked Crab to a hamlet close to Loch Ness. Sadly, the minister had left only minutes before her go back. He said that he wanted to visit Molly and Arthur Weasley earlier than the news of the attack were given out, scared of the panic that they had suffered after already having lost certainly one of their sons to the Death Eaters. Hire to guarantee Mrs. Weasley straight away of Ron S. and Ginny S. protection. McGonagall had notified him of Fulplume's discovery right away, visiting to the burrow through the Flow network. An afternoon later, an article had seemed inside the paper, telling of the subsequent fight among Aurors and the Dying Eaters. Seemingly, the villains had simply started fleeing their hideout while the law enforcers had arrived. Another tip-off, even though there had most effective been restrained time to deliver it, since the minister had ordered a brief assault. Sadly, but, not one of the loss of life eaters were captured. What made it doubly frustrating changed into that those that had been at some point of the maximum latest Hogwarts battle have been no assist in any respect. While interrogated, that they had insisted that they failed to understand who the informant turned into. They have been telling the reality. It grew to become out that the leaders had decided towards sharing such details with their most recent recruits. It turned into considered too much of a risk for so many to possess that type of facts, especially when there have been positive to be captives taken in some unspecified time in the future. I wasn't sure what to make of Alpheus' badly aimed spell. It did seem a touch suspicious. A completely certified Auror must now not were careless enough to hit his own team. And but a sense in my gut told me that he was innocent, even though I hadn't been capable of examine his mind whilst I'd met him. He changed into an Cullens. His heady scent did not suit that of the person who had attacked Bella though, which reassured me. I continued to contemplate this as I listened to the rest of the article, nonetheless focusing in on Hermione's mind. Iago Cleedon, nicknamed Saber via his colleagues for the sword-like sheath in which he carries his wand, is proving to be an extra than worth contender for the role of head Auror. After Truman's mistake, the responsibility of protecting the injured wizard fell to Saber, who skillfully fended off dangerous mass murderers, Antonin Dolohov and Augustus Rookwood. Whatever Shacklebolt's selection, it is clean that he won't be sharing it till after the crisis has passed. Let us hope that happens soon. Until then, witches and gentle wizards, please region your bets. I frowned at the article's final line. It seemed an incredibly callous cease to alternatively serious trouble. Had the author forgotten approximately the deaths that had came about because of the continued conflict? Hermione slammed the paper down, her mind much like mine. Was wrong. Ron requested via a mouthful of egg in Viscount Street. Albans. Oh, not anything. Just the information setting a damper on my day. After a effective swallow, Ron kissed her at the cheek, and said, "We will have you smiling by means of the afternoon." "Right, Harry." "Right," Harry agreed, grinning broadly. His sunny expression faded as he looked over at Bella, who regarded a bit inexperienced by means of this factor. "Deep breaths, Bella, and prevent worrying. You realize you are always wonderful once you re-out at the pitch." Ron frowned. "I will never apprehend it. How can someone so nimble get such insane degree fright?" "This is Bella," Ginny chuckled. "It is part of her every year ordinary. I think. Well, at the least we are kicking off the season against Ravenclaw, instead of Slytherin, Bells. You may be all warmed up for the very last match. Though we ought to have been competing against Slytherin nowadays, as become tradition for the first recreation of the year, the current assault on Draco had made that impossible. The Dying Eaters had whipped the terrible boy to within an inch of his lifestyles, their lashings sinking via each layer of skin, cutting into his muscle like knives. One were so forceful that it had even punctured his lungs. I hadn't regarded that magical whipping may want to try this, but, in keeping with Hermione, the flagellation he had suffered was a milder shape of the Sectum Sempra curse, thereby inflicting extra damage than what could be achieved through the old punishing instruments. Due to the fact those lashes had been additionally made from a curse, they were not most effective, fatal if left untreated, the victim in chance of bleeding to dying, however also took a massive time to heal, regardless of the help of magic. As the end result, Draco became nonetheless improving within the medical institution wing, leaving the Slytherin team without their seeker. Nobody had argued this time while McGonagall had postponed our healthy in opposition to Slytherin till the end of the year, unlike we had after the incident with Buckbeak, the hippogriff. Regrettably for Draco, he wasn't faking. And so our game towards Ravenclaw had been delivered ahead. We would play the blue and white group early, and the inexperienced and silver one at the season's quit, inside the final, figuring out fit. Do not get complacent just because we now not starting with the principal competition, Bella practically growled. Ravenclaw are a respectable facet. She's proper, said Emmett, who leant across the table in his enthusiasm for the topic. You are going to ought to watch yourself, Ron. You may be okay. If Bella, Ginny and Viola can keep the quaffle out in their arms, however in the event that they manifest to carry it into your half, be equipped. The women, Sue Lee and Morag McDougal, are very small, each in top and common body mass, so even as they'll not be at the same stage as our ladies, they have got less wind resistance to deal with than the alternative players. Sue is the fastest of the two. She owns the most modern Nimbus launch, the 2002. It may do 0 to 130 in 10 seconds. It is strong as well crafted from Turkish maple. Jasper took over then. Morag rides 1001. And even though she's not as short as Sue, she has a median swerve on her. Now, Thackeray Teddington, the 1-3 chaser, is in Ginny's 12 months. He is no longer pretty as nimble or quick as the opposite, however he has got a sturdy arm for a human, so watch yourself if he receives into the taking pictures vicinity. How do you already know all this? Ron puzzled all of a sudden, amazed through the extent of the vampire's information. My brothers exchanged a couple of mischievous smiles, supplying Ginny with a strong reminder of Fred and George. She smiled unluckily, however refused to be submerged in melancholy. On every occasion the opposite houses are out working towards, we sneak to the pinnacle of the astronomy tower and watch them play, Emmett confessed. It's a decent view if you happen to be a vampire. Ron wasn't the most effective one to sit a touch straighter upon hearing this news, nor was he the only person who became abruptly giving the boys his entire attention. Clean to discern what is being said as properly, Jasper smirked, if you have listening to like ours. Inform us everything, Harry and Bella demanded together. I felt my lips spreading into a diabolical grin, similar to those of my brothers as I read their thoughts. The three of us leaned in closer, like the maximum gifted secret sellers, and launched into moved quickly whisperings and assured explanations, passing at the intelligence that might deliver Gryffindor one step in the direction of victory. The sky turned into a blue blanket dotted in locations with patches of puffy white. The air became fantastically nevertheless for November, with not even the trace of a breeze still. That truth did little for my nerves. It became one element to peer Bella zooming round unobstructed, every now and then greater than 100 feet above the ground. It turned into another element absolutely to think about her having to weave past half a dozen fast-shifting boundaries on the equal peak. I would hid my personal feelings from her early, decided not to boom her tension further. In reality though, I used to be a worried wreck. My circle of relatives and that I walked right down to the pitch with the relaxation of the Gryffindor crowd. Bella and the others had left us earlier to go and get changed. The residents had clapped the group as they had walked the length of the first-rate corridor closer to the doors, loudly showing their support. Excellent good fortune, you lot, Neville had waved. Yeah, called Seamus, do us proud. Or I'll lose a galleon to Michael Corner. Carlisle and Esme walked beside us as we filed into the stadium. They each appeared similarly excited for the sport, assured in Gryffindor-esque capacity. Will you be sitting with us? Hermione requested them, smiling courteously. Esme chuckled, shaking her head. As lovable as that could be, expensive, Carlisle and I might be sitting with Emmett in the instructor's box. I am certain you have already heard that he's going to be doing the commentary. She smiled knowingly at the vampire inquiry. It's lovely that he's found something he is passionate about, however, definitely I am hoping Minerva knows what she's letting herself in for. Ah, Hermione stated, catching my mom's glide. Sure I had heard. I am hoping we now not going to be hearing any biased comments, Carlyle remarked pointedly, even though amused, his sapphire eyes on Emmett, who blinked with fake innocence. My mother and father prompt climbing the stairs to the right. Emmett made to comply with them, turning before he left, his angelic little display now deserted as he wiggled his eyebrows at us like a black hat villain. I shook my head and laughed as he disappeared from view. Jasper, Rose, Alice and I seated ourselves halfway up the stand with Hermione, Neville, Seamus, and Dean. 5 minutes later, a rosy confronted Hagrid arrived next to us, after shuffling via the lines of excited, eager students. Alice's smile slid off her face, though she quickly hid her disappointment, no longer trying to seem impolite. Though she appreciated the half of giant as she did most of the people, my sister hated the ensuing blindness his proximity added. She wanted clean vision these days, but it gave the impression of that wasn't going to happen now. Hey, Hermione, Hagrid greeted cheerfully, before his eyes traveled over the relaxation folks, and nodded. All right, you lot. Hey, Hagrid, I smiled. Excited for the suit. Definitely. It will likely be the primary one that I truly get to see Bella play. Hagrid's face lit up like a vivid-eyed baby's, and he rubbed his palms collectively in anticipation. They got a good un there, Edward. As fiery as an Ashwinder obtainable at the pitch. You watch. I grinned. I intend to. Whilst the stands have been ultimately full, I determined to peek on the goings-on of the Gryffindor converting room. The players might all be prepared by using now, genuinely. I used to be proper. They were all sat there on the benches in their Quidditch robes, excluding Harry, who become pacing back and forth, firebolt in hand. Okay, so that you all realize the drill. We must exit there, live focused, and win. Bella, Ginny, Viola recalled the Cullens' caution. If all people has the heart to call Ravenclaw's bluff, it is you three. You as much as it. You comprehend it, Viola grinned. What she stated, agreed Ginny. Harry nodded his approval. And you Jimmy, amicus you equipped. As ever, the 1-3-year boy exclaimed excitedly. Notable, Ron. Harry's pal had lost his joking, clean mindset. He now wore a very severe expression, his blue eyes hard like sapphires. Ron nodded, however that became all of the reaction he gave. Bella possessed a similar appearance, reminding me of the way she had regarded throughout attempt outs. Her thoughts wasn't locked as I might expected it to be. As an alternative, I kept catching snippets of notion. It sounded just like a radio with a terrible reception. Might not forestall see if they we barrel. Nicely. This changed into new. I felt my stony forehead crease with confusion. Harry stopped his pacing as his gaze caught on Bella's face. Suddenly, I understood. The woman's eyes had been transferring peculiarly. 1 second they have been a wealthy chocolate, the next, they have been a molten gold. UK, Bella. A very wonderful growl. The others jumped, at the same time as their captain took a step lower back, his palms raised defensively. Bella's expression immediately turned sheepish. She coughed as though to clean her throat, and stated, sorry need to be the nerves. So, the lioness turned into lurking close to the floor, changed into she. Were there other instincts that brought her out, apart from the urge to guard? Animals had been competitive with the aid of nature. They needed to live to tell the tale. This wouldn't be the primary time that Bella had needed to fight to govern her second shape. McGonagall had assured her that the facet consequences of the primary transformation would skip quickly enough once she had gotten used to being an animagus. It changed into a natural reaction to want to convert in dangerous or excited instances. Finally, however, the Witcher wizard evolved a good enough know-how of such impulses that they were capable of override them. Bella became still learning. She'd all but bitten Ron's head off the closing time he'd tried to scouse borrow one of her jolly beans. We would been in the not unusual room, and he'd absently reached for one of the portions of candy which Bella had spilled out onto the desk. Instinctively, she'd swiped his hand away, her nails lengthening into the one's lethal claws. Ron had yelped loudly as she'd stuck him, a series of irritated red lines unexpectedly adorning the pores and skin between his knuckles and wrist. Emmett and Jazz had hooted for a very good 5 minutes, at the same time as Bella had spent the entire time apologizing, imparting Ron no longer just one jolly bean, but her whole bagful. He courteously declined, eyes huge as he backed away towards his sister, who turned into in possession of a packet of ice mice. He stole one in all her sweets rather. Even though she grumbled, her response wasn't quite as robust as Bella's have been, for which Ron was extremely thankful. "You'll need to hold that below control nowadays, Bells," Harry said carefully. "I do not suppose a lioness would have plenty luck on a broomstick." Bella nodded, blushing underneath the cautious gazes of her team pals. Their ears pricked as a repeated chant broke through the room, echoing from outside. I smiled as I scanned the stadium. On the facet loaded with witches and wizards sporting scarves of blue or inexperienced, came the cheer for the rival crew. Ravenclaw! Ravenclaw! In our 1-2, but the crimson and yellow scarves were cheering even louder, determined to outdo the competition. Gryff Findor! Gryff Findor! Pay attention that, men! Requested Ron. Ginny coughed. And girls. That S as they recalling for. Proper, stated Harry, let us now not disappoint them. And with that, he led his players out of the changing rooms, the three chasers covered collectively at the back of him, the keeper in among the two beaters on the returned. The 7 college students marched out onto the pitch to a chorus of screams and cheers, by no means breaking their formation until they reached the center of the field, in which they met Madam Hooch and their competition. "It's in the end right here," Alice squealed, tugging on my T-shirt in pleasure. "Come on, Bella." Every other voice, but, was the only that all of a sudden drowned out all others. Witches and wizards, and awesome incredible vampires, of course. "It's started," Jasper groaned, his eyes on the lecturer's container, in which our pricey brother became staring down, eyes brilliant and childlike in their exhilaration. "The teams are out and ready for the off." "Bless him," the empath chuckled playfully. "He's in his element," I laughed in response. Like a big child. Down on the pitch, Harry turned into shaking fingers with Mason Brix, the Ravenclaw keeper and captain. Brix turned into a head taller than Harry, even though he changed into simply as lean. I questioned whether or not that might preclude his balance in any respect. "Now I want no grimy play from any of you," stated Madam Hooch. She appeared to be speaking extra to Bella than every person else, which made me smile even extra. I assume it is the Gryffindor Slytherin in shape I will must worry approximately more than something. That ultimate thought hadn't carried out a lot to persuade her. "Mount your brooms." She lifted her whistle to her lips, her wand pointed at the crate at her toes. The chasers seemed to have picked out an opponent every. Morag McDougal was obvious at Ginny, at the same time as Sue Lee becomes sizing up Viola. Thackeray Teddington was staring without delay at Bella, his silver-gray eyes hard, although amused. "Ready, Swan." Bella released a short, humorless laugh. "Are you? For you, usually." He winked. The timber rail I clutched splintered unexpectedly underneath the power of the green-eyed monster. My mouth popped open as Bella smiled in response, batting her eyelashes at Ravenclaw's biggest heartthrob, whom all the blue-scarfed ladies seemed to be swooning over. Thackeray's eyes bulged, as did mine, as Bella blew a subtle kiss at him. My siblings stiffened at my side. Something clenched inner me. The whistle pierced the air. "Gryffindor seizes the quaffle," Emmett boomed hysterically. A pleasing tactic there through Swan. Astounding her naive, pubescent rival. "Emmett, sorry, Mom." Jasper laughed out loud. Wow, she changed into playing grimy even before the game started out. The relaxation turned into lovable and absolute. Now I was the only laughing, unable to believe that my candy, blushing Bella would appoint such strategies to gain her ends. Whilst she released into the air to take possession for Gryffindor, Thackeray changed into left behind on the ground, very well dazzled, as my brother had so properly placed it. The Gryffindor minx speeds down the pitch, passes to Ginny Weasley after being cut off by using Sue Lee, now to Viola, and no, Thackeray Teddington is again with a vengeance. He intercepts and throws to Morag McDougal, now lower back to Teddington, but, intercepted by means of Bella Swan, who zooms away, the two different Gryffindor chasers joining her in the arrowhead formation. "This is 10 times better than tryouts," Alice screamed as the ladies streaked beyond us, the air whistling with their pace. "They may be coming up to the goal posts now." Ravenclaw beater, Stuart Ackerley, whacks a bludger on the women. Jimin peeks, sends it bah, ouch, too awful. McDougal, she takes a hit to the shoulder, however Weasley and Nightpool returned as Swan soars into the scoring place. May want to a vampire be unwell. I felt like I was approximately to be. She ambitions come on. Now, Bella look at the spin on that quaffle bricks dives misses she scores. Bella Swan takes the primary goal. You go, woman. Hell sure. Yeah, my siblings and I sang collectively. The crimson scarves were going wild. Seamus and Dean had been bouncing like kangaroos, their arms shooting into the air. Neville and Hermione had been clapping loudly. Sure. Come on, bells. I heard Ron cheer. 100 feet above the ground, Harry changed into celebrating with a brief loop-the-loop, quickly forgetting that he turned into alleged to be trying to find the snitch. It would not have mattered anyway. He'd been looking in the wrong path before the goal. As a displeased Mason Bricks released the quaffle to his crewmate, Emmett resumed his commentary. The ball is lower back in play. Lee rockets along like a twisting bullet, passes to Teddington, who dodges a bludger and a 2D1 from young Amicus Fortison. What a swing. Now there is a grizzly within the making. Now that Ravenclaw became in possession, the Gryffindor chasers locked, heading in the right direction like frenzied bees to honey, capturing after the quaffle with such force that they swept up a wind as they exceeded us. Teddington flew to the left as Ginny got here at him from the proper, ducking close to the ground to avoid colliding with Viola, handiest that compelled him directly into Bella's direction, who become flying at him head-on. I watched entranced as her eyes shifted into gold orbs rimmed with black. She became flying so fast that the human spectators by no means might have stuck the exchange. Handiest the Ravenclaw chaser hurtling at once closer to her noticed. He clutched the quaffle tighter to his chest as he rocketed upwards into the air. Bella waited till he turned into at once overhead, and then she released a deafening roar, seeming to smile as she did so. Thackeray yelped and bucked, finally dropping his keep on the ball. Knight swoops down and steals the quaffle, Emmett yelled in exhilaration, after a pathetic fail by means of Teddington, who truly can handle strong ladies. Emmett, my mother warned, very well exasperated. So for all you feisty women who opt for the palms of an severe, manly, and assured. Emmett McCarty Cullen, moving rapidly on. Thank God. Idea Jasper, who became abruptly being assaulted by way of a stadium of mounting hormones. Girls anywhere have been loosening their scarves, a few fanning their faces after being attentive to my brother's little speech. I did my high quality to damn the thoughts of the swooners, but it wasn't precisely smooth. Rosalie seemed to experience their attraction. Her smile turned into slightly arrogant, knowing as she did that Emmett might by no means have the ability to tug his eyes from her splendor to favor every other lady. The girls fly down the pitch towards the goalpost, Swan and Weasley ready to protect Knight, but Ravenclaw chasers and beaters speed beforehand within the hopes of slicing them offhand. Oh, the Ravenclaw gamers turn backwards, barreling toward Gryffindor just as the New Zealanders did within the Global Cup final towards South Africa. This became the move Emmett and Jasper had warned of. The Ravenclaw captain had advised his players to coaching it dozens of times, and the lads had visible the flying blockade in motion for the duration of one among their spying periods. They could swerve on the remaining minute, however their intention turned into to scatter the opposition. They'd no concept the girls had been prepared. The Gryffindor chasers streak in the direction of the Ravenclaws, no sign of preventing this docent look properly for the Blues, who appeared to be having their bluff referred to as through the fearless three. Who's more gutsy? Who will pull out first? The expressions of the Ravenclaws converted from confident to horrified in a heartbeat. The two sides crashed towards every other at blinding velocity, neither seeming inclined to withdraw from the fee. It changed into only while Bella cried, faster, that the Ravenclaws began to reconsider. They now not going to prevent. Notion the beater Stephen Cornfoot. They dashing up. The Gryffindor chasers had been only some meters away whilst the rival line dipped down, the scatterers now the scatteries. Swan and Weasley fly off to the perimeters as Knight speeds forward. She shoots score. 20-0 to Gryffindor after Mason Bricks dives inside the totally incorrect direction. And that's the first in shape goal for little Viola Permit's desire. There will be lots more to ooh, what is this? McDougal and Teddington appear to be arguing with the ref, and right here come Bella and Ginny to sign up for the dispute. They were blatching. An enraged Thackeray spat at Madame Hooch, flying with intent to collide. We had been blatching. Bella screeched with identical fury. You started out it, you bloody pillock. Whoa oh ooh, laughed Emmett. A few very great language there from my Destiny sister in regulation. Who might they thought? I chuckled at the sight of my siblings. She does have a bit of a temper, would not she? Alice laughed, as Bella and Ginny hurled extra abuse on the protesting Ravenclaws. Ron got here to back up his sister and friend, pointing a finger at Thackeray Teddington, who, by means of all rights, have to have had smoke bursting from his ears. I am sorry, Mr. Teddington, Madame Hooch said, not seeming sorry at all. However, since you and your crew friends had been those to provoke the raid, your grievance is invalid. It truly is my final phrase. The rating stands 20-0 to Gryffindor. The Ravenclaws had been red within the face as they flew away, each bubbling with anger. Before she allowed the Gryffindors to leave too, Madame Hooch gave Bella a caution for her in-advance strategies. Now, I don't suppose there may be something in the rule books which forbids making animal noises. Pass over Swan, however I might respect it if you can save the growling for alternative sports. The human beings had no way of hearing this little exchange, however, unfortunately, the equal couldn't be stated for my amused brother, who seemed to suppose the opportunity too properly to pass up on. Translation: store it for Edward. He is into. Luckily, my mother became in ownership of a rolled-up newspaper. She took the possibility to forcefully whack Emmett over the head with it. Although there is changed into no manner it is able to hurt him. The paper tore in 100 pieces, the individual bits floating away into the air. Gryffindor scored any other desires won by using Ginny, and any other by way of Bella before Ravenclaw scored their first. It came after Jimmy Peaks flew into Teddington, knocking the boy off path whilst he changed into pretty much to shoot the quaffle. Madame Hooch had offered Ravenclaw a penalty, which was taken effectively, making the score 40-10 to Gryffindor. The ladies took any other 3 goals earlier than Ravenclaw scored their 2D, and by the time Ravenclaw had earned 60 factors, we had been already on 110. The Blues committed their first foul as Bella shot forth to claim the 12th intention. As she zoomed toward the hoops, Stuart Ackerley by chance lobbed his bat at her broom, knocking her off stability. She flew into Viola, and the two fell at top pace closer to the floor. Even though they luckily managed to place themselves proper earlier than they may damage every bone in their bodies, considered one of Viola's flailing fists smashed against Bella's face. There has been a collective wince as absolutely everyone noticed the result. Blood turned into gushing from her lip, where she now possessed a nasty gash. And then, the craze of the Gryffindors exploded via the stadium, each student snarling as they glared at Ackerley. "What an appalling foul," Emmett cried. "Damn right," I growled. As any other piece of the wood rail snapped beneath my grasp, I abruptly determined myself, fantasizing about repaying the favor. If I blunted the quid earlier than throwing it, it likely wouldn't kill the offending player. Then again, I may want to simply throw it because it became. The others probably would not have attempted to forestall me. Alice was leaning as a ways over the rail as viable, her enamel bared in fury. Jasper needed to maintain her return as she waved her fists, jumping around like a few kind of hyper-death pixie, screaming, "Let me at him. Permit me at him. I need to suck his blood." "No, you do not." "Sure, I do." At the same time as Jasper persisted to attempt to get his now insane wife under control, which would show quite a feat, considering that I used to be completely watching for her to start foaming at the mouth, my different brother became continuing to verbally abuse the Ravenclaws. A grimy, sniveling excuse for a Emmett. Get on with it. Very well, all right. So after the conniving, cheating, I am caution you. Ravenclaw beater's failed attempt at murder by way of the way, Ackerley, see me after the fit for a few suggestions I would be greater than satisfied to demonster. This time it became my father who intervened, growling loudly, which changed into extremely out of individual for him. As I was announcing, after being hit with a beater's bat, a bleeding swan is now provided a penalty. And rightly so, but Bella's tasted blood earlier than and it is now not going to bother her. Now she puts it through the ring with ease, and the quaffle is lower back in play, Ravenclaw now in ownership. "The ones lot have were given nothin' on Bella and Ginny," Hagrid said, indicating the blue chasers. "And deliver little Viola time a pair o' years, perhaps, and she or he LLB is correct as walking the display. Got a pair o' tremendous teachers, that young un has." I smiled extensively at him. I recognize. Bella's in reality something up there, is not she? You ain't visible, not anything but. Simply you wait till the sport against Slytherin. There may be a near friendship among the other homes. All that is a bit o' goading and the likes. Gryffindor Slytherin is when things surely get critical. In order that they worsen. Requested Rose. Hermione laughed darkly. Oh sure. They get worse. McDougal flies in for a throw, she shoots, she misses. A magnificent save there by using Gryffindor keeper, Ron Weasley, who swoops in from the left like a bird of prey locked onto his target. He passes back to Whoa, what's this? The Ravenclaw seeker seems to have spotted the snitch. Sure enough, Orla Quirk turned into hurtling throughout the pitch, taking pictures immediately beyond Harry, who without delay prompt after her, his eyes attempting to find the golden ball. Little did he realize, the snitch become whizzing high up within the air at the back of an unsuspecting Mason Bricks, who turned into soaring in the entire contrary path. The Ronk sea faint. It ought to be lurking close to the ground somewhere, because Quirk dives, zipping down as hastily as a billywig using a lightning bolt. Harry pulled up at once, aware now that Orla become tricking him. She hoped to offer him with an injury that would position him out of play, and thereby deliver her crew a chance at victory. Although I hadn't discovered of it till now, while it changed into sparkling within the mind of each my brothers and Harry, Emmett had devised a way of secretly informing the Gryffindor seeker of any possible feint, a code phrase. In this example, it was billywig. It looks like the Ravenclaw seeker became, in reality, fainting. Higher good fortune subsequent time, Quirk. And, appearance. The best one hurt by the distraction is poor Stuart Ackerley, who wasn't being attentive to the bludger heading straight for his nose. 100 factors to the bludger for brilliant intention. Instead of comment, my mom slapped her personal forehead. Now, even as Ackerley sees to his boo-boo, Swan reclaims possession of the quaffle, hovering over the heads of Lee and McDougal, earlier than plummeting down in the direction of the pitch as Teddington comes at her from behind. However, the firebolt seems to be an excessive amount of to compete with. Swan weaves over the pitch, passes to Knight, who avoids the hit of Cornfoot's bludger after her trusty buddy. Fortison cracks it in the direction of Lee, who barrels into McDougal as she dodges, giving Gryffindor a clean run. Viola expertly exceeded the quaffle return to Bella, who flew away at pinnacle velocity, her scarlet cape and mahogany hair billowing out at the back of. Mason Bricks braced himself as he prepared to dive, ready to fly either left or proper. Perhaps he would have saved it, if Emmett's hysterical cries hadn't interfered with his concentration. Potter's going after the snitch. He's got it in his sight. All other hobbies ceased as the two crew seekers dove toward the exact center of the pitch, wherein the golden snitch changed into now hovering. Quirk changed into nearer, however Harry was quicker. The two hurtled in the direction of the equal point, each coming in from contrary directions. They may be going to crash, Hermione exclaimed in panic. The boy and the lady soared with fingers outstretched, desperation and resolution sewn into every line in their faces. They collided with a horrible thud, the pair thrown from their brooms within the identical second, sent rolling along the grassy pitch, the snitch falling to the floor at the back of them. For one terrible, sickly second, there was not anything but whole silence. Then, mayhem broke loose as the players and Madame Hooch belted down toward the reputedly unconscious seekers. Properly, it is secure to say that the sport is over, Emmett introduced, because the snitch lies unmoving at the grass. A person had a hand on it, but who? Harry, are you very well? Said Ron, lightly shaking his friend. It took a few seconds, however. A dazed Harry subsequently responded, groaning loudly as he pressed a hand to his shoulder. Thaz gu a booze. What was that, mate? You are slurring. I said this is going to bruise. Think I hit my head too. You reckon? Amicus chuckled. After some more minutes, Orla came round too, although she seemed a little worse for wear, sustaining an uncongenial reduce alongside her forehead, which would require Madame Pomfrey's urgent attention. So who gained? Mason questioned, his forehead furrowing in confusion. We did, Ackerley stated right now. Orla got to the snitch first. Saw it as clean as day. No, you did not, you thick twerp. Ginny argued, rolling her eyes. None of us did. The two teams started out arguing then, all evident at their respective warring parties. Ron turned into screaming at Mason, the beaters started fencing with their bats, and the chasers were throwing insults. Wow, Jasper laughed, and we have been bad. Esme needn't have refereed the primary time Bella watched us play baseball. They put us to shame. Raised by using wolves, I joked, shaking my head as watched the sight under, more amused than something else. In the end, Madame Hooch appeared to gain manipulate of the teams, her yellow eyes flaring as she called for quiet. Now there's a simple way to settle this. Potter, Quirk, come here. She picked the snitch up off the turf, tapping her foot until the two seekers had been stood at once in the front of her. Miss Quirk, hold out your hand please. Orla did as she become instructed, her eyebrow arching as the referee dropped the snitch into her open palm. Not anything occurred. Hermione's heartbeat picked up its pace, speeding with wish and pleasure. Now give it to Mr. Potter, please. Harry grinned as he held out his hand, aware already of what turned into approximately to the occur. As the snitch dropped through the air, the world appeared to keep its breath, anticipation and a moderate fear mingling together. The second the snitch made touch with Harry's pores and skin, the lovely golden ball reacted, its wings unfolding, fluttering gently in the palms of the winning seeker. One closing second of quiet, and then a symphony of screams and cheers erupted through the stadium as every Gryffindor, both human and vampire, had a good time at our victory. I slightly took in Emmett's frenzied chanting as his voice echoed over the pitch. Gryffindor wins with a lead of 120 points. 280 to Gryffindor, 60 to Ravenclaw. I definitely felt like a teenager again as I was pulled into one of Seamus and Dean's man hugs. I tried not to be too tough as I gave them friendly pats at the backs. We won, mate, we gained, cried Seamus euphorically. You make certain to give that woman of yours a pleasing big smooch from us, will ya? I laughed loudly. I'll now not forget about. Even as Rosalie hugged Hermione, Alice pounced her manner onto Jasper's shoulders, her fingers shooting into the air as she pointed a finger at the scholars on the other side of the stadium. You not singing, you not singing, you not making a song anymore. Anymore. After that, she modified the lyrics of her chant to Can we play you each week? Can we play you, are we able to play you? It carried on like this until we had been out of the stadium. My inky-haired sister, who now regarded to be a fanatical Quidditch fan, refused to climb down from her husband's shoulders. How may want I possibly get down, she instructed me, at the same time as nevertheless chanting, whilst there are so many specific songs left for me to sing. I have not even gotten to We Rule, and we realize we do but. I rolled my eyes at her, earlier than I spark off speeding in advance, my every though now set at the first rate, notable, mesmerizing, superb, lovely the listing become infinite girl now passing into the converting rooms. I shot around the outdoor of the area like a bullet, handiest coming to a prevent after I reached the doors I might been looking for. In preference to going inner, I propped myself in opposition to the wall and waited. Making a song may be heard right here too, along with elated laughter and cheers. I distinguished Bella's voice from amongst a chorus of others. I smiled greater widely as her happiness washed into me. 5 minutes later, the Gryffindor team washed out of doors, Bella with them. I swept her up as she ran to me, her bloody lips pulled back in a massive smile that touched her eyes. That changed into very exciting. I purred into her ear. I felt her cheeks flame before she pulled returned. Why? Due to the fact you seem to have an modify ego when you re out there at the pitch. Candy and honest 1 minute, and the subsequent, a fiery siren who dazzles guys into idiocy. Poor Thackeray. He in no way stood a hazard, did he? Now she changed into actually blushing, her cheeks as red as strawberries. What am I able to say? She shrugged, looking to downplay her embarrassment. I really like to win. And you do it shamelessly. I grinned and pressed her against the hard wall, brushing her lips with my personal. The blood changed into sticky there, even though nevertheless clean in places. Without the dragon's blood, my mouth might have been torched, swimming with venom. As things were, it was without a doubt cool and ache unfastened, so it was nothing at all to run my tongue along that purple cut, and flavor the heaven there, nothing at all to kiss the damaged flesh, gently sucking at it whilst my arms snaked below the hem of Bella's blouse. I wasn't worried approximately her team friends, that they had already left to enroll in the opposite Gryffindors. Bella moaned in pleasure, her palms exploring my body as mine did hers. I shivered in pleasure as her blood spilled over my tongue. This was ecstasy. Never had there been a kiss to surpass this one. The blood seemed to feed my lust, however I wasn't exactly certain which kind it became. I did not combat it, although it wasn't as though Bella changed into presently in any hazard. I kissed her extra forcefully, being sure now not to graze her lips with my enamel. Greater, Bella advised me, her fingers weaving via my hair. That changed into all the preparation I wanted. I had her more tightly towards the wall in a second, my thumb stroking the center of her ribcage. I used to be just about to transport my hands upwards, to softly skim over the soft skin that I ought to in no manner be skimming, when we have been interrupted by a low cough. "Aha! Got you," Emmett cheered as I jumped lower back, the surprise plastered over my face. I hadn't heard them coming. I might been too absorbed, yet there they were, every member of my own family. Alice turned into nonetheless, perched on her mate's shoulders, holding again a chuckle. Carlyle and Esme appeared apologetic. Rose looked as amused as her husband and sister. Jasper, however, became frowning. "Edward," severely, "how are you making plans on making it all of the manor on your honeymoon? Maybe it would be higher to just—" "No," I said, firmly but quietly. "I will parent something out. Properly, ULL better. The Christmas vacations will be right here soon. All that unfastened time spent with Bella, ULL should discover something to fill it." I iced up suddenly at that thought. The others, excluding Jasper, didn't note, for they had been all abruptly too busy congratulating Bella, telling her how exceptional she changed into, and pulling her into affectionate embraces. And even as all this turned into going on, I couldn't assist, however surprise how were we going to fill that time. My courting with Bella had progressed quite within the previous couple of months, and, recently, it turned into most effective the dearth of privateness that seemed to forestall me from going to some distance. Certain, I might had multiple sobering reports for the reason that black masquerade, however it had hardly ever given me terrific huge control, which turned into exactly what I might want if I used to be going remaining via iciness smash. If I may want to just make it through that, I knew I would be capable of handle it till we sooner or later left Hogwarts, for the reason that there'd be no want for Bella to go back to Forks earlier than then. So, how changed into I going to make Christmas this 12 months eventful? Greater importantly, how become I going to face up to Bella? BPOV. My body trembled like it'd been dipped in ice water. I could barely remember a time when I had been this nervous. Edward's hands rested gently on my hips as he gazed deeply into my eyes, his own smoldering. "Are you sure?" he whispered, leaning in to run his lips along mine. After inhaling a shaky breath, I nodded. "Yes." He pulled back slightly to look at me to measure the resolve visible on my face. After a second, he smiled, but it was just as weak as the one I wore. He must be nervous too. I suppose that was reasonable. "Okay, let's go tell Charlie." I sighed as he led me to the car, which, of course, didn't go unnoticed. "I wouldn't worry, Bella. He's your father. It's not as if he'll love you any less." Edward bit his lip then, his eyebrows knitting together with worry. "I don't think this will help his opinion of me though. We not going to tell him you a vampire," I thought at him. "No, but we going to tell him I am not normal. And you think my being a witch and the fact that I can turn into a cat is normal, do you?" He held the passenger door to his Volvo open for me, shutting it once I was inside. Then, as fast as a bullet, he shot to the driver's side, and was in the car before I had time to blink. Rather than start the engine, he twisted his body so that he had one leg tucked on the seat. "All right, fair point. Still, he's going to realize that I am more other than you." He paused briefly, tapping on the dashboard as he thought. Finally, after a heavy sigh, he called his sister. I only caught the blur of black and white as Alice came zipping out the door. She came to an immediate stop in front of my window, a massive, cheesy grin plastered across her beautiful face. It was so wide that her eyes were narrowed to slits. I laughed out loud. She reminded me of something out of a cartoon, first her Roadrunner sprint, now her Looney Tunes smile. My favorite psychic was taking every opportunity to implement her gift. Following months of partial blindness, as she liked to call it, nothing was too small or trivial for her visions. So far, she'd informed us that a thick layer of snow would settle over Forks on the night of September 23rd. There would soon be an unexpected dip in the Greek stock market. Despite the festive season this afternoon, an escaped bull mastiff would terrorize Newton's Outfitters in its search for a nice leather boot, and after selecting the most expensive the shop had to offer, since it was clearly a dog of high standards, the four-legged bandit would make its getaway, leaving behind a trail of destruction and slobber also, she predicted to Emmett that I would stub my toe on the bottom step of their huge, winding staircase, but had neglected to share such information with me, because doing so would interfere with her voyeuristic fulfillment. Needless to say, I had ground my teeth at that one, which had put me in stark contrast with the burliest vampire, who had practically shaken the foundations of the house with his booming laughter. "Alice, you know what I am going to ask, so would you please just answer my question already?" Edward saw Ed, rolling his eyes. His sister clapped, and bounced on her toes. Once she decomposed herself, her expression turned serious. "It's not going to be easy, but it's the right thing to do for both of you, and it will help in the long run. Obviously, Charlie's not going to just flat out accept everything you two have to say. He's going to have lots of questions, but he'll come around. It's just going to take a little perseverance, that's all." Edward didn't look convinced, but nodded anyway. "Thanks, Alice. We'll see you after. Or maybe before that," she answered mysteriously, her voice taking on the tone of a bogus carnival fortune teller. With that, she flashed away, nothing but an inky blur once again. My vampire fiancé didn't say a word as he pulled away from the Cullen mansion. I tried to imagine how he'd be feeling as we raced over the slick road towards my house. Being an adult, nothing Charlie could say would affect my relationship with Edward. That, however, didn't mean that he wanted my father's approval any less. His fists were clenched on the steering wheel as he drove, his diamond-hard skin stretched tightly over tensed knuckles. In my desire to ease his anxiety, I reached over and carefully placed a hand on his knee. "Edward, we'll get through this together. You know that, right?" He took his eyes off the road to look at me, lacing one of his hands with mine. "I should be the one reassuring you, not the other way around. It's just, well, if I had been the parent in this situation, I'd be staring daggers at the non-human courting my daughter the entire time. In fact, I'd probably consider breaking every bone in his body." He smirked then. Not that Charlie would have much luck with that. I laughed too, glad that the stressed atmosphere was beginning to lift, even if only by a minuscule amount. Part of me thought that we should leave the upcoming conversation for another day. It was one that would require me to be well rested, and considering I had skipped continents, I wasn't sure that I'd be able to endure the onslaught of questions that would surely continue until the late hours. The time difference always messed up my sleeping patterns, and come 8 o'clock, I'd be absolutely exhausted. Would I be able to answer all of Charlie's questions before then? I doubted it. Still, we needed to get this out of the way, and fast, if we were ever going to be able to relax. It certainly wouldn't do to postpone this conversation more than necessary. It was 3 o'clock in Eastern Pacific Time, and already, the sky was beginning to darken to a deep gray. The Cullens and I had got back from Hogwarts over 6 hours ago. It had been 2 in the afternoon when we accessed the flow network from Carlisle and Renesmee's office. McGonagall had given us permission to skip the Hogwarts Express, since we were all heading for the same destination as the Muggle Studies professor, and we spent the time since then perfecting the story we served to Charlie. He was waiting for us on the porch when we pulled up next to the plain wooden house, and looked like the cat about to get the cream, wearing a grin that stretched from ear to ear. He'd clearly been impatient for this reunion. I could see that in the way that he kept shifting his weight from foot to foot, bobbing excitedly. I half expected him to start singing show tunes, whilst breaking out into an accompanying tap dance. That image had me smiling even more widely as I jumped out of the car. "'Bout time you got here," he said, jumping down the steps to meet me. I hadn't realized just how strongly I'd missed him until I was running up the path. "Dad." For some reason, I'd expected to see a change in his appearance, an extra laugh line, or a strand of gray hair. It felt like so long since I'd last seen him, so I was happy when I realized that he looked entirely the same. After being encased in a fierce hug, Charlie reluctantly pulled back, staring over my shoulder, whilst arranging his expression into one of polite welcome. I was surprised by how easily he managed it. He hadn't exactly made a secret of his dislike for Edward in the past. Maybe that had changed, or maybe his obvious relief at seeing me had put him in an exceptionally good mood. Perhaps he had just resigned himself to the fact that I would always want to be with Edward, meaning that he'd either have to make an effort, or remain eternally grumpy in his presence. Whatever the reason, I was exceptionally grateful for it. Edward, my dad greeted, offering out his hand. He didn't even shiver when the chilly vampire shook it. Hello, Charlie, how have you been? Oh, you know, so. There was a moment of silence, where Charlie fidgeted awkwardly, not seeming sure how to proceed. Finally, however, he snapped a bit. Well, anyway, you two kids had better come in. You got any bags you need bringing in, Bells? Only one. I'll get it later though. Charlie led us inside then, turning into the living room where he took a seat, leaving the couch free for Edward and me. The second we were comfortable, the questions started coming. Charlie fired one after another, not even giving us time to answer before he was moving on to the next one. So how've your classes been? Is the workload heavy? What's Dartmouth like? I mean, it's gotta be pretty impressive for Ivy League, right? I laughed nervously in response, shuffling in my seat. Sensing my discomfort, Edward took my hand in his, ready to address Charlie on my behalf, since I was having difficulty finding my tongue. Charlie, I understand that there's lots you wish to know at the moment, but before you ask anything else, there's something that Bella and I need to tell you first. Something important. My father's face dropped in an instant, his eyes darting from Edward to me and back again. My heart pounded against my ribcage as his face turned from peach to red, before, finally, reaching a shade which could only be described as puce. Calm down, Edward whispered subtly in my ear, too low for Charlie to discern. Easy for him to say. He didn't have a sledgehammer for a heart, nor was he sporting a light sheen of sweat across his forehead. Without warning, Charlie burst from his chair, his entire body trembling in unmistakable fury. You pregnant, he barked, pointing a finger in my direction. You pregnant, aren't you? What? No, I protested. I would have been embarrassed by the accusation in any situation, but having Edward there to witness it was simply mortifying. As my cheeks reached a hue to rival the reddest strawberry, another emotion bubbled to the surface. I, too, pounced to my feet, struggling to hold on to my temper. If you'd just kept quiet and listened to what we had to say, you would have realized that, without having to make a spectacle of yourself. Fatherly instincts seemed to kick in then, those which told him to assert his parental authority. His chest puffed out with indignation, but all he managed were a few grumpy splutters, and he soon returned to his seat, slumping down in surrender. I wondered anxiously in those following seconds whether he would have preferred his initial suspicions to be correct, rather than the facts we were about to share with him. That line of thought set me gnawing at my lower lip. As I was saying, Edward continued, his tone polite, we need to discuss something which we've both been keeping from you for a very long time. Charlie arched an eyebrow. Go on. I sighed. I was the one who Charlie needed to be hearing this from, and I knew full well that it was wrong to rely on Edward to do my job simply because I was afraid. Dad, just hear us out, all right? You know how we told you we've been at Dartmouth all this time. I didn't need to be a vampire to hear Charlie's jaw clench. Well, we lied. We haven't been at college at all. We haven't even been in the country. Then where the hell have you been? He snapped, suddenly furious. At a different school, I went on, refusing to be deterred by his anger, for different people. Charlie opened his mouth to speak, but closed it almost instantly. A small crease appeared in the space between his eyes, his expression revealing confusion now more than any other emotion. What do you mean, different? Pinching the bridge of my nose in an Edward-like fashion, I said, there really isn't an easy way to tell you this. I think the only solution is to just come right out and show you. Just remember to keep breathing, okay? And with that, I morphed, allowing my second form to explode to the surface, the bursting sensation no longer frightening. Charlie jumped backwards out of his chair, crashing against the fireplace in shock and fright. A couple of picture frames toppled from the mantel as a result, their glass screens shattering as they hit the stone hearth. In this form, I could clearly make out the pulse beating wildly beneath the skin of my father's neck. I could smell the dewy film forming on his forehead. I could even distinguish each shallow breath as he tried to quieten his panic, not to mention his wild heartbeat. Going to have coronary, I told Edward, who was still sat calmly beside me on the couch. Charlie, he said carefully, I know this seems insane. You got that right. My dad interrupted, his voice bellowing. How often do you see a human change species? Wait, Don't answer that. If you sit do. Sit down. Sit down. My daughter has a tail, Edward. A tail. Charlie stood up a little straighter then, his body freezing, before he launched into furious pacing. Strike that Bella doesn't have a tail. I've just lost my mind, that's all. Yeah, that explains it. I've cracked. Gone insane. I am crazy. A lunatic. A total wacko. Yeah, that's got to be it. That makes a lot more sense. Or maybe it was those fried mushrooms I had earlier. Come to think of it, they tasted a little funny. Maybe there was something. I looked at Edward whilst Charlie continued his attempts to convince himself that this was all in his head, that I wasn't perched before him on his couch, a deadly four-legged predator. I think you should turn back now, Bella, Edward murmured softly. I couldn't have agreed more. Charlie jumped again as I transformed back into my natural form. The color had drained entirely from his face, giving him a sickly pallor, which was only enhanced by the drops of perspiration forming above and around his eyes, though he quickly wiped them away with the back of his sleeve. Perhaps you'd better sit down for this, Dad. Charlie didn't say anything as he returned to his chair. He plonked himself down, the tension rolling of his body in waves. Refusing to waste time, I launched into my explanation, revealing my story and what my first meeting with McGonagall had meant for me. I told him everything, from my subsequent visit to Diagon Alley, describing in detail each step of that wonder-filled experience, to my Hogwartian adventures. I left out the part about the recent war, not wanting to cause my father any more stress than necessary. Already, this looked like it was becoming too much for him. He didn't interrupt me once, choosing instead to remain silent. I realize this is going to take some time to get used to, I acknowledged, ready to bring my speech to a close, and I am sorry that it's taken me so long to tell you. It was wrong of me, but I am sure you can appreciate why that was. I mean, it's not exactly the easiest truth to explain, or to accept for that matter. The vein over Charlie's temple seemed ready to burst, it was beating so quickly and forcefully. His fingers pressed harshly at the armrests of his chair, his knuckles straining against the white skin that covered them. Sorry it's taken you so long, he repeated in a deceptively calm voice. I winced. He shook his head then, before sinking back into silence. The quiet was maddening, and I longed to know what Charlie was thinking, even though that would probably mean hearing something I wouldn't like. For the first time, I felt as though I could truly empathize with Edward. Sensing my dejection, he squeezed my hand a little more firmly, gently stroking the back of it with his thumb. Say something, Dad, I pleaded. Charlie shook his head once more. What can I say? I am not even sure that even believe this is happening. And if it is, well, that just means I have to come to terms with the fact that you've been keeping secrets from me for close to a decade. It's not like that, I argued softly. It's not that I didn't want to tell you. It's just I didn't want to upset your peace of mind. This stuff isn't exactly for the faint-hearted. Is that what you think of me, that I am too weak to handle it? No, of course not. I don't think that at all, I lied. It's just I believed you'd be happier if you thought there was no more to the world than logic and sense. It's not as if this subject isn't turning you a little green. That's beside the point, he retorted. You my daughter, Bella. I deserve to know. Admittedly, yes, I would love everything to make sense, like it seemed to 5 minutes ago, and if it had been anyone else, then maybe I would preferred not knowing. But it isn't just anyone we talking about here. We talking about you. I nodded, thoroughly ashamed. You right. I am sorry. Charlie sighed, and ran his hands through his hair. I just wish you would told me. I don't like being out of the loop. I know, and Renee knows. Renee, I am not being funny, kid, but I would hoped you'd have thought I had a stronger stomach than your mother. She's not exactly. Actually, Mom took it rather well. I smiled weakly, but that's probably because the professor only showed us a few minor tricks. Minor? What would you call minor? To answer his question, I extracted the wand from my pocket, and pointed it at the broken picture frames still resting by the fire. With a few simple incantations, I had them repaired and back to their original position on the mantel. Charlie's eyes were wide, so much so that the white was visible all the way around the edge of his irises. Wow, he breathed. He coughed to clear his throat, attempting to fake a level of calm which could no way match his true emotions. That's going to take some getting used to. You're probably right. Who knows, though, maybe you'll even come to enjoy magic. I shrugged, though I couldn't quite keep the hope from creeping its way onto my face. Magic, said Charlie, thoughtfully, testing the word. He still looked skeptical, not that I could blame him. It was a lot to take in. After a few moments, however, he pressed on, curiosity slowly taking over. So you were born this way. How does that work exactly? Isn't it something you inherit? You know, like Luke Skywalker and the Force. I couldn't help myself. I laughed out loud. That seemed to lighten the mood a little. Charlie almost smiled. Sorry, Dad. The analogy was just quite funny, that's all. But no, you don't always have to inherit it. Most witches and wizards, he winced at this, uncomfortable at hearing the name, get it from their parents, but sometimes there are anomalies like me. Charlie tapped his chin then, pondering my revelation. To be honest, Bells, I am not so sure about that. I felt my brow pucker in confusion. Beside me, Edward was shaking with silent laughter. I know this might seem ridiculous, but maybe I am a little bit different too. I think I might be psychic. What? Well, come to think of it, a long time ago, I had a really crazy dream where you told me exactly what you have done today. You didn't turn into a lion or anything, but what are the chances that I'd dream you were a? You don't have to say it, Dad. A witch, he said, feeling the need to prove a point, if I didn't already have a little bit of Jedi juice too. Now I could see what Edward had found so funny. Charlie didn't realize I'd already told him all this before, and confronted him afterwards. He still thought the first time was simply something he'd seen and heard in his sleep. I thought to Edward, would it be better to let him think he's an oracle, rather than tell him I've been practicing mind control? One prod. Edward shook with more laughter. I tried for an impressed expression, and gasped, wow, Dad. You never told me that before. That's really interesting. Maybe you're right. Charlie nodded, relaxing back into his chair. This new theory seemed to make him a little smug. Maybe his knowing wouldn't be such a bad thing after all. He'd taken everything better than I'd expected so far, at least. I grinned at him, and he smiled back, before his gaze inevitably shifted to Edward, who was now as stiff as a statue, awaiting the coming inquisition. You've been awfully quiet, Edward. How are you involved in all of this anyway? Are you different too? A long electrifying pause followed the question, and seemed to stretch on for hours, before Edward gave his short reply. Yes. Charlie's face lost its easiness again, and he nodded solemnly. I guess that doesn't surprise me. Are you a wizard then? No, I don't possess the same kind of talent that Bella does. Then where's the difference? I wasn't born this way, the vampire confessed. What I am it came later. In the beginning, I was a relatively average boy. I frowned. Even as a human, I heavily doubted Edward could ever have been described as average. I don't like the sound of that, Charlie admitted. What changed? Edward sighed. I was dying. My father's face softened in an instant, his brown eyes full of sympathy. Oh, I am sorry. How did that happen? Influenza. The virus had already killed my parents. I would have died too if it hadn't been for Carlisle. Carlisle. I don't understand. If he couldn't treat your parents, and you were about to follow them, then how did he save you? Not through any medical drug, I can assure you. I don't even know how to begin to explain. Edward wore a very weary expression all of a sudden, and now it was my turn to comfort him. He smiled sadly at me as I squeezed his hand, before he resigned himself to his task, just as I had. Why don't you take the same approach Bella did? Charlie suggested. Just do whatever it is you do. I'll get over it. Or, you could just come straight out with it and tell me what you are. If not a wizard, then what? I braced myself as Edward took a deep breath. The suspense was mounting, becoming unbearable. Don't worry. If this doesn't go well, we can always fix it. The image of my wand filled my thoughts. If Charlie refused to accept what he was about to hear, I would simply erase his memory. Nothing in existence would stop me from protecting Edward, even if that meant I had to keep my own father in the dark. Edward rubbed the back of my hand once more, this time from gratitude. After one last breath, he simply came out with it. I am immortal. A tumbleweed rolling through my living room wouldn't he have looked out of place in the following moments. Charlie seemed more of a statue now than Edward. His eyes were as wide as golf balls, whilst his mouth hung open moronically. I held my breath. I immortal? Edward nodded. Why you mean you'll never die? No. And your family? Charlie whispered, are they all the same? Yes. Carlisle is the oldest of us. He was cursed a very long time ago. This was the story we decided on. We couldn't exactly explain the precise details of the Cullens' history, because we didn't want to put a name to what they were. Still, my kind relied on secrecy as much as the vampires, so as long as we didn't mention species, sharing a degree of information with Charlie wouldn't hurt him. In fact, it would only make things easier later. Once I was a vampire too, and after I'd gained some measure of control, I'd be able to continue seeing my parents. There was no need for the Volturi to find out about the revelation. I would be going alone to Volterra, since there was no way I could be accompanied by the Cullens, not when they knew so much about witches and wizards. It would be too much of a risk. Cursed? Charlie questioned, the color draining from his face for a second time. Cursed how? By who? Carlisle was pursuing a murderer. He wanted to ensure justice to make things safer for those around him. But the man was powerful. He acted to save himself, and attacked my father. In revenge, he used his powers to condemn Carlisle to an endless life, knowing that he'd have to watch everyone around him change and grow older. Because of that, Carlisle could never stay in one place for too long. Back in those days, if the people had realized he wasn't aging, they probably would have burnt him at the stake. Stake. How old is he? Over 300 years old. Charlie looked as though he was about to be sick, and leant forward in his chair, his head falling into his hands. He was born in England, Edward continued, no hope discernible in his tone, but eventually came to America. He'd been alone for centuries. Though he knew how to make another like himself, he was reluctant to do so, not wanting to doom another to immortality. Then he found me, dying of Spanish influenza in Chicago. My life was just about to be snatched away, so he changed me. I was 17. Keep going, instructed Charlie, his voice muffled by his hands. Next he saved Esme, who had fallen from a cliff. She had a broken spine, shattered bones, and internal bleeding, but her heart was still beating, so it was possible to save her. Next came Rosalie, who was beaten by her fiancé and his friends, left to die in the street. One day, a few years after Carlisle had saved her, she came across Emmett. He'd been attacked by a bear. Like the rest of us, he was close to death, but Rosalie carried him back to my father, and he was given a second chance. Neither Alice or Jasper had a say in their transformation. Jasper had been cursed like Carlisle, by an evil witch named Maria. Alice doesn't remember anything of her mortal life. She simply woke up one day, and found Jasper years later. This is the reason why you all look different, Charlie stated, his voice dead. Yes, Edward answered softly. The magic which immortalized us, it does other things too, makes us faster, stronger. Our senses are improved 1,000-fold. My sense of smell is more advanced than a dog's, my eyesight is better than an eagle's, and, right now, I can hear the hearts of both you and your daughter. My skin has been crystallized into something harder than diamond. Truly, immortals are petrified in every sense, not just our bodies, but our personalities too, including our likes and dislikes. We refixed in time. If change does come for us, it's permanent. Charlie's head snapped up at this, and I guessed that he recognized the essential meaning hiding in Edward's words. The transformation takes 3 days, and it's exceptionally painful. It feels as if you're being consumed by fire. The second it ends, the heart stops beating. That did it for Charlie. He jumped to his feet, his careful calm hanging by a thread, and marched over to the fireplace, leaning against the mantel for support, his back to us. How old are you, Edward? He asked a second later. My heart turned back into the sledgehammer, almost painful as it banged against my ribcage. I was so nervous that I wanted to be sick, but that would be the least helpful thing to do, so I held myself together, breathing through my anxiety. I was born in 1901, and was changed in 1918. Charlie whirled then, his face furious. So you re over 100 years old? Yes. And what you've had about 100 different girlfriends in that time? Dad, no way, Bells, he fumed. I wanna know exactly what this guy's been up to. Great, we gone from Edward to this guy. It's all right, Bella, Edward assured me, before turning his attention back to my father. I can understand why you think that 100 years is a lot of time to fill. I am sure it is, buddy. But Bella is the first girl I've ever felt anything romantic for. I'd never had any kind of relationship before her. And you expect me to believe that, do you? Charlie growled. Of course not, Edward sighed, but it doesn't make it any less true. I am a little picky, for a very particular reason. Charlie barked a humorless laugh. Go on, enlighten me, I can read minds. That stopped my father in his tracks. He gulped, seeming to sway on the spot. I am sure you can appreciate why that would cause a problem for me, why it would make things difficult. When you can hear every petty, selfish thought of the people surrounding you, rejecting them isn't the most difficult thing. Read minds. You can. Edward nodded. But not Bella's. Hers was the first I came across that kept me out. It frustrated me in the beginning. I was arrogant about it, and told myself that she'd be no different from any other human being, just as selfish and just as irritating. Of course, I soon discovered that that wasn't the case, and so she became a source of mystery and fascination. For so long, I'd wanted nothing more than to block the voices out, but, suddenly, all I wanted was to hear what this one human was thinking. Before I knew what was happening, I was in love with her. I've already told you that when we change, it's a permanent thing. When someone like me falls in love, Charlie, they don't fall out. I will never stop loving Bella, even if she grows an extra nose and tentacles. For a very long moment, my father couldn't find a response. His chest rose and fell more quickly than it should have, but I couldn't tell whether this was a product of anger or anxiety. If that were true, Charlie said through clenched teeth, then why the hell did you leave her? Edward sucked in a sharp breath, clearly pained by the memories of our separation. His eyes flicked to me, before sweeping down to the floor. I held his hand tighter, unable to meet my father's gaze. The silence hung over us like a blanket, thick and heavy. It was broken by a loud gasp. My eyes automatically snapped up to meet my dad's. He was looking at me with a mask of outright fear. Bella, he whispered, eyes wide. Why did he leave? Please tell me that, but I didn't need to say anything. Charlie had already worked it out for himself. You want to be like him. Charlie, Edward began, only to be cut off by my dad, who held up a finger to silence him. No, I want to hear this from her, he insisted. I gulped. Dad, I am not going to lie. I can live without Edward. When the Cullens left last year, they did it because Edward didn't want to take away my mortality, even though I'd asked him to 100 times. I thought he'd left because he'd stopped loving me. He flinched at my words. But I found out later that it was because he was afraid I'd regret a life like his, and he thought I deserved a chance at a normal human life. What changed? Charlie bit. His eyes didn't shift from mine though, so I guessed that I was now the focus of his rage. I thought she'd died, Edward whispered, his head falling into hands. I thought she'd committed suicide. Put yourself in my shoes, Charlie, just for a minute. Imagine you've spent a century alone, never meeting anyone who touched your heart. And then, all of a sudden, you find the one person that does, only you re-separated by an endless gulf. Imagine the conflict when you want more than anything to keep them forever, but you want so much more for them than this. He gestured to himself with his hand, waving it along the length of his body. At the same time, he met my father's gaze, his own pleading. If you loved them so completely, you'd find the strength to leave them, wouldn't you? His expression was heartbreaking. It made me want to burst into tears. Charlie, too, seemed to recognize Edward's sincerity, because the anger slowly transformed into pity, his brow furrowing with pain. He nodded. Imagine, then, you discover that your reason for being the one that brought you to life after you'd felt dead for so long was suddenly gone from the world, and you'd have to face eternity without them. Could you survive that? Would you want to carry on? Charlie shook his head. He knew a little about separation himself. Well, that's how it was for me, Edward stated. For days, I thought Bella was dead, that she'd killed herself. And then, when I was just about to follow her, she was there, alive and well. All my willpower evaporated in that moment. I'll never be able to leave her again. I watched nervously as Charlie backed himself towards his chair. He collapsed into the upholstery like someone who'd just finished fighting a grueling battle, someone with little remaining strength. For a full 5 minutes, he sat with his eyes clenched, his head tilted up to the ceiling. I was beginning to worry that he'd fallen asleep, but, finally, he spoke. I haven't been fair to you, Edward, he decided with a sigh. You care about Bella more than I realized. Yes. And you tried to protect her. Yes. Charlie sighed. Well, then, I guess you're as much a fool as I am. I felt my jaw drop. My father wasn't mad. He certainly didn't sound it. He seemed more resigned than anything else, yet I'd been expecting him to flip tables in a fit of rage. I am not stupid, you know, he said, catching sight of my expression. You might have been able to keep me in the dark for years about all this, but I think I know my own daughter. When our eyes next connect, his were aware and expectant. If I forbid you to do this, it won't make a damn bit of difference. I smiled weakly. No. Charlie nodded. That's what I thought. You're too stubborn for your own good, kid. Haven't you even thought about what this would mean for you? Forever's a long time, Bells. By this point, Charlie's voice had adopted a pleading edge. His palms were pressed together as he attempted to stress the seriousness of the situation, as if in prayer. I mean, I know no one wants to think about dying, but I'll die someday, Charlie, either way. Even the Cullens won't live forever. You said, we won't die from natural causes, Edward interrupted, but none of us will stay on this side of the veil forever. When the time is right, we'll know. And then what? Asked Charlie, fear flashing across his face. How would you? Goosebumps rose over my arms as I considered discussing this topic with Charlie. It wasn't a conversation I wanted to have, but I didn't see any alternative at this point. There's a door, I whispered. One created by my kind, a doorway into death. When you walk through it, you leave this world for the next one. What? A violent shudder shook my father's body. He gulped loudly. There's definitely something after, then. I am sure of it, Edward told him. And you plan on going there at some point, do you? How bizarre it was that we were discussing this, and so calmly too. At some point, but whilst I am happy in this life, I see no reason to move on to the next. You see, Dad, I said, shuffling closer to Edward, my thigh pressed firmly against his, I wouldn't have to choose between Edward and heaven. All this would mean would be that I'd have a say in the timing. It's a bit more than that, I am sure, Charlie grumbled. Still, that's better than I'd hoped for. To be honest with you, Bells, the idea of anyone living forever, well, it kinda gives me the creeps. But if you're retelling me it's just a case of sticking around for a little bit longer, I'll pretend that I believe you. As it is, he told me, his face abruptly softening, it doesn't actually matter to me whether you live for 100 years or 1,000. As long as you're happy in that time, I will be too. The next time his gaze landed on me, his face transformed until it was overflowing with warmth and affection. That's all I ever wanted for you, kid. You do know that, don't you? Charlie's crinkly-eyed smile had me jumping off the couch. The relief was crushing as he opened his arms for me. I slid into them and hugged him fiercely, intensely happy when I felt the pressure of his embrace increase, sensing the forgiveness and love he was trying so hard to communicate. Thank you, Dad, I whispered, my voice muffled by his shoulder. Love you too, Bells. Always. He pulled back then and, to my surprise, chuckled. Even if you live 1,000 years. His laughter was infectious. It washed over me like warm water, soothing and cheering, cleansing me of all my previous fears and concerns, until I was so light-hearted that I was compelled into similar laughter. What if I live for 10,000 years? I asked, no longer worried about his response. Charlie shrugged, repeating his earlier statement, as long as you're happy. He mussed my hair then. Honestly, Bells, you've already proved you're a little strange, not that that's a bad thing. That's all right, I smirked. The pros of being a freak like me far outweigh the cons. Then what's one more freaky quality? Charlie teased, grinning widely. I was intensely relieved that his smile didn't fade completely as he glanced at Edward. I guess it's better that you with someone you can be yourself with. At least you compatible in that way, two oddballs. You got that right. He exhaled heavily then, before squaring himself up and marching over to my vampire fiancé, who continued to model a very friendly and polite expression, as he always did in my father's company. Well, I guess I should apologize, Charlie coughed awkwardly, for misjudging you. I thought you were a selfish, using jerk. I got it wrong. Edward smiled. Don't worry about it. I would thought the same thing if I'd been in your shoes. I very briefly considered attempting a backflip as they shook hands. Breaking into song crossed my mind too. In the end, I settled for wearing the cheesiest grin in the history of the world. Never had I believed I would see this day that my dad would abandon that ancient grudge all fathers aimed at their daughter's love interest, yet here it was. What you looking at me like that for? Charlie huffed, back to his normal self. I shrugged, but failed to hide my joy. He rolled his eyes. I am not totally unreasonable, you know. Edward and I laughed. So, Edward, you read minds, huh? And just like that, my vampire looked nervous again, exactly like the typical suitor during question time. I do, huh? Can all your family do that? No, you have to be really perceptive as a mortal for it to be strengthened into a sixth sense. Alice and Jasper are the only others in my family with extra gifts. Oh, what can they do? Jasper can sense and manipulate emotions, I told him. Alice sees the future. The way in which his eyes bulged was comical. You'll be able to ask her about it yourself, Edward sighed. She'll be here in precisely 23 seconds. How do you know that? Asked my dad, his mouth agape. She's within range. Edward smirked and tapped his head. She told me herself. The strange admission left Charlie speechless. He looked to me for confirmation that this was normal. I smiled and nodded, before allowing my eyes to wander to the door. Sure enough, within a matter of seconds, there came a cheerful series of knocks. Da. Come in, Alice, I said, not bothering to raise my voice. The door flew open instantly, and in bounced my favorite girlfriend, as chipper as ever. Charlie, she called in a sing-song voice. My mortal father gawked openly at the vampire, who seemed to have taken it upon herself to see that the Swan residence was fully equipped for the festive season. Over one shoulder, there rested a 7-foot Christmas tree, which she held with no more difficulty than a baseball bat. In the opposite hand, she gripped 2 massive suitcases, which no doubt contained a variety of different decorations. I foresaw that you would need this, she chirped. Don't worry, I'll set it up for you. Carlisle and Esme followed her in, both wearing apologetic expressions. I guess they decided to tag along to make sure my dad wasn't about to suffer a nervous breakdown. Sorry, Charlie, said Carlisle. You'll soon learn that Alice is an unstoppable force of nature. We tried to rein her in, but we may as well have told the Pope not to pray. Charlie nodded, gulping. His eyes followed the pixie as she headed over to the corner. Esme placed a bucket, which was half filled with soil and wrapped in chocolate silk, at her feet. Alice lowered the tree into the center, holding it straight whilst her mother carefully packed the rest of the container. As I moved off to the side with Edward, watching Alice adorn the tree with twinkling lights, glittering acorns, shiny baubles and so on, the oldest-looking Cullens did their best to make Charlie feel comfortable. Esme told him of her teaching experience at Hogwarts, reinforcing the world Edward and I had claimed was real, and Carlisle spoke briefly about the magical tomes he was looking forward to translating. He found a massive store of ancient texts in St. Mungo's archives, but not all of them were in English. He looks too calm, I worried aloud, analyzing Charlie's expressionless face. Oh, he's far from that, Edward chuckled. He's definitely alarmed. Even when he was laughing with us earlier, he was the same. He's doing his best to mask it though, because he doesn't want you to regret telling him. Charlie's going to put on a brave face for everyone, despite his discomfort. Alice finished the tree 5 minutes following her arrival. It was elaborately decorated, loaded with the traditional red and gold, making it a beautiful and warm addition to the very unexceptional living room. Once she finished placing the heavily intricate garland over the mantel, and had hung 2 red stockings on either side of the fire, one with Charlie's name written across in gold glitter, and the other with mine, she danced to my side, crouching down to clutch my shin. "All aboard the Bella Express, everyone," she sang. "Why?" I asked. "Where are we going?" "We're hopping over to our house so we can use the Flow network." I arched an eyebrow questioningly. "Shopping," said Edward. My expression must have reflected the horror within, because he hastily added, "Christmas shopping. It'll give you some time to spend with your dad, since I am going with Carlisle and my brothers." Oh, I thought about the proposal for only a second, before I decided it was actually a good idea, and used a summoning charm to retrieve my pouch of hidden galleons from under the floorboards in my room. There was a loud crack as they tore through the wood, but no one questioned it. "I'd fix any damage later." Edward slid his fingers through mine, whilst Carlisle and Esme each took a shoulder. Holding my free hand out for Charlie, I said, "Come on, Dad. Take hold." He looked at it with suspicion, his eyes narrowing. "Why, what are you going to do?" I shrugged. "I am taking you to the Cullens' house. It's quicker this way." Rather than admit his discomfort, my dad cautiously paced to my side. His skin was clammy, which, considering the circumstances, I could completely understand. "Take a deep breath," I warned. "This can be a little nauseating the first time." "Nauseating? What do you mean?" The darkness sucked us in an instant. My bones felt as if they would be ripped at the joints, my eyeballs and eardrums were being forced deeper into my skull, and I couldn't breathe at all. Suddenly, light exploded across my vision as we appeared in the Cullens' white living room, almost blinding in comparison to the absolute black that accompanied apparition. Charlie inhaled a loud lungful of air, doubling over in the same moment, whilst his face took on a sickly green tinge. I looked immediately to Alice, who shook her head, already aware of the question I was about to ask. "No bucket. He'll be as right as rain in 2 minutes." Personally, I thought she was overstating it. There was no way, in my opinion, that Charlie would take to such advanced magic that easily. He was much too muggleish. As Edward had said, however, he put on a brave face, though he made no more effort than that to hide his true feelings. "Bells, that was horrible. I don't know what you did, but let us not try it again anytime soon." I laughed. "Sure thing." Rosalie, Emmett and Jasper were all waiting for us by the fireplace. They nodded a polite hello to Charlie as we approached. He smiled weakly back, and followed us over to meet them, remaining closely beside me the whole time. "So who's going where?" I inquired. "Diagon Alley is obviously out. All the shops will be shut there by this time." "Well," answered Alice, in her high soprano voice, "the boys are heading off to Shanghai, and Wait, what?" exclaimed Charlie. Alice shrugged. "We're not bound now by distance. We can go anywhere, see anything, at the drop of a hat. There's no point restricting ourselves to Washington State when we have that luxury." "Don't you think, Charlie?" Sure." "So," the pixie clapped, "as I was saying, the boys are taking China, and we're going to take Kuala Lumpur. Esme got a list areas for wizard retail from McGonagall. We're sticking to East Asia, since it's morning there. Besides, they're interesting and colorful. You're going to love it." My initial reaction to the idea of visiting Southeast Asia was to feel an overwhelming sense of excitement. After a few seconds, however, the grin slowly slipped from my face. As much as I would have enjoyed spending time with the girls, what I really wanted right now was to spend some alone time with my dad, especially since he looked in no shape whatsoever to succeed in keeping with the pace of the vampires. Luckily, I had a perceptive, trusty empath on hand to help me out. Alice," said Jasper, "I think maybe it would be better if we give Charlie and Bella some time together. They have a lot to talk about, after all." I flashed a small smile at him in gratitude. He winked in return. His psychic wife looked back to me, examining my face for a fraction of a second, before she smiled and nodded. "Okay, how about Japan? There's a nice little wizarding village not far from Yoshino. It's called Mahuyama." "Yes," said Esme, "I think that would suit the two of you just right. It's a lovely area. Very peaceful and picturesque." Charlie still looked unconvinced even after everything he'd already seen. I think he still refused to believe it was possible simply to hop on over to East Asia for a shopping spree. Alice held out a small leather pouch to me, smiling hopefully. I furiously shook my head, as if I was going to buy their Christmas presents with their money. That's what I thought, she sighed, no doubt having seen my refusal in one of her visions. Oh, well, it was worth a try at least. Gesturing to the fireplace then, she said, why don't you two go first? You're going to the spinning fireball, Mahuyama, Japan. Figuring it was best not to argue, I led my father over to the fireplace, instructing him to do exactly as I did. Rosalie held out the bag of flow powder as I prepared to climb into the flames. I'd expected Charlie to argue, but he didn't make a sound as I stepped into the emerald flares. I suppose he'd decided that if there was any danger, the others would have protested too. Edward, I called, make sure Alice keeps an eye on Charlie. I don't want him ending up in a Middle Eastern war zone or something. That would be just his luck. Edward smiled and nodded. Somehow, I managed to tear my gaze from his striking green eyes and crooked smile, to glance at Charlie, who looked ill, one last time. I really hoped the spinning fireball was some kind of drink house. He seemed like he needed a fire whiskey. With one final reassuring smile, hoping he would somehow absorb the confidence I was attempting to radiate, I spoke the words that sucked me into the rushing vortex. The other exits flew by at blinding speed in a whiz of color rather, I flew by them. The feeling of weightlessness was truly wonderful, and I regretted that I couldn't surf the rainbow more often. Traveling by flow powder was far better than any theme park attraction. After minutes of torpedoing through the lightning-fast network, in which time I had passed hundreds of other witches and wizards, their hair and robes streaming out behind them, I finally felt myself slowing, the current directing me towards a particularly large exit. The sight I stumbled out to was awe-inspiring. I was standing in the middle of what could have passed for an ancient Oriental temple. It was perfectly circular, and had 5 separate tiers, each of the upper levels composed of orange stone platforms, which traveled around the edge of the walls, giving me an unobstructed view all the way up to the pointed ceiling. At the roof's peak, there was a circular hole about a meter in diameter, where a bronze concave mirror was attached. It reflected the sun down to the next level. I followed the line of light to a second mirror, and the light bounced off that one to a third mirror on the opposite side. It was then that I realized that every space of wall was covered in the same, all the way from the top of the building to the very bottom. The way they overlapped made it seem as if the place had been constructed from thousands of dragon scales, the bronze reflective surfaces creating the illusion that I was standing in a tower of fire. Something thudded into the back of me as I stood gawking, and I ended up sprawled across the varnished mahogany floor. Charlie grunted as he fell down beside me, his face caked with black soot. What did you do, Dad? I laughed as I climbed back to my feet. Try to eat it. You've got it everywhere. The only response he could give, however, was another grunt, and I guessed that his skin would be green again beneath the dirty mask. He brushed himself off as he stumbled upright, only to freeze completely upon seeing the wondrous place we'd been transported to. His eyes went wide and his mouth formed a small O. Whilst he took his time gaping, I studied the place further. Yes, we'd definitely be able to find something to ease Charlie's nerves here by the looks of things. Across the room, beyond the number of low wooden tables, by which a few kimono-clad customers were crouched, there was bar. A dragon-shaped terracotta counter stretched from one end to another, separating the serving area from the guest space. I gently pulled Charlie through the narrow aisle separating the furniture, making a beeline for the bar. Behind it stood a man dressed in a dark green kimono, an intricate dragon pattern embroidered along the fabric. His tan face was covered with deep lines, yet, despite his obvious age, his hair was the blackest of black, not a single gray in sight. His dark eyes sparkled with some special, retained youth as they caught the light, and his body looked strong and muscular beneath his luxurious garments. He smiled and bowed as we approached. It seemed only polite to return the gesture. My father did as I did, though his movements were awkward. I didn't know a lot of Japanese, but I was aware of the basics. Konnichiwa. Hello, the man replied in a thick accent. Welcome to Spinning Fireball. I am Kyo Haruki. I am Bella Swan, I replied, since the man seemed comfortable with English, and this is my father, Charlie Swan. Ah, Americans. Very good. The wizard glanced from me to my dad, seeming a little amused as he took in Charlie's nervous expression and stance. You speak, Charlie Swan. My dad blinked. He's in shock. The man's brow furrowed as he returned his eyes to me. In shock. Why? Glancing at Charlie, who was now swaying from side to side, like a New York high-rise, I stuttered, my dad is a muggle. He just found out about magic. Oh, sudden comprehension dawned on Haruki's face. I understand. I gawked as the elderly wizard vaulted over the counter. He had to have been in his late 60s at least, yet his movements were quick and supple, like those of a young athlete. Carefully, he took Charlie by the elbow, one hand gently pressed against his back, and led him over to the nearest free table. My dad didn't protest as the kind man eased him down onto a large, thick cushion. If I was being honest, he didn't seem to be in the right state to do anything at all. I guess the day's revelations were finally catching up with him. The Flow network certainly hadn't done anything to help the situation. Clearly, we'd taken things too fast. You wait here, Haruki instructed. I bring you something to make you feel better. And with that, he zipped away. At first, I wondered why he hadn't simply used magic to transfer drinks to the table, but then I realized he was probably conscious of the present need to avoid such things, more so than I had been at any rate. When Haruki returned half a minute later, he placed a small porcelain cup down on the table before Charlie. It was filled with a clear liquid, which was giving off a thin spout of steam. What is it? Charlie croaked. It is a special drink. Special sake. Muggle sake. It is heated sometimes when it is not so good to mask the poor taste. But this is wizard sake. Good quality. The flavor isn't damaged by the heat. He nodded to cup and smiled, indicating with his hands for Charlie to continue. Drink. It will make you feel good, bring you strength. Although my father didn't look convinced, he did the polite thing, lifting the small cup to his lips, his hands trembling in the process. With eyes clenched tightly, he hastily tipped the alcohol into his mouth, gulping down the fluid until he completely drained it. The second it was gone, he slammed the cup back down onto the table, inhaling quickly, as if he'd just finished running a short sprint. Damn, he exclaimed, looking into the empty cup. The man threw back his head and laughed loudly. It is good, yes. Good, Charlie agreed absently. It only took a few seconds for the alcohol to take effect, but within that time, I witnessed a massive change in both Charlie's face and carriage. His skin, which had previously been sapped of color, suddenly seemed 10 times healthier, his cheeks turning rosy, whilst his eyes filled with a subtle glimmer. His posture rapidly improved, so that he was no longer slumped over. Instead, he sat straightly, a newly awakened courage filling his muscles. His mouth twitched at the corners, until he was wearing a subtle smile. That stuff is really something, he said. Haruki nodded. Yes, it is like medicine. The benefits are both physical and mental. I drink 1 cup of this every morning. I smiled. Maybe that was the secret to his good health. This one was free. The man grinned then, tapping his chin. What is the expression you use when something is free? On the house, I offered. Ah, yes, this one was on the house. Oh, well, thank you very much, Charlie replied, his voice adopting fresh confidence. In that case, I'll have a second one, and whatever my daughter is having, please. Haruki smiled and turned to me. Do you serve butterbeer? I inquired. Haruki apologized and explained that the spinning dragon didn't stock the drink I'd requested, because there wasn't much of a Western influence in the reserved little mountain village. Whilst tourists came and went, everyone was eager to preserve the Mahuyama way of life. The landlord did, however, recommend a cordial produced from the sakura blossoms that grew nearby, insisting that it was extremely refreshing. When I agreed, he slipped a long, thin wand from his pocket. Charlie didn't even flinch as the cups appeared on the table before us, nor did he seem upset when they magically filled themselves. Haruki checked to make sure I liked the cordial. It was an extremely clear substance with a faint pink tint, cold on the tongue, but not icy, a bit like rain water. It was just as fresh as he'd promised, the sweetness slight, but perfectly balanced nonetheless. Recognizing our joint satisfaction, the man bowed again, before leaving us to enjoy our drinks. Charlie didn't tea down this one like he did the last, but took small sips instead, now 100 times calmer. So, he said, shuffling closer to the table, let us talk. Okay, I agreed. Now it was my turn to be anxious. What do you want to talk about? You and Edward, naturally. Charlie nodded, glancing into his cup. It's a big thing. If you reset on this, you can avoid the conversation. His eyes flicked up to meet mine, and they possessed a strong determination. I want to make sure you re-positive. I am. Are you? Have you thought everything through? Edward saw this wasn't a life he wanted for you. There must be a reason for that. There was, I answered, deliberately using the past tense. Until recently, Edward knew less about himself than he realized. You have to understand, Dad he's been alone for close to a century, always repeating the same cycle: move to a new town, pretend to be a teenager in high school, whilst distancing himself from the mortals around him, learn the same material over and over, and then move on to the next place to start again. For a long time, he thought that he'd been damned, that he'd lost his soul. He couldn't understand why else he'd be forced to stay here. Charlie's expression slowly changed from serious to guilty as he listened to my explanation. It sounds like a very lonely existence, he concluded sadly. I nodded, but it doesn't have to be. My dad arched an eyebrow, encouraging me to continue. The Cullens had no idea that there were whole communities that lived in similar secrecy. They didn't realize there were places they could be themselves. I gestured to the space surrounding us, indicating the witches and wizards close by. After a brief pause, where my dad took another sip from his cup, he said, all right, that's fair, but it still doesn't fix the forever thing. I know I've said this before, Bells, but that's an awfully long time. Even if you were to integrate yourself into a community where you were accepted, wouldn't you get bored of it all after a while? I highly doubt it, I smiled gently. There's so much I want to know. As well as the magical subjects, and even if I live a millennium, I doubt I'll be able to learn everything there as well as the magical subjects, though, there's also the regular things. There's a million books I have to get through for one thing. And then there's science, the arts, languages. On top of that, I'll have Edward. I was acutely aware of how my expression softened as I imagined his face, melting into tenderness as his crooked smile filled my mind, coupled with the image of sparkling green eyes shifting into molten gold and back again. How on earth could I ever get bored of him? It would take a million years to satisfy my desire for him, for heaven's sake, and then some. You really love him, said Charlie. It wasn't a question. He wasn't nearly as oblivious as I'd once told myself. I nodded. Completely. Besides, if it's as the Cullens say it is, what I feel, I tapped my fingers to my chest, it will strengthen with the change. They say that the weight of an immortal's emotion would crush a human, that it's absolute and unbreakable. It's why they mate for life, or eternity rather. I doubt I could ever get bored of that. Charlie inhaled a shaky breath, and took another sip of his sake. The intensity of my admission had evidently scared him a little. Well, he breathed, at least I don't ever have to worry about him cheating on you. I chuckled. Definitely not. My dad smiled, but his face quickly turned serious again. But what about when all your friends are gone? When I've gone? And your mother? He had to bring up the most difficult subject. It'll hurt a lot not being able to see you, I nodded. Too painful to even think about, but it's still something I'd have to go through, even if I stayed the way I am now. You never know, Charlie teased, I might outlive you. I might not be a wizard, but I am a tough old guy. I don't doubt that, but my kind live longer than muggles anyway. It wouldn't be impossible for me to live a century longer than the normal human lifespan. Charlie gaped, his eyebrows shooting halfway up his forehead. My old headmaster was 115, I think, when he died, but that was only because he died of unnatural causes. He might have had a good 50 or 60 years to live. The longest living wizard was over 600 years old, but he was a bit of an anomaly. I didn't bother to mention that was because the person of topic was the famous alchemist who had created the elixir of life. So why bother to change at all, then? Asked Charlie, confused. If you're going to live longer anyway, what's the need? I'll still age, I said sadly. Edward 1T. He wouldn't let that separate us, but it's not how I want to live. Understandable. You don't strike me as the cougar type. It felt good to finally laugh together again. We hadn't done enough of it today. Hopefully, that was something I'd be able to correct. Before I could get to work on that, Charlie turned his attention to an even more sobering issue. What about the pain? 3 days of agony, that's what Edward saw eat. I sighed. Medicine has come a long way since the Cullens were changed. Being a doctor, Carlyle will be able to get his hand on enough painkillers to see me through. Perhaps if I'd believed that Muggle medicine would work in such a situation, I would have been able to convince Charlie the experience wouldn't be difficult. As things were, he looked doubtful. Nevertheless, he didn't force the issue further. It wasn't something either of us particularly wanted to discuss. The conversation switched then to lighter topics: my schooling, my British friends, the things I had achieved since entering the magical world. He was especially interested to hear about Quidditch, but when I told him about my role in that area, he threw back his head and roared with laughter, startling a young couple crouched at the next table. Apparently, my being able to transform into an animal was more believable than the fact that I was good at a sport. "You are much better now, Charlie Swan?" asked Haruki, grinning as he inspected my dad. "Yes, thank you. This stuff sure did do the trick." Charlie tapped the side of his cup, before reaching into his pocket. "How much do we owe?" I'll pay for these, Dad," I said as the bill materialized on the table. Charlie frowned. "But I want to get them." I laughed. "I don't think they accept dollars here." Extracting a tiny drawstring bag from my pocket, I pulled out 10 sickles and 3 nuts, before passing them over to Haruki. British wizarding currency, American wizarding currency, French wizarding currency, all of it, their coins all have the same value, all made from the same materials, all the same size. The only differences between them are the inscriptions. Well, that simplifies things. "Yes," agreed Haruki, transferring the coins to his pocket. "It is not our custom to make things more difficult than is necessary, yet, Muggles." The man shook his head and chuckled. "It is your pastime. So many rules for this and that, everything overcomplicated." He leaned forward then, bowing low to whisper a wise message. "Some things, my friend, are very, very simple." Before he bowed to leave, Haruki tilted his head towards me, and winked. 2 minutes later, Charlie and I left the spinning dragon, exiting out onto the mountainside. I gasped at the view that met us. The Japanese wizarding village was situated halfway up the mountain. The slope it looked out onto was covered with cherry blossom trees, 2/3 of which were currently in full bloom, creating a landscape that was a mixture of lush greens and soft pinks, above a sea of misty clouds. Swarms of petals carried on the wind, the breeze creating a soft chord as it washed over the land and foliage. This mountain was inspired by Yoshino. It's an amazingly beautiful area. I have a picture on my profile. Be sure to look. Scattered at various intervals down the mountain, on either side of the steep cobbled path, which formed a winding S shape, were buildings constructed from a reddish wood, all styled in traditional Japanese architecture. Strung across the front of each were large banners, decorated with characters I couldn't understand. Hundreds of Japanese lanterns with attached wind chimes floated between and over the structures, a stretching coil of deep blues, cyans, emerald greens, magentas, royal purples, and sharp silvers. Against the pink shelter of the mountain trees, this place would look spectacular at night time. "Wow," Charlie breathed, sharing my sentiments. "I know. We must have spent another 5 minutes simply taking in our surroundings." In that time, Charlie asked how the wizards managed to keep non-magical people at bay, especially those living in the nearby villages. When I told him of the various Muggle-repelling charms my kind made use of, he accepted my explanation without question. I mentally thanked Haruki for introducing the sake. There were very few people out and about. I wasn't sure whether that was a result of the fact that the shops hadn't been open long, or because it was a naturally quiet area. Maybe it would get busier as the day went on. We made our way down from the village bar, walking along the jade and terracotta cobbles until we came to the first building. It wasn't until we were a few meters away that I noticed the different-sized baubles hanging from the edge of the roof. All the buildings were decorated in the same way, more than likely for the Christmas holidays. There were no glass windows to see through, only the traditional opaque screens, all of which were shut. The double doors at the front of the store, however, were standing wide open, allowing a strong woody incense sandalwood, perhaps to escape from inside. Looks like it sells a bit of everything, I decided, peering in at the merchandise, which ranged from fossils of magical creatures to antique armillary spheres. Come on, this looks like a good place to start. Charlie stayed close by me as we made our way around the shop. Every now and then, his fingers would graze a particular item, and curiosity would fill his eyes, but then he'd catch me smiling, and would quickly shift back to his feigned indifference. He couldn't keep the interest off his face, however, when we came across a set of long fishing rods, held up by the porcelain vase they stood in. They were all made from polished bamboo, some thicker and longer than others, and were already strung with thin, silver line, from the end of which there dangled a shiny hook. Charlie extracted the thickest, longest one, and whistled, running a hand over the silver handle. Now this is what I am talking about, he purred. What a beauty. I ran my eyes over the label attached to the vase, but the letters meant nothing to me. I wonder what it does. Charlie gave me a funny look and chuckled. Well, allow me to explain the basics of fishing. You know what I mean, I said, rolling my eyes. It must have something magical about it, or else why would it be in a shop like this? The smile instantly dropped from Charlie's face, only to be replaced with a look of disappointment. With an expression that was somewhere between bitter and regretful, he returned the rod to its place. The young lady behind the counter paid us no mind as we neared, nor did she seem to respond to the fact that we clearly weren't from the area. I quickly realized that that probably had something to do with the fact that the place attracted quite a few out-of-towners. That became obvious when a pale-skinned witch wearing a Victorian-style top hat ambled into the shop. She had white blonde plaited hair trailing all the way to her waist, and with the right outfit, she could look like something out of a high-fashion magazine. However, she'd chosen to combine her already eccentric image with a gold sari and dozens of Indian bangles, creating a total mishmash of era and culture. Whoever she was, the woman was definitely ambitious in her trend-setting hobby. I just hoped she never crossed paths with Alice. Charlie stood wide-eyed as she sashayed past us, before finally murmuring, "Interesting bunch of people you hang with, Bells." "It certainly keeps life colorful," I answered, pulling him over to the far right corner of the shop, where there rested a mountain of books. Most were bound in thick leather, a few of which had their spines protected with metal coverings. The only thing that any of them really had in common was that they were some of the oldest and thickest tomes I had ever seen, excluding those resting in the Hogwarts library. Amongst the piles, I could only discern a few English titles, including Old Secrets and the Celestial Manuscript. A flick through the pages told me that the content was almost as indecipherable as that belonging to the foreign texts, since they had been written in an archaic form of English. A feminine cough from behind grabbed my attention. Looking over my shoulder, I saw that the counter lady had her eye on me, at the same time pointing in the direction of a nearby table. Curious, I took a step toward it. The woman nodded. I took a few more steps. The woman nodded more vigorously. It was covered in a red satin sheet, and held a number of interesting-looking implements. I ran my hand over each, noticing how the woman shook her head and waved me on to the next. She held up a hand, indicating I should stop, when my hand came to rest over a peculiar magnifying glass. The long handle was made of polished brass, as was the rim, which was engraved all the way around the edge with tiny writing from dozens of different languages. "I offer meaning," I read, locating the English. Charlie leaned in over my shoulder to read the same phrase. I offer meaning, I offer meaning." As I traced the engravings with my fingertip, a sudden idea occurred to me, and I quickly ran back to the books, where I held it over one with a Latin title. It said Les Mondes Cachets. Okay, so the magnifying glass liked French, but that didn't exactly help me. "There must be a way to get it to read in English," I muttered, twisting it in my hands. Only a few seconds had passed when I realized the handle's end acted as a dial. Turning it, I watched the text before me transform into Spanish, and then German. Finally, it shimmered into English, and I marveled as I read what should have been Latin. The Hidden Worlds. In my excitement, I flipped the book halfway open, landing on a page explaining why the wizards and witches of Atlantis had decided to sink their own city, and how they had gone about doing it. I must read over 20 titles before Charlie surprised me by snatching the translation tool from my hand. Without explanation, He marched off, and didn't he come to a stop until he reached the fishing rods. Enchanted fishing rods with far-flying wires with a simple flick of the wrist, watch as your hook travels twice the distance. Comes with a magical hook, which transfigures into a flobberworm when submerged in water, and then back again when bitten. Well, there you go, Dad. I chuckled. You won't even have to watch the transfiguration as it happens. The only difference you'll get with this is that people will think you've improved your throwing technique. Yeah, he grinned, eyeing the rods with renewed desire. After a moment, however, he remembered that I was watching him, and attempted to banish the sparkle from his eyes. Laughing, I picked the largest rod from the vase and set off towards the counter. Hey, wait, what are you doing? He demanded. I am buying you a Christmas present. What? No, Bells, you don't have to. I want to, I interrupted, handing both objects to the saleswoman. She smiled and set about bagging them up for me, though I stopped her before she could put away the magnifying glass. Understanding my meaning, she handed it back unwrapped, and allowed me to pay. After leaving the store, I used the magnifying glass to help navigate our retail journey down the winding path of the mountainside, barely ever pulling it away from my eyes. Charlie made some crack relating to Sherlock Holmes. I, naturally, retaliated with my own little joke, through which he became Watson, the trusty sidekick. A small stationery store was our next stop, where I picked up a magical art set for Esme. It was made up of 7 different sized brushes, 1 pencil, a pastel crayon, a piece of chalk, a quill, a pot of ink, a sharpener, and a magic eraser. What was so lovely about the set was that you could command each instrument to use whatever color you desired. If you needed cerulean for an ocean painting, you'd dip a brush in water, call out that very color, and you'd have it. The same rule applied with oil paints, along with the ink which came included. The only place we could go for Alice's gift was the clothier's. Since I was no fashion guru, picking something out from the racks of luxurious hanging garments wasn't easy in the slightest. For a start, I didn't want to buy something and it end up being the wrong size also. The sparkling and shimmering fabrics intimidated me a little. The dresses looked as if they could have been worn by empresses. When my eyes found the bag section at the back of the shop, therefore, I automatically drifted in that direction. Let's face it, I thought, Alice can work with any style or color scheme, so it doesn't matter what I pick out, as long as it's pretty. So that's what I did. I searched along the racks looking over the different designs. There was a satchel that reminded me of the sofa I'd seen in Cotton and Tweed's window display, because it kept switching its pattern from purple snakeskin to tiger stripes. Eventually, I found the right present for my pixie vampire friend, one that acted as a perfect representation for the place it had been made. It was lined with ivory taffeta, and was covered with layers of overlapping petals of varying shades of cream and pink. According to the label, it carried protection and preservation charms to keep the delicate attachments both fresh and intact, along with weightless and undetectable extension charms for excellent storage. That's you, Carlisle, Esme, and Alice down, I said, ticking the names off on my fingers. Charlie's brow furrowed. Carlisle, what did you get, Carlisle? I waved the magnifying glass at him. He's into research. He's pretty fluent in most languages, but he hasn't learned to translate runes yet, or the ancient, dead wizarding languages. It might come in handy when he's looking through those old books he found in St. Mungo's archives. It was 12 o'clock in Mahuyama, when the two of us stopped for dinner, according to the silver sundial outside the restaurant. The structure reminded me of a bandstand. It was an octagonal raised platform without walls, its roof supported by wooden stilts, up which grew bright blue creepers with purple flowers. All in all, it was a very pretty place, situated halfway down the S-shaped trail atop a wide overhang, overlooking the lovely pink and emerald landscape, and the low, misty cloud bank. We received a few odd looks as we examined the menu through the magnifier, and a few more after the young waiter brought our food, since Charlie was apparently terrible with chopsticks. What made it worse was the fact that we ordered ramen, so he spent a whole 5 minutes trying to pick up the noodles with no success, before he slammed his sticks down in irritation. My body shook as I laughed silently into my bowl. In the end, though, I took out my wand and conjured 2 sets of more familiar eating utensil spoons and forks, and we used them in the same way you would when eating spaghetti. Still, It took another 3 minutes practice before Charlie could keep his food from slipping back into the dish, but, finally, he got it. Despite his earlier irritation with his chopsticks, he took one with him when we left, and surprised me by holding it out before him, so that the tip was aimed at my chest like a fencing sword. I cracked out laughing as he called out the words, "Abracadabra," and pulled out my wand, retaliating with my own spell, which turned his nose into a shiny red ball, like that of a clowness. He immediately responded by folding his arms across his chest, assuming a very grumpy pose. "Daz nod fuddy," he grumbled, sounding congested, or as if he'd had his nose broken, which, I suppose, he had. Giggling, I reversed the spell, and his attitude brightened immediately. He sent a playful glare in my direction, before we both broke out into mirthful chuckles. It was a relief to see that Charlie was beginning to loosen up. I was surprised by how quickly that had happened. I'd expected him to stay a sickly shade of green for days on end, yet here he was, traveling through a village, home to dozens of witches and wizards, with a wrapped magical fishing rod tucked under his arm, seeming completely at ease. Perhaps that was the solution to launch people into it suddenly and without warning, so that they had no time to try and explain it all with bad reasoning and excuses. We searched every nook and cranny of every shop on our journey to the bottom of the village, never coming across anything that seemed as if it would make a good gift for the remaining Cullens. I'd almost completely lost hope as we stopped before the final store, especially when I realized it was a jeweler's. I couldn't exactly see Edward wearing a necklace still. We'd tried everywhere else, so we entered anyway. The place was illuminated by soft candlelight, which glinted off the various gems and trinkets. It was a square room, with open ebony cabinets placed all the way around the edges, all holding gold and silver items, along with pearls, diamonds, sapphires, rubies, emeralds, and every other precious material imaginable. Charlie released a long, impressed whistle as his eyes raked over the jewelry. In the center of the store, running parallel to the paying counter, was a long, thin table. Immediately, my eyes caught on a pinky peach, drawn like iron filings to a magnet. I bent down to examine the peculiar piece, unsure why this one in particular had so quickly demanded my attention. It wasn't something I could imagine myself wearing, but it was incredibly beautiful nonetheless. Lifting the magnifying glass, I read the card placed alongside it. White gold fertility ring with red coral rose centerpiece. Coral fertility charm soaked in Felix Felicis prior to manufacture for extra luck. May you bear many sons. I arched an eyebrow at that last line, and quickly handed the magnifying glass to my dad, before carefully picking the ring up off the table. Sure enough, the rose-shaped centerpiece shimmered with lustrous golden flecks, not a normal characteristic of the precious marine organism, though it would take more than a bit of luck to help Rosalie. Everything about the ring screamed her name at me, as if the world was trying to send me some enormous clue. The only problem was the price tag. Although it wasn't disastrously expensive, it was still twice as much as the amount I'd spent on Alice. I'd have to buy her a little something extra to even it out. I moved towards the small line forming by the cashier's desk, but stopped upon hearing the call of my name. "Come and have a look at this, Bells," Charlie said, his face hidden as he stood with his back to me, peering into one of the cabinets surrounding the room. I joined him, quickly realizing at the sight of the chunky chains, the thick wristbands, and the combination of dark materials and sharp metallics that the cabinet before us held more masculine pieces. Charlie pointed, directing my eyes towards platinum and black leather, and held the translator over the attached label. Slowly but surely, my smile spread wider and wider, until I felt my cheeks dimple. "Dad, you are a total genius. I didn't realize you were going to buy it," Charlie said as we left the jeweler's. "Why would Edward need one of those anyway? Don't you think that kind of thing is better suited to international spies and police states?" I rolled my eyes as we ambled over to a nearby bench. "Are you kidding? This is perfect for Edward. Maybe this will stop him from worrying so much." "Why would he worry?" Charlie questioned, plonking the bags he held down on the floor. "He seems to think I am a danger magnet," I admitted, biting my lip as I considered my next words. In the end, I decided to tell Charlie about what had happened with Tyler Crowley's van, along with the incident that had occurred in Port Angeles. His nostrils flared with that second story, like a bull's that's about to charge, his knuckles turning white, whilst his jaw clenched in fury. Edward saw that he was stronger than most people. Did he break their jaws? He growled. I'd never seen Charlie look this livid before, not even when he confronted the vampire in question on our return from Italy. In truth, I was a little frightened by his intensity. I shook my head. No, but I found out later, quite a bit later, actually, that he and Carlyle had gone back for them after he'd taken me home. Edward found their minds, Carlyle sedated them, and then they tipped off the police. It wasn't long before the bad guys were being extradited back to Texas. That guy. I jumped as Charlie shot up off the bench. Tremors racked his frame as he towered over me. The one on the news. That serial rapist/murderer was the one that was going to get you. Dad, calm down. How am I supposed to do that? He demanded, red-faced. By remembering that I am alive and he's on death row. I answered loudly, wincing a little afterwards. As much as the man deserved it, I wasn't a supporter of the death penalty. I couldn't get past the hypocrisy of it. Regardless of that, however, the reminder seemed to placate my father. He even had some nice words to say about my vampire, about how the world would be a much better place if it had more Edwards looking after it. Ah, yes, Edward the Batman. Once Charlie's skin had completely lost its furious scarlet shade, we began our climb back up the long, cobbled, S-shaped path. The gradient was moderately steep, so by the time we got halfway, the two of us were breaking a sweat. I was seriously regretting the fact that I hadn't brought my magic purse, but then I remembered the gift I'd bought for Alice, into which I transferred the rest off our purchases, before I rewrapped the petal bag once more. Charlie was bemused by the idea of wizard space, and chuckled in acceptance. The last half of the journey was much easier once we shed the extra weight. A light breeze picked up as we neared the spinning dragon, setting the wind chimes singing. Haruki was standing outside as we neared, magically transporting what I took to be empty kegs with his wand. He waved upon seeing us, and cried a greeting. You going home already? He asked, disappointed. I nodded. We got all the stuff we needed. Technically, that wasn't true. I still had to buy for Jasper and Emmett, but I hadn't found anything here for them that had caught my eye, which was why I'd be visiting Diagon Alley tomorrow. Then, maybe, I'd be able to see George and give him my best. The old Japanese landlord frowned and looked over his shoulder. I followed his line of sight past the tall, cylindrical drinking house, to the cherry blossoms behind. There was a gap in the line of trees, between which laid a steep stone staircase leading up the mountainside. After what had to be at least 100 feet, it veered off in a different direction, disappearing behind the trees. Have you been to see her yet? I felt my brow furrow with confusion. The seer. At our lost expressions, Haruki explained. She is a prophetess, and the most respected witch on Mahuyama. When outsiders visit the village, it is to see her. If you go, you will not regret it. A reading. I pondered the idea for a moment, my gaze flicking to Charlie, who looked a little scared at the prospect of being told his future. Oh, what the heck. It might be fun. She's probably just an old fraud anyway, just like Sybil Trelawney. How about it, Dad? I don't know, bells. Haruki flashed behind the two of us and gently pushed us forwards. I didn't resist, unlike my father, who tried ever so slightly to stop himself from being thrust towards the staircase. Charlie Swan, you must learn to not worry so much. The man waited at the bottom of the steps to make sure the two of us didn't turn back. Clearly, the people were very proud of their seer. I don't know about this, bells, Charlie murmured. Should we really be straying away from the main track? Not scared are you, Dad? I chuckled, looking back over my shoulder. He grunted in response, quickening his pace to catch up with me. After 5 minutes of climbing, we were almost at the peak of the mountain, but the trees were just as thick up here as they seemed to be at the base. Dozens of wind chimes hung from their branches, creating high, bell-like sounds. Finally, the two of us reached the top of the narrow staircase. A large torii gateway stood over the path, marking our transition from the profane into an entirely more spiritual area, the home of the Mahuyama seer. The second I had passed through, I was immediately hit by a floral perfume. It smelled exactly like that of the cherry blossoms, only stronger and muddled with some additional fragrance. Up ahead was a small circular courtyard, surrounded by bushes sprouting pinky red flowers, a species I didn't recognize. At the center, sat cross-legged on the stone cobbles with her back to us, was the woman I took to be the seer. "Sit," she instructed, without turning to look in our direction, gesturing to both her left and right. Charlie threw me a nervous glance. I smiled encouragingly, before going to sit on the right of the elderly woman, whose face was more lined than any other I had ever seen, her eyes barely visible beneath the drooping skin of her eyelids. Her hair was the color of snow, and was pulled back into a tidy bun at the back of her head. She wore loose-fitting garments of murky brown, nothing fancy like I'd been expecting. Her gloves were the most extravagant thing about her. They were made from jade and white silk. Before her, built onto the floor, was a peculiar design. It was a ring, about 1.5 meters in diameter, made up of a stone border. The circle formed a very shallow basin, one which held a few centimeters of water. The liquid was extremely clear and completely still. Beneath it, painted onto the marble base, was what looked like a map of the solar system, the sun depicted at the center, with the planets and their moons arranged around it. "I've been expecting you," she stated, plucking pink petals from the flower bud she held. How predictable, I thought skeptically. She dropped each petal into the small stone bowl in her lap, moving on to the next bud when there were none left to pull. Whilst she was busy with her task, I took the time to look around a little more. There wasn't a house nearby that I could see, but there was a path to the north leading off into the trees. Maybe it led to her home. I couldn't imagine a little old woman making the same climb we'd just completed day in day out, on her way to and from work. Then again, she was a witch, so why would she need to? If she lived in the village, she'd just be able to apparate up. "This meeting is one I have been anticipating for a long time," she said, surprising me. "Really?" I answered, opting for polite interest. The woman nodded. "Since 1918. I tensed in an instant, her words causing the hairs on the back of my neck to stand on end. "I am sorry." Without stopping her busy fingers, she looked up from her work to meet my gaze. "I first saw this meeting, amongst other things, in 1918. Does that year mean something to you?" I nodded. The old woman didn't look surprised in the slightest. "Many things were set in motion then," she added, her eyes meeting mine again. "Some things are fixed in time, but the bits in between are not. For example, you were always destined to cross paths with him, Isabella Swan." "Edward?" asked Charlie, eyes wide, now completely riveted to the woman. "Yes, that meeting was anchored in certainty unavoidable." With a very serious expression, the seer lifted the bowl from her lap and lowered it onto the floor before her. Then, she gestured to the shallow, circular basin. "You came for a reading, yes?" "Yes," I confirmed, my tone suggesting a confused mix of respect and doubt. Pulling 2 galleons from my purse, I passed them to her with a shaky hand, dropping them into her waiting palm. "We'd both like one, if that's all right." "Of course." She smiled then. The sight put me at ease a little, for it warmed her aged face. "I am Chiyoko. My great ancestors built this place over 1,000 years ago," passing the sight, she tapped her forehead with a wrinkled finger, onto the next generation. "Now I guard this place, like my father before me. So it runs in the family then?" Charlie clarified. "This seeing business." "Yes." Chiyoko picked up the stone bowl and held it out to Charlie. "Take a handful," she instructed, "and then drop them into the water." "And what will that do?" The woman let out a deep, throaty chuckle at my father's wary expression. Placing the bowl on the floor, she waved a hand to the water, and said, "Try to touch the bottom." "What?" "The water, dip your hand in until it touches the bottom." Though a very defined crease appeared directly between Charlie's eyes, confused as he was by the odd command, he complied nonetheless, extending a hand towards the flat surface. His finger bent strangely as it touched the fluid, as if encountering some opposing force. Grunting, he withdrew his hand, before closely inspecting his finger, which seemed to be completely dry. "The mirror is charmed," Chiyoko revealed. "It has been since its creation. Nothing can pass through the surface. This was the very same water my ancestors used, and it remains untainted. It has had 1,000 years to harness the power of the sun, moon and stars. For that reason, it is a very powerful instrument, one in tune with the heavens." Accepting the woman's words, my dad reached into the stone bowl and grabbed a handful of petals. They floated slowly down in a shower of baby pink and magenta as he sprinkled them over the water. For a moment, they merely rested where they had fallen atop the glassy barrier. I felt slightly silly as I sat there on edge. Divination was a questionable art in my opinion, one which produced answers that were vague at the most. So why was it that I was suddenly so tense? Without warning, the petals began to move, yet there wasn't even the hint of a breeze in the enclosed courtyard. Ah, breathed Chiyoko, look. She pointed to the petals, which were now collecting together, forming a clump in the middle of the basin. It drifted slowly over the water, hovering for a few seconds over each planet it chose to travel to. In the end, 1 minute after they had fallen from Charlie's palm, the movement stopped. My dad slowly raised his eyes to me. His lips were pressed into a hard line, like he wanted to laugh for some reason. Well, he said, that was informative. I masked my own laugh with a cough, unable to fully suppress my amusement. Chiyoko sat a little straighter and folded her arms, clearly irritated. The mirror revealed many things about your past and future, Charlie Swan. You suffered a great loss many years ago, a misfortune in your love life. Charlie coughed, now uncomfortable. That void shall be filled soon enough. Oh, yeah, he chortled. Who's the lucky lady? Chiyoko smiled. Someone who has suffered a loss of her own, the death of a partner perhaps. You remember the movement from Pluto to Venus. Love born from loss. Personally, I couldn't see it. Charlie hadn't had any romantic attachments in all the time I could remember. I arched an eyebrow at him. Got any ideas? He shrugged and shook his head. Not a clue. It will all become clear to you in time, I am sure, the seer said, holding a black wand out over the basin, angling it downwards. In a reverse twister, the narrowest section of the funnel touching the tip, the petals were sucked quickly up into the air. The elderly witch discarded them onto the floor beside her, after which she held the bowl up to me, eyes hard like obsidian rock. Brace yourself, child. My stomach dropped at her solemn warning, a sense of foreboding quickly stealing over me. She already knew something about my future. What was it? With a long, deep breath, I scooped up a handful of petals. They felt silkier than I'd been expecting, like spider thread. My skin tingled as I ran them between my fingers, until it felt as if an electric current was pulsing over my hand. With my breath held, I cast them into the basin. Unlike last time, they didn't move in a clump, but, rather, formed a thin, pink line perfectly straight, one end connecting to Venus, the other to Mars. I knew little when it came to reading the stars, but I was aware of the basic principles. Venus governed love, Mars governed war. My eyes snapped to the seer, who released a tired sigh. What is it? She met my gaze, her own face filled with pity, which only served in heightening my anxiety. As I have already told you, my first vision of you came a very long time ago, before even your parents were born. I nodded. I am a seer, as you know. I have had many visions in my lifetime, all of which have proved to be accurate. But even for me, it is not common to see the path of a person so far in advance, because the future is not set in stone. It can be changed, but not this one, she whispered. My heart pounded in my chest. I was barely conscious of the way I was leaning further and further forwards, desperate as I was for information. There is a plan for you, Bella Swan, she said, pointing to the water, where the petals still connected the two planets. You were trapped in a tug of war between Venus and Mars, between love and war, between happily ever after and absolute tragedy. What does that mean? I demanded. It means that one of them has to win out in the end. They have been fighting over you ever since you met Edward Cullen. Charlie's jaw clenched. So this is his fault. No, it is not. Chiyoko snapped, her eyes swimming with a sudden fire, startling my father. It surprised me that such a small and frail-looking woman could assert so much authority, but she had, and Charlie quickly sank back into silence. If your daughter's immortal were to undergo the same reading, his would result in exactly the same pattern. Don't you understand it yet, Charlie Swan? She questioned. They cannot live without each other. The heavens would simply not allow it. Do you think, after months of not seeing Bella, it was accident and chance that brought Alice a vision of her jumping from the cliff? In truth, Charlie didn't know much about this particular subject, but that didn't stop him from wincing. It was not accident, and it was not chance. It was the pull of. Look, I interrupted abruptly, too impatient for cryptic conversation. Can you just give it to me straight? What exactly does all this mean? There was a long pause, where the seer's expression became unsure, as if there was something she really didn't want to tell me, something she knew I wouldn't want to hear. With her eyes closed, she finally spoke. You are locked between Venus and Mars, Bella Swan. You have no choice but to see your love through to the end with Edward Cullen. Should you give up on Venus, Mars shall triumph, and your life will sink into tragedy and death. Charlie gasped, his face crumpling with pain. That is the only way for you now. Edward is your only chance at a happy future. At any future. I barked a laugh. Well, I could have told you that from the beginning. That is not all, she warned sadly. My smile faded and I nodded for her to continue. Venus shall fight for you for your happy ending, but the harder she pulls, the harder Mars will too, I guessed. Chiyoko nodded. You've already witnessed Mars' dangerous influence, the almost car crash, the men who tried to kill you in Port Angeles, the evil immortal you met by coincidence, who forced you to flee Forks. Charlie's brow knitted with confusion. The one who put you in that hospital in Phoenix, the seer said for his benefit. His eyes flared with fire as the realization hit. The one the Cullens killed to save you. My skin felt as if it would burn under the intensity of Charlie's glare. You and me are going to have a little chat when we get home, he growled. And then, of course, the seer continued, undeterred by the rising tension, there was his girlfriend to deal with. I trust your daughter has already explained the strength of the bond that develops once an immortal chooses a mate, Charlie Swan. She might have mentioned it, he said without breaking eye contact. Well, once that bond is formed, it is permanent. The Cullens destroyed an immortal bent on murdering Bella, as it was the only way to save her. Because of that, his mate set out to destroy her in revenge. A mate for a mate. She brought an entire army with her to Forks. Luckily, there were friends on hand to help, so everyone survived except the enemies, that is. Why not just tell him everything? I thought bitterly, wishing the woman would hold her tongue. Go ahead, just tell him the Cullens are vampires. Why the hell did I ever think this would be a good idea? Charlie now looked completely distraught, his head falling into his hands. Chiyoko gazed upon him with sympathy, before turning her penetrating stare on me. You see, child, with each new challenge there comes a greater potential for disaster. It is the battle between the planets. Time has brought you closer to your mate, but it has also brought more dangerous threats to tear you apart. Mars does not want to see this love fulfilled. I nodded. Everything this woman had stressed somehow made sense. Edward and I had faced one challenge after another, and, obviously, there would be more. So what next? Pain fills your future, she whispered, physical pain for you, mental and emotional pain for Edward. Pain, war, and the possibility of your own destruction. The universe requires balance. It will not allow you to achieve eternal happiness until you have suffered first, and even then, Mars may still win out. My head slipped forwards into my hands, so that my pose mirrored Charlie's. Was Chiyoko referring to more than just the 3 days of hellfire? Wasn't that enough of a payment? I'd felt it before, and I would have said so. What did the cosmos have in store for me now? You said you've had visions. I whispered. What did you see? There was a moment's pause, before Chiyoko sighed. I cannot tell you everything. It would have a negative effect on your path. Well, what can you tell us? Charlie barked, his head snapping up. That it would be inadvisable for Bella to spend all her time at Hogwarts during Easter, as she has planned to do. Why? What's going to happen at Easter? The seer conjured 3 cups, pouring into them steaming tea from a china pot, which had previously been sitting beside her. I hadn't noticed it until now. She passed 1 cup to Charlie, and 1 to me, keeping the last for herself, lifting it to her lips to sip the herbal fluid. You wish to expose the leaks within the ministry, do you not? Of course, I answered, still baffled, but how am I supposed to do that? That I must not tell you, she said matter-of-factly. The only advice I can give you is to exercise vigilance. The clues will come to you in time. And what then? When the Death Eaters have been captured, what then? Then, smiled Chiyoko, you shall enjoy a very happy summer. You shall marry. What? Bellowed Charlie. knocking over the teapot accidentally as he pounced to his feet. I groaned and let my head fall into my hands again. Edward and I had never told Charlie about our engagement. We hadn't seen the need, since we were putting the wedding on hold for another year. On the bright side of things, at least Chiyoko had saved us a job. She quickly saw to the spilled tea, but didn't pass up the opportunity to scold my dad, who towered over the two of us, now completely enraged. "Oh, sit down, Charlie Swan," she ordered, whacking the back of his legs. "Have you not been paying attention? Yeah, Bella and Edward must stay together or suffer a terrible tragedy. Yada, yada, yada. That doesn't mean they have to get married. The stronger their link, the greater sway Venus will have," the seer jabbered offhandedly. "If they do not marry, Mars will win out, Bella will suffer and ultimately die a tragic death, take your pick." Despite everything, I really wanted to laugh at the ultimatum Chiyoko dealt my father. She hadn't even stopped to breathe, and I doubted that she was being entirely truthful, but we both knew my dad wasn't going to argue if there was even the slightest possibility I might literally die if I didn't marry Edward. Charlie turned away from us, kicking a lone pebble resting at the toe of his boot, muttering something incomprehensible. The elderly woman quickly winked at me whilst he had his back turned. Somehow, I managed to contain my laughter, but I couldn't resist the urge to send her a grateful wink in return. Whilst Charlie sulked, the woman assured me in excited whispers, like a gushing teenage schoolgirl, that I would have a very good wedding and honeymoon. This filled me with immense satisfaction, as well as increasing my liking for the mysterious witch. It was what she told me after that set me shuddering. "Make no mistake, child, there is more to this than you realize. Your relationship with your immortal serves a higher purpose, one which will become clear with time. It is the reason you have been brought together by these unseen forces, the reason why you shall have to suffer. There is something you must do, a task you must fulfill for the universe, before the universe will grant you peace." We fell into silence then, which was only accentuated by the bell-like music of the wind chimes as the breeze forced the metal tubes to gently collide. Chiyoko continued to sip her tea. Neither Charlie or me touched ours. I was too busy thinking, and Charlie was already simmering. The last thing he needed was something hot. He might spontaneously combust otherwise. I always knew there'd be pain, I suppose, and the venom burn is the worst kind. What's a little more? Are you sure there's nothing else you can tell me? I asked the seer, who shook her head in response. Only that Edward shall come to visit me himself within the next year. He'll want answers. I will not give them to him myself, but I shall tell him where to find them. Answers to what? I demanded. That is between me and Edward, the woman responded cryptically, draining the last of her tea. I sighed. All right. Anything else? Yes, when Venus makes her path across the sun, two destinies her wondrous spell shall seal. I stared blankly as the woman trailed off into silence, waiting for her to continue. When she didn't, I had to push for more information, but she refused to explain her strange words, preferring instead to refill her cup, before telling my father and me that she had shared with us all the information that she could. The woman rose to her feet as Charlie and I prepared to leave. My dad had spent the last few minutes of the reading in total silence. I wondered what conclusions he'd come to in that time. Before we left, I received a hug from Chiyoko, who smiled at me reassuringly, the lines around her eyes and mouth deepening even more so. "Don't worry," she said, patting my hands. "It will all work out in the end. I have a sixth sense for these things." I returned her smile with a shaky one of my own, and answered, "I hope you rewrite." The Cullens were all back when Charlie and I poured out through the fireplace. We entered the room to the sound of my lullaby, for which I was extremely grateful. Edward smiled at me from his piano bench as his fingers waltzed over the keys, melting away all my anxiety with one look. My dad marched over to him without pause, turning the vampire's happy expression to one of seriousness. I was about to protest, worried that an argument would soon break out, but Edward stood up from his place before I could, and gestured to the front door of the house. "Right this way. I'll drive you home. We can talk about it on the way." "Wait," I exclaimed. "Where are you going?" "Charlie wants to have a word." My eyes snapped to my dad, my expression turning to one of disapproval. "Dad," I warned, Don't me, young lady," he cut in, his voice angry. I would have had this conversation with you, but since you've kept everything else from me, I am getting it via a different source. Now you're going to stay here, whilst Edward and I go have a man-to-man. And he won't be coming back until I have the answers I want. Once he has, you can do that apparatus thing and come home. Until then, stay here. And with that, he marched away and out the front door, Edward following closely behind him. Before I heard the car engine start, I spoke out at a normal volume, listing all the things that had happened in the past that Charlie had found out about. He doesn't know you're a vampire, but he knows about James and Victoria. Don't tell him about the wolves. The wait until Edward's return seemed like ages. In that time, I learned that Alice knew about the seer's predictions, but she hadn't had time to tell Edward, since the boys had gotten back only a minute or so before Charlie and me. Brilliant, I groaned, knocking my head against her knees in frustration as I allowed her to play my hair. We were sitting in Edward's room, her on the couch, me on the thick carpet. The way she ran her fingers through my hair, gently loosening the knots, was actually rather nice. Under any other circumstances, I would have been completely soothed by it. It couldn't be any worse, could it? I am not convinced, she sniffed, clearly bitter. I mean, this woman could be a total fraud. Think about it, Bella. The entire wizarding world knows about you and Edward. I am sure it wouldn't have been so hard to get hold of information regarding your past, nor would it have been too difficult to expand on that. I am telling you now, this woman is just another doom and gloom phony. She's Trelawney in a kimono. I chuckled, jealous. What, me, of an old crone? Please. I rolled my eyes at her stubborn attitude, but wondered afterwards whether she was right. In truth, how hard would it be for someone to use the widely published details and circulating rumors to come up with some ridiculous concoction like the one I'd been recently dealt? And Charlie get a girlfriend? Yep, the more I think about it, the more it seems like total crap. There's no more disasters waiting to befall us, I told myself. Alice is completely right, as always. He's back, she announced suddenly. I tense up immediately. He's had to explain to your father that there are some bad immortals, just as there are bad humans. It's a good job you mentioned the incident in Port Angeles. Charlie doesn't think that anything or anyone could be worse than that. And that was all she had to say to convince me that the Mahuyama seer had been right. All I needed to be reminded of was the fact that we'd been forced to suffer blow after blow after blow. There were the battles at Hogwarts too. Trouble seemed to follow us everywhere. The pixie vampire gave my shoulder a reassuring squeeze, before she got up and danced out of the room. A nervousness suddenly overtook me, and I found that I could hear each distinct thud of my heart as it echoed down the veins, hammering the pulse against my temples. The door to the room slowly swung open, and there he was, looking just as perfect as always. His bronze, messy hair had little white clumps in it. It must be snowing outside, and his irises smoldered, sea green around the edges, but blending into onyx around the pupils, evidence of his growing thirst. Without saying a word, he closed the distance between us, and pulled me into his arms. What happened? I whispered. For a moment, he didn't answer, the subsequent silence stretching out like a vast sea. When he did reply, however, his tone was unreadable, making it almost impossible for me to determine the emotions raging within him. I'd expected him to be angry, he said carefully, pulling back to look at me. He was before we left, and I didn't anticipate that would change. But as soon as we got into the car, he did a complete U-turn. His anger burned up into pain, and he all but begged for honesty. He wanted to know about how many times you'd come close to death. I told him about James. Why did James want to kill me? What reason did you give him? I asked quickly. Charlie Woodvay wanted to know. Edward frowned. I told him the truth, or part of it, anyway, that James didn't like the look I gave him. That he was a very old and bored immortal, and that his inhumane nature meant that he found killing to be an amusing pastime. Charlie didn't question me on that, but I had to tell him then about the monsters amongst your kind. I thought it would prevent him from developing a prejudice against my family if I pointed out there's evil in every species. He looked at me for reassurance, wanting to make sure I approved of his decision. You were right to tell him, I nodded. He already knows so much now anyway. Edward raked a hand through his snow-covered hair and exhaled a tired breath. The actions revealed just how stressful the last hour had been for him. I explained about the battles at the school, about how Muggle-borns were persecuted by Voldemort and his supporters. He didn't like that, he murmured ominously, his eyes darkening a shade, that his daughter was a victim of unjustified discrimination. The more I told him, the more supportive his thoughts became for me and my family. He realized that there'd been a good reason for all those times you'd left without fully explaining yourself, that they were life or death situations and that you'd really had no choice. I sighed heavily. Well, at least that's something. Edward nodded, before throwing himself back into his retelling of the discussion. He came to the conclusion, after receiving more or less the entire story, that his previous beliefs about me were completely false, and apologized again for his behavior. For the first time since my vampire fiancé had arrived home, I smiled widely. Does this mean you and my dad are finally getting along? Edward couldn't seem to help himself. He grinned widely and nodded. I even asked for his permission to marry you. My smile faded instantly as I winced, which only caused Edward to laugh loudly. Oh, don't worry, he said. Yes. He did. Edward chuckled again, this time at my incredulousness, and nodded. He knows I had an old-fashioned upbringing, so to speak, and is entirely convinced of my honorable intentions. Also, after discovering that you're a danger magnet, he's decided you need me around for your own safety. That was one of his terms. I'll agree on one condition, he said, in a perfect imitation of my father's voice. You have to swear you'll do everything in your power to keep her alive. I agreed, naturally. What then? I pressed, enjoying the warmth building in my chest as my mind conjured images from a very happy future, one where Charlie patted Edward's back in an amiable and relaxed manner, slinging an arm over his shoulder, one where they could laugh and joke together, good friends at last. Edward pulled me down onto the golden comforter of his bed, still grinning. You might want to sit down for this. It's a bit difficult to believe. That out of character. Oh yes, he offered me a beer, Edward burst, grinning like a Cheshire cat, as if this was the most wonderful and unbelievable news in history. I pressed my lips into hard line as I tried not to laugh. That's it. That's what has you all excited. You don't even drink beer. That's not the point. It's a breakthrough. His grin turned wicked then as I rolled my eyes. Also, as his future son-in-law, and because he wanted revenge for being lied to for years on end. I don't like where this is going. He decided it was only fair to show me your old photos. No, I gasped in horror. My hands flew up to press against my temples. Oh yes. No, Edward chuckled. You were adorable. I especially liked the one where you were, say, in a high chair, and had somehow managed to get chocolate all over your face. No, I groaned into my palms, covering my face as it turned the color of beetroot. This couldn't be happening. Was this the suffering the old woman had warned of? It had to be. Nothing could be worse than this. 2 semi-green jewels filled my vision as my hands were gently eased away from my face. Adoration was written into Edward's tender smile as his eyes held mine, causing my embarrassment to suddenly evaporate. Without saying a word, I slowly climbed up onto his lap and wound my arms around his neck, pressing my face into his icy skin. What about the rest? I whispered. I didn't have to say any more. He knew what I was referring to, which was made plain by the way his body suddenly grew rigid. His arms wrapped around me more tightly, as if he was expecting some enemy to come and try to steal me away. Whatever's coming for us, he murmured throatily, if there is anything coming for us at all, which I am not entirely convinced of yet, I'll protect you. I made a promise to Charlie, one that I don't plan on breaking. We'll get through this, Bella, whatever this is. He buried his face into my hair, inhaling my scent. Then, in a voice that was so low that I was barely sure I heard it, he whispered, we have to. We will continue in next part.